Belgian in that particular car. But yeah, there should always be room for a little bit of fun. But like you say, a 9-hour race, that's quite a slog around what is a very testing circuit. Now, one thing that I do want to mention before we head trackside, and something we'll talk about, is the balance of power budget. Something that might need a bit of explaining. Now, the amount of budget that it's essentially an amount of ballast that must be used throughout the course of the season. Now, there are 4 GT3 races throughout the course of the season. There are 6 races in all. And depending on which car they've chosen dictates how much ballast amount they have to use. They can use a maximum of 30 kilos per race. They can't just dump the entire ballast in this race, for instance, suffer and then be ballast free for the rest of the season. No, they can only use a maximum of 30, which a number of teams have done. They've used their maximum allowance on this race to kind of get it out of the way, or as much of it out of the way as they can. But some teams have opted to use a smaller amount. For instance, the Soul Lexus only has a 30 kilogram budget, so the car only has to utilize 30 kilograms of ballast throughout the season. Now, they could have used all of that in one go, but they've opted to spread that out, so they've only got 10 kilograms. The Venari Racing number 27 car in the hands of Nicholas Gross, Sascha Glatter, and Patrick Torfer. Again, hopefully pronouncing those correctly. 3 drivers from Germany. Whereas, like I said, a number of teams have gone for the whole budget. So the McLaren, for instance, has a budget of 72 kilograms. So they must use, anyone using the McLaren must utilize 72 kilograms of ballast throughout the season. Anyone using the BMW has to use 86 kilograms. The Aston, 72. The Audi, 84. Just looking through this. The Mercedes, 82. The Honda needs to utilize 106. That's quite a lot of weight to have to deal with. So they'll have several races where they'll no doubt utilize the maximum amount of ballast. So, for instance, the number 79 car, the G League Esports, that's 3 French drivers in command of that. Antoine Delameda, Kowalski. Now, on the sign-up list, he's Kowalski Funky Cops. Read into that what you will. And Chris Billon. 3 drivers from France have 106 kilograms they have to utilize throughout the course of the season. And yep, they've gone maximum ballast for this one. The Bentley only has 31 kilograms to utilize throughout the season. So strategy, even before they've got out to the field, is going to be vitally important to get right.
Yeah, absolutely, especially with that ballast as well. Some car, you never know, some cars might benefit from it, other cars might be slightly hindered. Maybe it's definitely, I think anyway, it's good to, I'll give something for these teams to think about, and when it comes to the strategy, and maybe they've set the car up to maybe like work with that ballast and try and kind of find a workaround, if you like.
And there will be some times where a team will kind of almost sacrifice the car and just load it up full of weight and just live with it for a particular round. But with the amount of teams that have gone full ballast for this race, we're probably not going to see anyone disadvantaged particularly by the weight. We'll see those that have gone, for instance, the 120 Aston has only gone 18 kilograms, so they'll have a ballast advantage, which is a weird sentence to say. Ballast and advantage. That sentence doesn't work in my head, but that's another matter. So the 120 car, the I'm not sure how you pronounce this, but the Alex Cascatu Digital Motorsport. So Alex Cascatu, the lead driver in that squad. 3 Romanian drivers, Andrei Manol and Christian Berinde. Again, apologies if I've got those some of those wrong. They are in command of the 120 Aston Martin. Now, it's great that we've got such a diverse range of marques represented, but some cars will suit some tracks more than others. Obviously, the ballast does kind of affect that a little bit. What would be your chariot of choice, Ryan?
Oh, that's a difficult question. I think if I was to pick a car, or even pick a car to maybe it'll suit the ballast, possibly, I think I'd maybe go for a car, not just being biased because I love the car, but I would probably go for the Aston Martin because it's a good handling car, and it's also got it's got a bit of oomph under the bonnet, and loads of power in a straight line.
Yeah, fair play. I'm a sucker for the Mercedes. I love the AMG GT3. I've always been a big fan of it. In any sim that I've come across with it, I just love the car. So I'd be biased towards the Silver Arrow. I'd be tempted to try a few more. Yeah, Aston. I would definitely try that one. I would try the Ferrari, but I don't know why. Just the Ferrari GT3 cars has never done it for me, which sounds like a heinous thing to say. But that's the 488. I don't know why it just hasn't captured it for me. I would certainly go Germany on this one with the Mercedes, which only 3 teams have done in this particular split. The biggest representation is actually the Aston Martin. There's 7 teams running the Aston, very closely followed by the BMW. The M4 6 cars are utilizing the BMW. Then it's the new Evo 2 Audi R8, 4 of those, along with the Honda NSX, another 4 of those, 3 Ferrari 488s, 3 McLaren 720s, 3 Merc AMGs, 2 Bentley Continentals, and 1 Solex that we met earlier on. Now the checker flag is out on this particular session, so we will be heading trackside very, very shortly. Any names that stick out for you in this lineup, Ryan?
I've just what's in it. I just checked the entry list as well. I think there's so many good teams. Just looking at the entry list, and I don't know who to pick. It's so difficult. I think it's going to be one of those races that I find anyway. It's just going to be one of those races where we're just going to have to let it pan out and see who's up there towards the end of the race.
Is it comfy up there on the fence?
It's no comment.
Yeah, I totally got what you mean though, because I mean you might kind of think, we've seen them before, really looking forward to seeing them, but in a 9-hour race, so much can happen, so much will happen, and especially when you've got this many cars on the field, the possibility of things going horrendously wrong, either in the 8th hour and 59th minute or into turn 1 on lap 1. It's absolutely true. Wild Thing, you can't look away too far from Wild Things Racing 26 car. That's one I keep along with the SimSport Racing number 74, mainly through familiarity. But we are going to be heading towards the grid, and here it is. There's the 501 car you can see on the right hand side that takes the top spot. Barra in the command of the car to start with. Then it's the number 47, and that's colourful. The Audi on our left on the grid right. Then it's the number 449 car. They were quickest in the practice session I was mentioning. They start third. Then it's the number 9 BMW. Chico starts in the way. So it's Honda, Audi, BMW. Then it's the lead Ferrari, the 999 car on the right-hand side. That's an interesting colour scheme as well. Then it's the 158 car, the Aston, the lead Aston. Barberi starts that one. Bentley on our right, the 349 car. Burrows starts the way. Then it's the 808, the lead Mercedes car. Vishak starting that. Then 26 Audi on our right. Then we had at the end of row 5 is the 16 BMW. Row 6, the 991 Merc alongside the 467 Aston. Then it's the top McLaren on row 7, the 46 car. Then it's the number 11 Aston alongside the 770 Ferrari and the 71 Mercedes. And then into row 9, the 69 McLaren and the 368 Honda. Row 10 is the 166 Aston, 91 BMW. That's a fantastic colour scheme. I like that one. Row 11, the 58 Aston and the 74 Aston. That's where the SimSport guys have reappeared. And then it's the 23 BMW alongside the number 30 McLaren. Next up is the 79 car alongside, that's a great colour scheme as well. I like that. The 35 car. The number 77 is next, followed by the 27 as we get towards the back end of the field. Then it's Aston 120 Audi 73, and then that's again a vivid color scheme on the 903 car. What a field we've got to look forward to in the rival split.
Yeah, absolutely. That grid is just looking through it, and some fantastic liveries, like you were mentioning, Chris. And yeah, I'm not sure who I would pick for that for the livery of the race if there was a competition, but yeah, they're all stunning. And I think just looking at the whole grid and looking at the strength of the field, I think yeah, it's going to be an absolutely fantastic race. And yeah, I think don't be surprised if with turn one with the way that corner is angled as well. Don't be surprised if there's maybe some drivers and having issues, maybe a little bit of contact, but hopefully we can get through it cleanly.
Absolutely so. So it is the 501 Honda on the top spot. So that's Fusion Racing that starting on pole position. And the starting driver in that car is Estefano Barrera. He will be joined by Wes Hepburn of Canada and Martin Hoyer of, I think that's the Czech Republic. I don't know my flags very well. He is alongside the number 47 car, the lead Audi. That is frantically scrolling through my list. Team Stiftung Reifentest. 3 drivers from Germany taking that one, and starting the way in that car is Roman Tisch, joined by Nico Schatzik and Christoph Kiaba. As everybody is getting off the jacks, we are going to be starting very, very shortly. And then 9 hours of Circuit of the Americas will be beginning. You can see starting at just past 1 p.m. server time. Well, one car's got them going. Oh, there we go. Everybody's realised it's time to get on with the rolling lap. That's always worrying, isn't it? When someone goes and then someone doesn't go. So you think, who's got this wrong exactly?
Yeah, absolutely. It's like I've had that a few times in races on ACC in the past. When you go to start the rolling lap and someone in front of you doesn't go, and it's like you've got to wait behind them or wait for them to go, and it's not frustrating, but it's it confuses you at times. And then once they get going, it's like, oh, they must have forgot to start their engine or something like that.
It's one of these things you don't practice, isn't it? You don't practice moving slowly off the line. You practice doing everything quickly. So sometimes you're like, something's happened I didn't anticipate.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially if someone's maybe, I know myself, I've done it in the past. I've had a slight panic and thinking to myself, oh, did I forget to load race fuel or my setup? And it's like once you're on the grid, it's one of those situations. It's just too late, and you've kind of got to deal with it. But as they're coming through now, just the warm-up lap as well is one of those things that you've got to do, to basically warm your brakes up, warm your tires up, and also getting that mindset and of getting ready to race. And it's one of those tense moments as well, because I think most drivers get tense because they just don't know what's going to happen and they don't know what to expect.
All the practice laps, all the discussions about setups and strategies now boils down to this. All the talking is done. It is time to get the job done. So yeah, nerves will be frayed. No matter how experienced you are, this is the point where the nerves just jangle a little bit. That's when the adrenaline is wanting to get on with it and get going, but equally you're kind of like, you're thinking about what may happen. You're planning your route through turn one, but of course you can't anticipate everybody else. So nerves are jangling a little bit. This is the point I hated in a race. I hated the rolling lap because I wanted to get on with it. I'm not an experienced sim racer by any stretch. I've done some, certainly. Not an ACC, actually. It's just never really got around to it, unfortunately. Who doesn't love a GT3 car? And ACC, of course, does that to an absolute T. But yeah, I never got around to driving an ACC. But I'm very much looking forward to how everybody just handles that turn one. Once you've got through that initial craziness phase, then we start to see the form being made. You start to see the pecking order coming out. and you start to get an idea of who's hot and who's not. At this point, of course, every team has got 3 nominated drivers, and of course they do. No one is going to be allowed to go the whole 9 hours. I'm sure some people will try. I think they're mad for doing even just a third of it. I couldn't last anywhere near that length of time. 45 minutes and I'm absolutely done. So how these guys do hours on end is incredible.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those things. If you're doing a long stint, especially in these races, doing 3 stints, for example, I've done it before, and I'm absolutely spent, absolutely drained of energy. But I think these drivers will be prepared for if they have to do long stints. But as they're coming around the final corner, we're just about to get underway, Chris.
Yes, we are. So the 2x2 line is reformed, and it is time. All the talking is done. Now it is time for action. As soon as the light goes green, we are then racing 9 hours of intense action here at Circuit of the Americas. The 501 car is ready to launch away. All eyes are on the lights. And we are racing here in Circuit of the Americas. Lots of fidgeting throughout the field, exactly as you would imagine. But, as much as the racing instinct kicks in, you want to try and gain a few positions, like the 173 car trying to get around the outside. Or someone's gone for a bit of a wander on the exit of turn 1, sorry. You've got to bear in mind, you're in this for 9 hours. Wrecking your car now is not exactly going to be tantamount to that. As one of the Astons has had to take avoiding action there, as flying over the road at in between turn 3 and 5. That's not going to be that's not going to help their progress. But here we go then. The field starting to just figure out what space they're using. It was the 158 car that went for a bit of a wander. There's Adamo in command of the Aston at this point in time. But it looks like it's so far so good. It looks like the field is still together, so no one's had any major incidents. Just somebody has. There is one car off the back of the field. But as for the rest, bit of door rubbing there between Yvette Santana in the 999 car in the Ferrari. Lead Ferrari just rubbing doors with the wayward Aston. Oh, how on earth did you slot into that gap between the Aston and the Mercedes? And wow, look at this. You'd think it was a sprint race at this stage, but everybody will figure it out. Bit of a touch there to the Ferrari and the Merc. Oh no, the Mercedes has spun. That's a Vichak in the 808 car.
I think some of these drivers have not got the memo. It's a 9-hour race. This is more like a 9-second sprint. But some teams towards the back of the field and also in the mid pack having some issues, and just some drivers getting a little bit too aggressive as we're only on basically lap 1. But at the moment, apart from some of the issues in turn 1 and at the hairpin heading onto the back straight, it looks like it's been relatively clean-ish so far as they come up to the final corner. And looking at London in 12th and Hamlin in 13th, as pretty much all the teams are coming up to complete the end of lap 1, and it looks like we've got a change of position as Jalamo, hopefully I didn't butcher that, it goes a bit wide.
Yes, so now the pecking order start to be formed. There is James DeHill in the Aston trying to work his way past Santana in the 999 Ferrari. And then right behind him is Phillips in the 26 Audi, keeping that pressure on. Yes, the racing instinct will definitely be there. Of course, each car, certainly in this pack, is separated by less than a second. But after a while, they will start to think, okay, that initial foray is dealt with. Let's get into the rhythm of endurance racing. There's Drago Simeon in the Rapid Esports number 23 BMW, 20th position. So solid midfield position. So the car, there were 33 that took the start, or 33 that were due to take the start. So 20th position is nothing to be too worried about at this point. Long way to go. So the starting position is not so much irrelevant, but is not something to dwindle on too much, as we now switch to Max Linar in the 166 Rising Panda Racing. That was another one of my another one of the team names that made me smile. It's quite a colourful Audi that as McLaren, beg your pardon, that he's chasing after. It is the Audi. It's a 73 Audi. As right behind, that's Gross in the 27 Lexus, the sole Lexus field, getting very, very close there. Well, everyone's very close, broadly speaking, through this field. Work their way through the twisties. Oh, there's a battle. There's Nard Cox in the 74 car. That's the Simsport Racing car. Up into 13th now. Chasing the 770 Ferrari. So I've not taken part in endurance racing. I know what it feels like to be in sprint racing. Have you done a lot of sim racing? Have you done endurance races yourself on too many occasions, Ryan?
Yeah, most of my experiences doing these sort of races, like long distance races, and yeah, they're really good fun. But sometimes they can be a bit tense, especially in the opening laps. Just with the pack being so close together, and everyone's trying to jockey for position. It looks like we've got a move head happening in turn one. It looks like Nard Cox up into 12th place with a bit of a fantastic and a bit of opportunistic but fantastic driving.
Yeah, it was opportunistic, absolutely right. It was Nene Swinek, I think, in the 467 Aston Martin. Further up the field, that's Marseille Chico in the number 9 BMW. That's a great looking car. Quite like that one. The Spaniard in control of the SRP Racing Team BMW. He is chasing after the 47 Audi of I think it's Shatska is how that is pronounced. That's one of the more questionable liveries, or I thought. Now we're starting to see the pecking order form up the top end, although Nicholas Gors is trying to make a move. He's trying to get 2 on the inside of turn 11 in the Lexus. Now, each car is, whilst of course the setups are open to the teams, some cars are kind of more favourable than others. What is it about the Lexus particularly that makes it a less comfortable car to drive, do you think? As only one team has gone for it. What is it about the Lexus that makes it a less favourable option?
That's from my experience of driving the Lexus. It's a fantastic car to drive, but I think with regards to BOP on ACC in general, I think the Lexus is not really the car to go with these days, or at the moment at least. Most of it just seems to be a slow car, and but if you're just looking for a car to jump in and do some laps with, I think the Lexus is definitely a car to jump in with. But when it comes to doing these long races, or if you want to be up at the front and in contention and to try and do well, I think the Lexus is not really the car to have at the moment. But looking at the battle for 23rd position, looking at the racing blog car or Aston Martin of Christian Berinda in the battle for 23rd.
He is indeed. There's Yvette Santana in the 999 Ferrari. Been in a fair amount of action already. He's lost that 6th position to the BMW, I think it is. Or he has lost. No, big one. He was in 7th. He was in 7th at the beginning of the lap. Excuse me. There he is, chasing. That's a Bentley ahead of it. That's a 349 car. De Halvilander. Again, I've had to rehearse that name a few times. So I'm going to stumble over it a few more. The course of the race. They are chasing after the 148 car. Oh, maybe a bit of a tap on the back of the Ferrari there from Phillips, the 26 Audi. No harm, no foul. The Audi trying to make a move, and he's dragging with him Linda in the 991 Mercedes. It looks like it's going to be a fairly straightforward move for the Audi, unless the Ferrari can outbrake. Can Santana do anything about it? No, he's gone too deep. He tried to outbrake the Audi, defending the position, but that sadly has cost him 2 in the process.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing with the quota as well. If you get any of these corners run ever so slightly, and there's a big pack behind you, they won't hesitate in taking a position from you. And at the moment, I think the field's sort of spread out ever so slightly, but still there in the mid pack we've got some fantastic racing going on with these bunch of cars coming through. Oh! That was a sketchy moment there.
I didn't quite see how that came about, as always. Cars wandering off all over the place. There's Tomasz Sivek in the 467 full boost racing Aston. Looked like he had to take very avoiding action from, I think it was Cox in the Simsport Racing number 74. Again, we kind of call that as it happened. Didn't see how that event boiled up. And oh, speaking of the 6-wheel racing car, there it is. Bernard Cox, he's lost 2 spots since the beginning of the lap. That's only turn 1. So he's been kind of mugged there by Hamling and Miato in the Merc and Audi respectively. You can see the yellow Merc with the black doors and the cyan or the turquoise Audi right ahead of him. Look at this. So I get we're only 10 minutes in, so the field isn't going to disperse to a huge amount. Of course, these guys are still racers. They still want to get through the field as best they can, riding on board with Nicholas Morse in the 27 Venari Racing Lexus. She sees an opportunity there. There's the 166. There's Nienard. Oh, it's going to tap the side of Campriga in the 46 McLaren. The McLaren, unfortunately, losing out two positions there. As both the Aston and the Lexus have gone past him. Slipstreaming from Force. Wow! Force very heavily onto the robust defence there. I mean, there was just about enough room there, but defending that hard this early, that seems a bit unnecessary.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I think it's a bit early for getting the elbows out, as Nicholas is given a bit of payback, if you like, deciding to do a bit of a hip and shoulder move. But yeah, I was going to say that's another thing with the Lexus as well. It might be slow, in a way, but in a straight line it's absolutely a rocket. But yeah, Nicholas gained another position there, and some fantastic racing going on throughout the field. And considering it's a 9-hour race, these drivers are I think these drivers have pretty much forgotten that, and trying to gain as many positions as possible. But I think once the first set of pit stops are out of the way, I think you might see the field spread out slightly.
Yeah, absolutely. So now's the time to try and better your position, but you don't want to be damaging the car. Oh, as Simeon, oh, that's a big move, but too deep into turn 1. Oh dear, I don't think he meant to tap the back of the McLaren, but that's Campriga in the 46 McLaren again in action. It's I don't think he actually meant to tap the back of the McLaren on the recovery of turn 1 there. The BMW just went a little bit too deep, too heavy to brake that late, even though it's an uphill corner. It's the TV images don't do justice actually how steep that climb is into turn 1. As we switch to the number 349 Bentley in 5th position, James de Hilvand coming through turn 11 with, now that's the car he's just passed, which is the 158 Aston. Adamu still in command of that one. Or VRM Racing up into 4th position now. I beg your pardon, that's the number 9 BMW that's behind him. That's Chico, the Spanish driver, the number 9 car. I might be right first time. Yes, I was right first time. That is Adamu in the 158. So who's fallen out of the top 4 then? Is the oh no, James is actually fell. I was reading that as James was 4th. I'm making these mistakes already. I wholeheartedly apologise. We're only 15 minutes in. Goodness me.
Yeah, I got slightly confused as well looking. So you're not the only one, but yeah, it's coming to the final corner now, and and looking back at the battle for 12th as well. Looking at the hopefully I've got the team name right. Class Sim Racing. Yeah, thank you for that. Coming around the final corner, and yeah, I do like that livery in the Audi. It's very, I think you said it, Chris, perfectly. It's very turquoise, the style as well. So yeah, I like it. It looks simple, it's cool, and they get stuck behind the 10th place and 11th place of the BMW and the Ferrari. So this field as well, further back in the mid pack, is starting to just split up ever so slightly as some packs or some drivers are battling with each other, and it's causing them to lose touch with the cars in front or lose touch with the cars behind. But this part of the Dakota as well, this tight twisted section, it's one of those sections that it invites you to carry more speed than you want to, but you've got to be careful because you've got to watch out for those horrendous sausage curbs.
Oh, they are very, very dangerous if you hit those. But yeah, the twisty section is not somewhere where you want to be following someone. You just want to be following your own rhythm. As we see, that's the Ferrari. There's Degano making a move. Oh, and just caught the nose of Descalescu. Again, that's another name I have to rehearse. Just caught the nose there of the BMWs who were trying to return to position. And Andrea Miato in the clash, number 73 Audi. Ooh, nearly 3 wide coming down into turn 12. The BMW went too deep. That's given the Ferrari the spot. And now Miato is trying to claim that 11th. The BMW on the inside line now cuts back underneath him. Yeah, again, they haven't got the memo. This is 9 hours, not 9 laps of Kota. They are going absolutely hell for leather at the moment. Still side by side now, coming through turn 15. And surely it's going to be advantage Audi this time. He's got the double right-hander to himself. Yes, he does. That's happened to 11th then for the Clash Sim Racing Audi. Another pack of 3 right behind them, ready to battle with them. Just a couple of seconds between them and Hamling right behind. Old Audi affair up front. 449 of Wienlinger and the 47 of Schatska having the top 2 spots. We look at towards the fourth Audi in the list. See on the tower. Through turn 4 to the rest of the field. Look at Nard Cox then. Still dueling with Hamling in the 71 Mercedes just ahead of him. And of course in the 7 Lexus behind. Saw the 27 car doing some great moves earlier on. And Nard to get back into the rhythm in the Aston Martin. See what he can do from here. Most of the engines growl. It's such a great noise. Whoa, that looks a bit deep going into turn 11 for Nard. But no harm, no foul. Go side by side. Right behind them is Simeon in the BMW, trying to get a move on. That'll be the 166. That's Linard. Aston Martin. Great pack that Nard is in. Can feel very frustrating when you're in a pack like this, especially if you feel like you're being held up. You've got to bear in mind the nature of the race. Of course, they're in this for 9 hours, but you do not want to be stuck behind a car if you're losing time, because your main aim is to get as far up the field as you can.
Yeah, absolutely. It can be frustrating if you think you're quicker than someone, but you just can't get by, especially in a straight line, for example. You want to try and get a run in them, but because both cars, for example, are maybe doing the same sort of speed in a straight line, or maybe the car you're battling, the car in front of your battling is maybe running slightly lower downforce, so that can be very frustrating as well.
Or ballast. Again, not everybody's running the same.
Exactly.
Yeah, not everybody's running the same amount of ballast as we were talking about at the top of the show. All of these things can make quite a sizable difference in the performance of your car and everyone else's. There's into 13s. He must have gained a position in the course of the race. He's in the pits at the moment. 13th place for Esports Racing International car, the SSRI car. I'm going to run that white and orange colour scheme for as long as I can remember.
Yeah, absolutely. I was going to say Nards is a name I recognise as well from he races in another GT3 league that takes place on a Tuesday night with the SSRI community, and really quick driver, and always someone that I've watched in the past, and at the moment currently in 13th place, and doesn't seem to be able, or just maybe happy to stay where he is in 13th at the moment, and just maybe wait until the pit stops to try and gain some more positions. But as further back up in the field, looking at the battle for 5th place with the 5th place of the 349 Bentley, with a few other cars behind as well, trying to make a move. But again, it's that case of not being able to get by, and also the maybe ballast maybe being a slight hindrance with straight line speed, and just maybe the handling in general.
Yeah, very Very true. Now the pack we're looking at is actually the lead group. We're looking at so Chico at the moment, the number 9 BMW. He's got his eyes very much on the leader. That's the 501 car, Barrera, Honda. Right behind the two Audis. Here they come now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars in this initial group, and then shortly followed by the 158 Aston. That's a Damu. A little bit of gap to make up, but nothing too extreme. Now what we're seeing here is exactly what I was talking about. Everyone's now kind of getting into their rhythm. We're not seeing so much of the kind of punch and counter punch behaviour that we were seeing in the first couple of laps. Now we're starting to get into rhythm. Now we're starting to get into thinking about the longer term prospects of let's get 9 hours done, not let's gain as many positions as we can in the first few laps. Well, that's the idea, right? When the racing instinct kicks in, if the red mist doth descend, that's when something else can kind of take place. As Shatska, the lead number 47 Audi, has got some little bit of breathing space. Unlike everybody else behind him, wow, as Marcel Chico nearly clatters the back of the 501 Honda, coming through turn 11. The favourite overtaking spots, and they're actually side by side, the orange and black Bentley and the BMW respectively. Who's going to blink here? That's De Villelander, beg your pardon. Oh, as he rubs doors with Chico. Coming through turn 12 is the Bentley. Was the BMW going to win out? Oh, that was close. But it is the 349 Bentley that wins out. The VRM Racing orange and black car does wrestle that, what is 4th position, away from Chico. Goes to the British driver at this point in time. And there is Francesco Adamu, who's now caught this particular pack. Of course, the more you squabble, the more time you will inevitably lose. The IDA Pro Esports LFM number 158 Aston. Adamu currently in command of it. The Italian squad, Carlo Barberi and Christian Pastori, will be also sharing that car. Now each driver, all 3 drivers must drive the car. Like I was saying earlier, you cannot have just one driver trying to do all 9 hours. It is against the rules and it's highly inadvisable. I think they'll be doing 65-minute stints, so on each hour is when each driver will be rotated through the car. I believe that's what the setup is. 65-minute stints is the typically expected stint length for each driver.
Yeah, and ACC as well. I believe there's a certain amount, or basically a certain amount of time that you can drive. Say, like you say, 65 minutes is pretty much say what it is for every stint. But I think overall driving time is a maximum you can do. I can't remember what it is exactly, but as long as you don't go over that maximum driving time, you should be fine. But 65 minutes is, yeah, I believe it's about just about round about the hour mark. So it wouldn't surprise me when it comes to the first pit stop if some of these teams maybe do driver swaps, or maybe try and get the driver time for each. Maybe if another driver has to go off and do something during the race at some point, they might try and keep one of the drivers in as long as possible, and maybe just try to cut their driver time down. But it looks like we've got to move into the hairpin behind here with the Mercedes and BMW. That's looks like it's Philip Vicak trying to make a move.
Yeah, Philip Vicak trying to make the move in the 808 Silver Racing team Mercedes. There's not a lot of silver on there, I will add. But that was Lienard that he's trying to make a move on now. They've been crossing swords for the entirety of the race. Okay, the race is only 25 minutes long, but these two are very much kind of staring each other down at the moment. Been trying to kind of, they're still arguing over who's holding 17th position. I just looked up, 195 minutes is the maximum length of time, which is just over 3 hours, that any one driver can do. So if any driver exceeds that, then you're looking at team disqualification. So 195 minutes maximum for any one driver, as there was a definite move going on there. And VCOx, oh, he's hit the Aston coming up into turn 1. Now, who's going to win out here? And then right behind them, you've got Sivek and Rowe as well, and the two Astons behind, arguing over 19th position, also trying to probably get a decent ringside seat for the action ahead of them. Now, this was the other move that we just saw, Drogo Simeon, and that is... Oh, that was close. That was very close. Now, you saw Hamling gave a bit more racing run there. Now, that was very, very alert driving from the 71 Mercedes. He saw that Simeon in the BMW was going... Well, whether he was going for a move or whether he just gone a little bit deep, but he noticed that he needed to give a brave racing room. Oh, no! That's Cambridge in the 76 McLaren that spun the BMW round. The BMW gets a punch in the face from someone, and because the pack is still so heavily condensed, that's all the way down to 29th. And here comes Max Lienhard, the car he was battling with in the 17th position, riding Panda Racing 166 car. Then right behind them, it's another battle going on. That's the 808. That's VCOx. Oh my goodness me, the Aston's still ahead of VCOx at this point. Then right behind them, oh no, that's a spin again. That's VCOx this time. That's gone for a half spin. Now he's got to be careful about how he recovers. He doesn't want to just jump into the stream of drivers, but equally he doesn't want to lose too many positions. He's got to be safe about that. As we are looking through the field, there's action absolutely everywhere.
Yeah, I thought we thought they definitely settled down now, but I think it's I think we've pretty much I think the drivers might have been listening and decided to give us a bit more action, but that move into the hairpin was a bit. I think I was a bit unnecessary. I was a bit too eager, and that was just maybe just slightly braked himself. But that was so unfortunate, and it just like you say, there's a big pack of cars coming around the hairpin, and the BMW just couldn't they wanted to get going, but just there's so many cars coming around that you can't. You've just got to sit there like you're sitting waiting for your girlfriend to come out of the supermarket with or close to them. A bit of a rubbish analogy, but I'm sticking with it.
An interesting analogy. I get what you're on about. As we are looking at Christian Barindia in the 120 Racing Blog Aston, 22nd position on the tail of the 35 BMW, currently driven by Muscat. That is Sheldon Muscat. As we now look at Barrera, having a look, trying to get further up the podium. So what we're seeing here is the 449 Audi defending for all it's worth against the Honda, against the Aston, against the Beamer in this particular line, and then not far behind that is another Aston, whereas the number 47 car, that's the Stiftung Rheinfentest. Again, apologies to all German-speaking folk for getting that very, very butchered, or TSR as they call themselves, but Team Stiftung Rheinfentest Audi is now starting to get himself a bit of breathing space. Nico Schatska started to open the gap, whilst the 449 car is defending against what must feel like the entire field right behind him. As the times last time around, yeah, see the 47 car was a good 7/10 quicker than Vinegar last time around, so that's mainly because he's just keeping half an eye on Estefano Barrera and the Fusion Racing Team 501 Honda. So whilst we're still very early in the race, you still don't want to be giving away that kind of lap time to anybody in the field.
Yeah, absolutely, especially with how close the field is, and if you lose the smallest amount of time, rather, in this field that's as close as it is at the moment, you're pretty much just going to get mugged, and they lose a few positions, and that might cost you when it comes to the pit stop as well. But at the moment, it's just watching this battle for third place going on at the moment. You've got the Honda, the Bentley, the BMW, an Aston Martin, Ferrari, and the... Oh, it looks like 70.
Oh dear.
They've had issues further in the pack through the S's.
Guilherme handling in the pronounced as Aquidis ASP Team 71. Merck has had to take avoiding action, then he's dropped a good 4 positions. Looks like he's going to lose some more. Oh, as the 46, that's Campriga in the McLaren. Oh, comes together with, I think that's Lienard in the 166 Aston. My goodness me, yeah, they were listening to us. You don't have to give us action. You got 9 hours to do this. Oh, someone's going on the grass. I think that's Muscat in the 35 BMW doing a bit of lawn mowing. 3 wide coming down the back straight. 2 3 wides going down the back straight, and then you've got another pair of cars behind them wanting to join in on the action. Good grief! And then you've got Kieran Hudson in the Alpha Supersport car being squashed. Oh, goodness me. Now they've got to re-establish their pecking order. I mean, it's great fun for us, but this is going to be doing their cars and their tyres, and ultimately their strategy's no good whatsoever. As the 77 car is oh no, that's not good. Roadblock at turn 15. Oh goodness me, that was the McLaren facing the wrong way.
That was just the drivers on that part just getting too impatient there, and a bit of frustration. I think a bit of frustration was starting to creep in there as well. And as you saw, unfortunately, someone was not going to come off that good from it, and unfortunately, as we saw in the hairpin, basically someone got spun round and it caused a bit of a concertina effect, and several cars got caught up in it.
Very, very true. As we now look at Kevin Kruger on the light speed by MC Schaumburg, number 77, being challenged by Simeon. Oh, way too deep in the 23 BMW. Going to cost another position. There's Campriga. Campriga, the 46 Racing Panda car in the 24 McLaren. Sorry, 24th place McLaren, number 46 car. He's got Voskowski in the number 91 BMW already ahead. So when you're caught up in those kind of moments, it really does kind of, you do go into like almost an autonomous kind of mode, don't you? When you're in it, trying to establish your rhythm in an endurance race, and when you are faced with an incident like that, it completely breaks the concentration. You've got to reform that rhythm that you were trying to get hold of, and again, that's what separates the good from the great in endurance racing. Just being able to reset, get straight back on with the job.
Absolutely, it's one of those things as well. With if you get caught up in an incident, or if you cause an incident, say if you spin a car by accident, and it's one of those things you've kind of got to mentally, you've kind of got to reset yourself and get your mindset back into like focusing, and just try not to let it get to you or try and put you down. Just you've got to get back on it and just try and get back up to speed as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I never have that particular ability, unfortunately. Especially if I cause an incident. And I mean, every driver at some point is involved in an incident, your fault or not. I dwell on it too much, and it then affects the concentration that I then try and put into the car. Look at the Bentley ahead. There's De Havilland in the 349 car. Bentley's getting really, really squidgy, and you do not want to be fighting your car for hours on end. So that's the VRM racing car. I'm sure James De Havilland, an unusual name. I might get it right by the 9th hour. By this rate, it looks like he's eager to get rid of it. Oh, it's the Aston Nadamu, a little bit deep. Now that could be a different choice of line. There's a few different ways you can take turn 11. We were trying to kind of go a little bit deeper to extend the exit speed, but when you're in a pack like this, necessarily be required, because you'll pick up a fair amount of slipstream anyway, but then everybody in this pack is picking up slipstream off the car ahead. So Francesco Damu isn't picking up too much. Oh, there's Burindia. Christian Burindia in the Racing Bod 120 side by side. Briefly. Coming out of that very same turn. Now to defend from behind. That is Sivek. 467 car. indeed. Turn 12. They're India not ceding that particular position. He defended, of course, his eyes. This is kind of an Aston collection with Descalescu, the number 16 BMW, kind of being the imposter almost. He's some distance up the road. So, interesting, we've got a collection of Astons all in the same place.
Yeah, absolutely. I was going to say that the amount of Astons I see in the field is just unbelievable. It's especially, yeah, it's the Aston. It's what seems to be the car to have in ACC, along with the BMW and also the Audi and the Honda as well. So, with regards to what cars to have or the cars that people are racing, there seems to be a bit of variety. As well, it's like Alex Smallyar is having a bit of issues or going slowly, at least by the looks of it.
Oh dear, it's never ideal. As we look at this pack all fighting for second, is Shatska. It's continuing to extend that lead up front. 5.1 seconds when they come over the line. Just see at the top of the shot there the leading number 47, and then the great pack behind him. There's Tomasz Sivek, full boost, 467 car. The back of this, beg your pardon, he's in the midst of this quite long chain of cars. He's the back Aston. There's 7 of them in the field. The most populous car by 1 over the BMW M4. So actually see on the tower all 7 of them. Could briefly see 2, 4, 6 of them. The lead one is in 6th. Huge one. Feels right, still side by side as the Mercedes tries to kill the cameraman. Guilherme Hamlin, we saw having to take to the grass earlier on. Just trying to fend off Muscat, the 35 BMW. Yeah, he realised that move wasn't going to go well, but he's now come back underneath the BMW. He's going to be on the outside again, down in 13. Who's going to win out here? Oh, nicely driven. Now, you can see that Hamlin had just kept his cool. He didn't panic. He didn't worry about the fact that a car's coming past him, which is exactly what I would do. I'd be too concerned that there's a car coming past and then overdrive to try and get that position back. But Hamlin knew what he wanted to do. He knew what he was capable of doing. To regain that particular spot. It's right behind him. There's a Delmeter and a Vicek having an argument for 21st, a couple of cars back. Hamlin keeping Muscat at bay for now.
Yep, and that's the thing with these GT3 cars as well. They, even though they've got stuff like ABS and traction control, you can't really overdrive these cars. Otherwise, sometimes it can bite you, and especially when it comes to driving cars like the Honda, which is pretty known for being a bit tail happy. And if you're in a fast corner and you start overdriving, it can turn round and bite you, and they basically cause you to hit the wall or crash when you least expect it. But as you come onto the back straight now, that's pretty much a pack from 3rd place down to about the 8th or 9th place, by the looks of it. So a bit of a pack starting to form up.
Yeah, one of many in this particular race, as we now see again a challenge being made right behind Hilverlander. There's Chico Nadamu, BMW versus Aston. The number 9 BMW maintains his 5th position at this point in time. Right ahead, the lead Audi, the 501 car, pole starting car. Coming 3rd with, I beg your pardon, the Honda is in. I am right. Yeah, the Honda is challenging the Audi. Further back, here is a Campiga, the last car on this particular conga line, the number 46 McLaren. Rising Panda racing car. It makes me smile every time I see it. One of the very, very colourful number 91, Laskowski. Get so close to each other. The amount of laps they'll do in this kind of close proximity, although Laskowski is not quite got the exit of that corner quite right. Priga couldn't quite capitalise on that. So it's amazing how many laps they can do in this kind of close proximity without impact. Yes, we have seen a few a few nudges and a few scrapes, but considering how long this race is and how many laps they will be like this, very, very close to people without impact, is quite remarkable.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things as well. It's going to be one of those things as well. It's maybe some drivers and some teams maybe practice. Oh, they've got a bit of a move going on in turn one. Looking at the Silver Racing team, Mercedes, they're trying to make a move on turn one. He's on the outside, but he might have the inside for heading into the S's. This is going to be brave. As Philip decides to back out that move, that could have ended up in disaster.
That was close, but managed to survive. It's not a normal place to make a move through there, but no one's told these guys that. We are continuing to look at Philip Vicek. Continuing battle with the number 35 BMW, who's driven by Muscat, who's got a bit of a gap now between himself and Hamling. Last time we checked in with this particular group, it was the Mercedes and BMW that were crossing swords. Now that Guilherme Hamling has managed to break away a little bit, can start to try and concentrate on getting the gap down to Sivek. The 467 Aston start to join that particular party. Is Vicek going to make a move here? Look at the inside line coming down to 12. Fairly straightforward move, but the BMW knows what he's capable of. Has the inside line 13. Oh, great view here from Delmeda, Antoine Delmeda, number 79 Honda. Oh, blimey, that's determined.
That was a bit. The BMW could have left a little bit more room there. That was a bit forceful driving.
Yes, somewhat. But, no harm in the moment. They're still side by side, and Antoine Delmeda is just staying behind. That's delaying him as well. You heard how he just had to stay out of the throttle there. Oh, into 19. That's too deep for Muscat. It's going to cost him the spot. Oh, and the McLaren's going to try and have a look as well on the inside line. Can Delmeda, the Honda, beg your pardon, is going to try and squeeze through. Can Antoine Delmeda get the grip when he needs it? Not quite, it looks like. He's going to have the inside line for one. Whoa, it's a bold move. It was a big defence from Muscat. Can Delmeda get the move done? He's going to be forced to the outside line at 2. And no, he has to remain behind, and then he's being challenged by the ever colourful BMW of Voskowski, a 91 car, but just a tiny bit of ground through the S's. Yeah, this battle, oh goodness me, still continuing in the middle of the twisties. That's quite brave between the McLaren and the Honda.
Absolutely. Yeah, just talking about this BMW livery from the Assetto Corsa Competizione team. Yeah, I don't know why that BMW livery, it sort of reminds me of the M&M's livery that Kyle Busch used in NASCAR when he raced for Joe Gibbs Racing. I don't know why.
I know the livery you mean. It's the bright yellow one. Yeah, I remember that one. Yeah, I get it. I get what you mean. Oh, there's Voskowski being very heavily defended, but Campriga not just willing to let the BMW dance past, but looks like he's got no choice in the matter. Oh, there's a bit of door banging. Voskowski having to take to the runoff area there to turn the car, and the McLaren has lost out on that position at the moment. Trying to get around the outside of these corners is not usually going to yield positive position, and Arsene Voskowski managing to get past the McLaren, secure 23rd for now. Battles aren't going to dissipate anytime soon. Got 8.25 hours to go yet, so we will be facing darkness as well. There's another challenge these drivers have as the two McLarens behind nearly come together. Campriga's lost another position.
Yeah, that's the thing with that's the thing as well with Kota. There's not much lighting around this track from what I can remember. So racing in the dark is going to be something these drivers will probably have to adapt with when we get to the closing stages of this race. So especially racing in the dark, you've got to think about, you've kind of got to readjust your eyesight, if you like, to race in the dark and trying to spot your braking points, because it's especially around there's not much floodlighting either, so spotting some of these corners, especially on the back straight, is going to be a bit difficult.
Yeah, and by that point, all the braking boards are dead. So, yeah, anyone that uses those for braking markers, they're almost certainly going to be destroyed by that stage of the race. But then if you look at how far away most of the walls are, trying to spot some kind of physical object out there in the dark is often very difficult. So I don't envy these drivers by that stage. And by that point, they've been driving for whatever stint they've been on. They've been doing this for hours. So yeah, it's I don't envy them at all. As we look at Degano, the 770 Ferrari. Two of our Ferraris, which there are. There's three of them. Yes, there are only three of them. Two of them inside the top 10. They're staring each other down at the moment. They are staring at the back of the group that leads up to second. Lead gap now nearly 9 seconds between the two Audis. A bit deep there from Santana in the treble 9 car. No particular loss there. Miato in the 73 Audi just behind. There's one of those two is a backmarker, I think. Yes, one of those two cars that's directly behind Delgado is a backmarker. We'll see which one at this point. Right ahead of them, you've got Santana in the treble 9. You've got Phillips in the 26. See from the tower. They're going to say this is a bit of a mule train going on here, but this is again just the rhythm you need to establish. But literally, just as I say that, Luca's starting to get a bit fidgety behind his fellow Ferrari. Keep the temptation to make to make a big move so early on under control. They've still got a long way to go.
Yeah, these drivers are realising it as well, and some of these drivers maybe just more than happy to stay behind and they not try anything too silly or drastic, and they don't seem desperate to make a move. So I think, especially with these cars being so evenly matched on pace as well at the moment, and I think at the moment these drivers just sitting where they are. But I wouldn't be surprised if maybe one of these cars in this pack, maybe when it comes to the pit stops, if they decide to maybe hit one or two laps early, maybe try and get a bit of an undercut.
Yes, very, very true. We don't know what stints that these drivers are going to be doing. We're just kind of looking at between, around about the hour mark is when we'll expect, between 60 and 65 minutes per stint. Each driver can do no more 195 minutes. My understanding. Not that I would imagine they would want to do more than 3 hours. It's absolutely incredible if they can maintain this kind of pace for that length of time. Certainly, again, when you've got groups like this, you're still feeling the pressure, even though if the car behind you isn't necessarily trying to make a move, they're still there, and they're there. So you've got the element of ignoring their presence, but also being mindful of where they are in case they do try and spring a move on you. There's been that road cone in the Ray for quite a while now, and no one's hoofed it out of the way. But De Havilland in the VRM 349 Bentley now, the second to get past Barrera in the 501 Honda. Stairs at the back of Wieniger in the 449 Audi. Again, he's just going to bide his time and make his move when he can, because then he's going to lead this group. Of course, if he chooses to make the move, he'll then have no slipstream to help him defend against anybody else that would then try and challenge him. So this group from second right the way down to 10th, clean as it is for the time being. Oh, that's a mistake from James there for the VRM Bentley. Challenge for second, couldn't quite come off as the Honda just nudges the Bentley a little bit. That's how costly a mistake is, with the overall pace of the field being you know, as amazing as it is, one mistake, especially with the field still clumped together like this, is very, very costly indeed. And into the pits he comes.
Yeah, I was going to say, it looked like the VRN Bentley, they just looked like it got a bit twitchy there, and I think in a way maybe they maybe deciding to dive into the pits and not try and get held up in this pack too much. And I'm a bit surprised by that. I thought they would have went maybe tried to go tried to stretch it to about probably another 5 minutes or or basically try and stretch the stint as long as possible. But I guess just decided not to try and not lose too much time in this pack and decide to dive into the pits. Maybe struggling with tyres slightly.
Could be that, yeah, exactly that. It could also be, like you say, just not wanting to lose time in the midst of a pack. If they are sticking to our stint, he's not that far away from it, a little bit early. But we'll see if that car changes hands. They may, they don't have to do all of their driver time allocation in one go. They don't have to do all 3 hours back to back. Probably inadvisable that they do. So we'll see if the 349 car changes hands. We look at Tomac Shivek still fighting with Linard. Two Aston Martins have basically been sharing the same track space since the green light. Slightly further up the road is Christian Berindia, the racing blog number 120. I think that's our back marker. We'll see. Oh no, bigger button. That's Descalescu in the 16 BMW. And a drive-through has been incurred. That's the 46 car. Campriga, 46 car, has earned themselves a drive-through. I've not been alerted as to why, so that would make me think that these transcended the track limits one time too often. Trip through the pits is going to be required because they can't stop, it can't change driver, it can't change tyres, anything like that. It's just going to have to drive through, straight through the pits, and so early on. Oh, that's painful.
Yeah, that's the thing that that's another thing as well. I was going to say with the track limits around Kota, it's so easy to go over that track limit. I believe I can't remember how many track limit warnings you get. I think from the top of my head from racing in the past, around Kota or in general on ACC, I think it's three warnings. I think, but obviously different leagues have different the track limit warnings. So. Some leagues might try and increase it, but as the Wildfire Racing's at Aldi's in the pit, so if Harry Phillips at the wheel, and it looks like they might be might just be fuel and tyres only and no driver swaps. So I think it'll be another stint for Harry. But this is pretty much getting to the stage where teams are starting to make pit stops now, and some teams like we've seen already deciding to maybe dive into the pits with 10 minutes left, maybe 10 minutes left in their stint, and they maybe just trying to. Maybe start sticking to a strategy, maybe trying to get as close to that 8 hour as possible, but not maybe putting early just to be safe and not go over their drive time limit.
Yeah, very true. Yeah, another death for the cameraman. Looking at Luca Delgado in the 770 car, the lead of this group. Sorry, second in this group of 4. Having a look again on the inside line of Santana, the sister Ferrari. Yeah, finding a way past. Doesn't fancy the big dive bomb move into turn 12. We've seen a few times already. Got to be mindful of Miato. 73 Audi right behind. So, of course, now into the top 10 in that Lexus. Been there for a little while. He's managed to get the sole Lexus in the field inside the top 10. Doing pretty well for the number 2017, which is the Benari Racing Squad. Oh, Delgado getting squiggly there. In the Ferrari. Oh, that was close.
Oh, that could have ended up being a disaster there. It was like Santana just got a bit of a slow exit there, and just Degano had to take a bit of avoiding action there, but as I say that, Degano's making the move into turn 1. Can he get it stopped? No, he can't, so Santana takes that position back.
Frustration, it looks like. It kind of looks like he's Maybe getting a bit fed up being in the position he's in, because he's quite determined to try and get past. Now, several pit stops going on. Descalescu, the Romanian driver, the number 16 car, the Digital Racing Squad BMW, is in, along with Miato, the 73 Audi, and our race leading number 47, Chatska, has brought the car in. We are getting to the top of the first hour. First of 9. There's still Degano trying to get his way past Santana. Still, as yet, having to bide his time. This isn't going to end up a horrible mess somewhere. I mean, the Glitch Motorsport 770, he's not doing anything dangerous, but when you start to let that frustration get the better of you, it can lead to mistakes, which, again, so early on, you don't want. He's committed to the inside line. Wow. That was, a bit of a tap there. No harm, no foul. But, again, he was determined to get that done.
Yeah, pretty much. So he made the move up the inside, and he was pretty much the attitude of I'm coming through whether you like it or not. And there was a bit of door rubbing there, but nothing over the top. So Degano up in 5th place now, and these guys up at the front, especially this battle here, wouldn't surprise me if they dive into the pits within the next 2 laps.
Very true indeed. Like we said, most people sticking to, as far as we know, 60 to 65 minutes per stint, and indeed in comes Santana, 999 Ferrari. So all that effort Degano was trying to make, not necessarily for nothing, but was essentially undone as his playmate has come into the pits anyway. Now, Vininga in the 449 car leads the way. Barrera in the 501 Honda in 2nd. And Adami in the 158 Aston in 3rd. Degano now getting 5th position. Those pit stops going on. Now got 3 seconds to close in on Chico. Marcel Chico in the number 9 BR Racing BMW. Or he just needs to bide his time, get into the pits when his due time is, see what he chooses to do. And I would imagine now that Santana, the Ferrari he was sparring with, has come in, he might really push at this stage, try and overcut Santana in the treble 9 car. What they choose to do.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you've got about 3 minutes left, so still got some teams to make their pit stops by the looks of it, and looking at Thomas Suzuki currently in 12th for Full Boost Racing heading into the hairpin, and this is one of those slows. The Mercedes behind Suzuki goes a little bit wide, but goes. That's the thing with going wide into that hairpin on the back straight. If you go wide, you can cut back in and try and get a good exit, and it looks like that Mercedes of Suzuki has got a good run in the Aston Martin in front of him of Leonard. So, but again, it's just a matter of all 3 cars being evenly matched in a straight line as it looks like Thomas is trying to make a move, and I thought there was going to be a bit of contact there.
It was close. Quite the case. Further up front, Francesco Adamu, the 158 car in 3rd place. Still has a lot of cars buzzing around him. And again, people will be judging their stints on the people they're fighting with, and now you've got cars out of position. Adamu is in 3rd position on the tower, but with more than 2 cars directly ahead of him. Now this is going to be interesting with how the field are going to deal with backmarkers, and how the backmarkers themselves will really start to. I mean, they should just jump out of the way. These guys are very, very experienced in lapping and being lapped, but obviously depending on where your overall pace lies. But there will be times, especially with still having these big groups of cars clumped together, that the backmarker, minding his own business and involved in its own battle, might inadvertently influence the outcome of a particular group of cars.
Yeah, and that's the thing as well with the lapping cars in the long races such as this. you've got to be careful in lapping back markers, because obviously if a back marker in front of you's got another back marker, or if there's two back markers in front of you, and might be in their own battle, but it's one of those things. You don't want to be too hasty, or be too eager to try and make a move, because sometimes it can go horribly wrong. As it looks like Vakovsky's got a drive through down in 17th, so again I think that's a drive through for the good old track limits.
Indeed, indeed. I dare say, as we've seen a couple of them already in the first hour, we're going to see quite a few of them as the race goes on, particularly towards the end, when fatigue and tiredness will certainly be taking their toll. Darmu now in second with pit-stops going on. There's another one. That was Barrera, the 501 Honda, coming in. So Darmu, he's going to remain exactly because Wieninger has remained where he is. Yes, he does. Barrera and Gross in the 501 and 27 cars respectively have come in. Pretty decent drive from that Lexus. Quite some way down the order. And come over into sixth before its first pit stop. The 120 car, 120 Aston, is in. Look at that, 7th to 12th, all Aston Martins. India bringing in the 120 car for their stop. So once we've gone through another kind of 10 minutes or so, we'll start to see where, if the pecking order's changed to any significant degree. Of course, with the field really spreading out now, this will be when patience is really going to become key of getting past back markers, and we've already seen quite a few, shall we say, impatient moments going on. We'll see how the rest of the field do. Oh, there's there's that white, kind of dark pink Audi I mentioned, we talked about before, the number 47 car. It's the second of the Stiefdom car, the Rifle Test car. Oh no, that's our former race leader, beg your pardon. That has changed hand. Christoph Kleber now has that one. Good effort there. They had about 8-second lead in the hands of Nico Schatzker. Now, fellow countryman Christoph Kleber now takes over. See where he filters back out when all the stops are done, as that's not what Francisco Darby wants. Doesn't want to face below Audi on the exit on turn 15, even though that is the current race leader. We've got Wieninger got the exit of 15 a little bit wrong. It looks like these guys are extending a little bit. Ah, no. So in comes Adamu and Marcel Chica at the same time. So Wieninger will be in soon, but he's going a little bit longer than the Aston and the BMW behind him.
Yeah, excuse me. It looks like some teams are maybe trying to stretch out the stint as long as possible, and maybe try and leave it until the very last second, or the last few seconds of the stunt, then they dive into the pits. But trying to stretch out as long as possible. But that's the thing. If you're trying to stretch out as long as possible, you do run the risk of going over that stunt limit, and if you do, I believe you get a penalty for that. But still, some teams decide. In a way, it's good to try and stretch out a stunt, because when it comes to do, say for example, when it comes to doing your final pit stop, you maybe don't have to take as much fuel.
Yes, so those real strategy differences can make the difference at this stage, but it's really wise to try and make those strategy calls early and commit to it. And the drive-through penalty for the number 91 has now changed to a stop-go 30. Oh, now that is painful. So unless there's been a steward's decision, I bet he hasn't served the drive-through quick enough. We'll get an update on that one, but why that has been the case, I don't know. I'll see if I can get some information on that, but I suspect he hasn't served it quick enough. So he's the drive-through now is stop-go 30. You lose so much time with stop-go penalty. Good, well, 2 minutes at least you do. Which over 9 hours you can argue he's neither here nor there, but even still, it's never ideal to be losing that.
Yeah, that's the thing with the penalties as well. Getting them at this stage of the race, it can be frustrating, but it's obviously we've still got a long way to go. We've just got about probably 7 hours and 55 minutes remaining, so plenty of time to try and gain some track time back and some positions back. But as I look at the battle for 10th, 11th, and 12th, but I think as no, I take it back. It's 11th, 12th, and 13th with Hoyer, the Miato, and Chris Hack in 13th place for Wild Fringe Racing, and it's still some fantastic battles going on throughout the field. And I think, as you see there, the Audi of with Hackett, the wheels starting to close these two cars down slowly.
Yeah, absolutely. So top 5 cars all in the pits now. We look at Martin Hoyer, who's taken over the 501 Fusion Racing Honda. Keep wanting to say Mitchy Hoyer. No, he's in the top split. No, it's Martin Hoyer in this one. In a few Hondas in the series. Then Miato, who's still in command of the 73 Audi. As you say, Chris Hack in the number 26 car. Took over the Wild Things Racing Audi from was it? I think it was Sadiqat.
Let me have a.
Was it Phil?
Oh, it was Harry Phillips.
It was Harry Phillips. Yeah, I beg your pardon. So Patrick Sadiqat yet to take over the car. Martin then with the pit stop still serving has got the Fusion Racing Audi up into 3rd position. Honda, beg your pardon. Up into 3rd. With the Audi of Miato all over his tail. He has been for a while. So several teams going for a more kind of distributed driver stint lane. So several teams changing their drivers at this point. Some teams opting to double stint their drivers. Pros and cons in either way. I mean, not every driver could necessarily be available for the entire race. So could well be. Some drivers may not be available after a given time, so having to do their stints earlier on.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's the thing with these races as well. Even if all 3 drivers can't stay around, say if one has to go away, maybe family commitments, work commitments, or just has to go and attend to something else during the race, there's always 2 drivers around, and that's the thing with these races as well. Even if you don't have the full driver lineup around for the whole race, at least if you've still got 2 drivers around to do the rest of the race, which is quite handy. And with this battle as well, with Hoyer in 3rd place and also Miato at 4th, is still going on with Chris Hack was closing this battle down quite quickly, but it seems that he might have just dropped off, maybe made a mistake somewhere.
Could well have done. It probably just needs a little bit of time to familiarise himself with the car, having just jumped in it. Oh dear, and that's trouble. That's trouble for the Trouble 9 car. That's recently changed hands as well. That's Bonsfields that's taken over the black and green Ferrari, and was facing the wrong way. He's recently just taken that car over. We're talking about getting familiar with the car, and that is an ideal way to start the stint. Does he come in? Did he hit the wall? No, he is choosing to continue. So not ideal for the Emerald Racing Trouble 9 car, but with the first hour done, we're going to have some word from our commercial sponsors. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the opening round of the VCO Endurance Series here on ACC. This is the second split, rival split. You can see the left corner, and race being led once again by the number 47 car, the Team Stuten Reifentest Audi, now in the hands of Christoph Kleber. Back into the lead following the driver change. First round of pit stops all done. Now looking at Nikolai Navici, that is, the 808 Silver Racing Team Mercedes, facing the number 58 car, Ottens. 58 squad is the Hybrid Academy Aston Martin. Ryan Ottens from South Africa. We haven't been able to track every single team and every single driver change has gone on. Some drivers have opted to change after this first stint. A few of them are still staying in the car. So before they can't do more than 3 hours, or much more than 3 hours. 195 minutes is the maximum any one driver can do. 60 to 65 minute stint is the expected stick length from our drivers, but most of the field now spread out and settled into their rhythm. It's been quite an intense first hour as Ryan Walker rejoins me in the box.
Yeah, it's been quite a first hour. It's pretty much been accident filled, and we've had some drivers having little incidents from time to time, and I think it's just that phase of the race at the first stint, everyone's just trying to settle down and just trying to get into a rhythm. But there's been plenty of battles going on, and after the pit stops, it seems to be, hopefully I'm not jinxing it, but it seems to be relatively calm at the moment. But still, as I look at the battle for 14 and 15 between Rosso and Budsville, sorry, apart from that, it's the race has been pretty good so far, and it's been good fun again to call it alongside you, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely so. Now, just before the commercial break, we did see the Treble 9 Ferrari facing the wrong way after Demia Bonsvilles took over the Treble 9 car. The Spanish squad, that's the XBD Emerald Racing Ferrari, started by Yvette Santana, dueling quite nicely with the 770 Ferrari, the Glitz Motorsport car. At the time being, still is actually driven by Luca Degano. Now finds himself a little bit further down the field. There is the 71 Mercedes. Of Samir Smogi, the Akidos Racing number 71 car. Here from Germany to do battle with the 69 McLaren of Nadinsky. 69 car Limitless Speed Drivers team. Daniel Nadinsky from Germany. Two countrymen doing battle through the twisty section. One of them having an advantage, it would seem, at this point. Still finding, even an hour and a quarter in, we still have clumps of cars together, either ready to put pressure on one another, or like these two are, keeping each other company. Oh, that's not an ideal line though for the Merc. It's going to cost him a few tenths over the McLaren. Literally, as I said it, may have given Nardinsky the bit of breathing space he needs to get away.
Yeah, Samir displayed. It was just that entry to the run up to the hairpin on the back straight. He just kind of the entry. He never got it right, and it compromised his exit. But still, even with the ballast that some of these cars have got, the race has still been really close, and there hasn't been anything to separate any of these drivers or teams. So it's still a close racing nevertheless, and there's a battle for 7th place between the Mawicki and the Muscat. Actually, I take that back. It's Ottens and the Porcupine. Sorry, I'm looking at so much going on. It's hard to keep up.
Yeah, absolutely. So the pair of Assets, 467, and the 58 cars. And Ryan Oxford, we were looking at earlier, the South African driver, he was arguing with Vici in the 808 Mercedes earlier on. See, they have swapped rounds. Merck now leads Aston. Ryan Otten's not prepared to just sit on that one. He's going to try and wrestle that position back. Even though it's someone down the field, no one driver is just going to give up the pursuit. Fight for every single point they can possibly get. To not quite able to get the job done before the twisties. No disrespect there. It's very difficult to make a pass from turn 1 down to 3, 4 and 5. Before we get into this section where making an overtake is near impossible unless someone makes quite a serious mistake. Out of the twisties now towards turn 11, the next prime overtaking spot just up the road. You can just see again, that is a trick name, Porsche Perry, I think it is, in the 467 car. I'll look that up shortly. Here's the opportunity for Ryan Oxford. Big slipstream down the back straight towards turn 12. Just moved out from the slipstream of the Merc. This should be a fairly straightforward move for the Aston. Does he get it done? We've seen plenty of side-by-sides already through this section of the circuit, and yeah, the 808 car, Vicky doesn't fancy that one to sit behind the Aston Martin, but again, I expect this battle is going to go on for quite a while.
Indeed, and yeah, that straight line speed of the Aston Martin down the straight was just unbelievable, because Otten's got a good run on a good run there, and they managed to get the move done before the end of the back straight. And it looked like it wasn't an easy pass, but he managed to get the move done. And I have to say, I do like that look around the Aston Martin. It looks very nice.
Yeah, it does.
It's very simplistic. It's a bit of a checkered flag style to it.
Yeah, that on the doors, and there's quite a nice blue artistic effect on the nose. Oh, that's clever in the 47 car, being challenged for the lead from De Havelander. I haven't got his name right all race long. Now that's interesting, because Christoph Kleber had a bit of a lead, so he's made a mistake somewhere, or he's had some kind of incident, and now the Bentley has taken over the race lead. The 349 car, a little bit deep into turn 12, but should be able to maintain that. Now, has Christoph Kleber in the Stiftung Rheinfest Audi come to grief somewhere? Because they were 8 seconds in the lead before the pit stop happened. It makes me think he potentially had a spin. I mean, all the car looks like he's in the right shape. So his rear wing's still attached. But, he's lost quite a bit of time somewhere.
Yeah, it was 8 seconds up the road. I believe that might have been a spin, or maybe made a mistake. Maybe, I don't know if he maybe went over one of those sausage curbs and it's caused him to spin, but yeah, the 8-second lead is just pretty much evaporated now, and the 349 Bentley's starting to just scupper away.
Certainly has. Doesn't look like at this point Audi has got too much of an answer, because there's already a little bit of breathing space between the two cars. Now, would indicate that the Audi may well be damaged, because Christoph Kleber, got in the car on the hour mark, or thereabouts, seemed to be on the pace. So we also look at Francesco Adamu, who stayed in the 158 Aston Martin. He's challenging Chris Hack in the 26 Audi. Pro Esports LFM car. He's had that one since the race start. 26 Audi has changed hands. The Wild Things Audi. Chris Hatton taken over from Harry Phillips. The car, that's up to 6th now. We're having a look. We'll be behind the Audi for too long. Chris Hack, the basic in behind. We will see. Keeping an eye on that the gap between De Havelander and Christoph Kleber. Let's see if that is continuing to increase. 7/10 of a second. Either the car is not to Kleber's liking, or In fact, that's hit something at the stage.
Yeah, also it could be a case as well that maybe maybe they're struggling with something like tyre pressures. Like I know in ACC when they sometimes depending on what the track temperature is, maybe not track temperature, ambient temperature. My apologies. The tyre pressures can sometimes start to drop off. So maybe Chris is struggling with that slightly, or maybe it's just maybe just maybe not feeling as comfortable with the car or the setup. That maybe just doesn't want to push too much in case he makes a mistake. But yeah, it starting to fall back slowly, and just looking at him now, Adamu is just right behind him, and it looks like Francesco's about to get a good run in the exit at the final corner, and maybe get a slipstream and make a move into turn one. But yeah, clearly Chris is struggling.
Yeah, looks like it. Chris Hack. Oh, he's under pressure from Francesco Adamu. Can the Aston slow down? No, he's overcooked turn one. No, Francesco is determined to get that move done in the Aston Martin. At the moment, unable to do so as we come back to Demir Bonfils in the 999 Ferrari. Now dueling with Rosu in the number 16 BMW. That's George Teodor Rosu, the Romanian driver for the Digital Racing Squad in the BMW. Bonfils now. As far as I know, the Ferrari didn't hit anything. We kind of caught the spin as it was concluding. He may well have caught something else. So the car looks like it's in the right shape. But hopefully he'll be able to regain some of the lost ground and start to catch back up to the 770 car. But it's very easy to say. It's a very difficult thing to execute. There is Chris Hack still challenging Adamu. We saw the Aston make the move. The Audi is trying to reclaim that position for Wild Things Racing. At the moment, no such luck for the third Audi in the field. These Audi may not, at this stage in the race, have an answer to Francesco Adamu. See how that unfolds, and keeping an eye on that top lost 2 seconds now that the Haverlander has to himself. And like you say, Ryan, that could be a mixture of Kleber just taking these, maybe a little easier at this stage, and James just gunning it. Again, we don't know what strategies these guys are following. I know that Kleber has took over the car top of the first hour. He didn't start the car, so he still has to do 3 hours in it. As Bonfils makes the big move on the inside of the final turn for 14th on Rosu. Looks like he's got the move done, has he? As the BMW coming back at him. Did get the move done, but the BMW had the better traction from that final turn. Sideline of turn 1. 14th position back to Rosu in the number 16 car.
Yeah, that was a good move there, and good respectful driving from Demir as well to leave some room heading across the home straight. He could have obviously been a bit more forceful and tried to defend the position, but I think he probably realised that Rosu is probably maybe the quicker driver, and maybe just has a bit more pace. And as you see there, Rosu is starting to pull away now.
Yes, so as much as Bonfils was benefiting from the slipstream of the BMW does have a little bit of pace advantage over the Ferrari over the course of the 9 hours. We will see. There's that really multicoloured car we saw of Ryan Ottens in the background. So it's difficult to miss that one. South African squad, the 58 car. Daniel Rowe and JW Volchenk also due to take command of that one. There's the 903 car. Mikhail Ermakov now has command of the Honda. He is challenging the French Honda, the number 79. That's the G League Esports car. Kowalski Funky Cops. His goal. If that is his name, then that's slightly unusual. It translates differently in French. The French car holding off the advances of the 903. The Armamentario Gold Honda. Being piloted seat by Ermakov. The Russian driver. Oh, that car looks a little bit unhappy. Through the S's. That's the thing as well with trying to set these cars up for the multiple drivers is always very, very difficult. You've got to make sacrifices in some areas for some drivers so that overall you can set the best lap time you can. But some drivers prefer the car loose, some understeery, etc., etc. Is there a particular modus operandi you're aware of for doing car strategies for endurance races, Ryan?
I think yeah. The thing I've always been told about endurance races, and when it comes to doing setups, is always make sure you set the car up so that every driver's comfortable with it. Like you say, you've got to make a compromise sometimes. That some drivers that may like a loose setup, you may have to compromise and drive an understeer setup slightly, just because it's more stable, and maybe it's maybe the slower driver in the lineup, it feels a lot more comfortable having a bit of understeer and a bit more stability. I guess it comes down to making sure all the drivers are comfortable, but sometimes when it comes to making the setup, it's so difficult to hit that sweet spot, because like you say, some drivers prefer a loose setup or oversteery setup, and other drivers say like a bit of understeer because it's more stable. Yeah, in high speed corners, for example, it can compromise you, but it's just one of those things that sometimes it's so difficult to try and nail that setup. In a way, I find that when it comes to doing the setup, it's always better to go with a bit of understeer, even if it means you lose a bit of time. But as you look at Sasaglata and that Venari racing the Lexus, 7th, and it looks like he's made a move on Chris Hack to take that 7th place away from him.
That 26 Audi is going to fall a little bit. Venari Lexus, initially started by Nicholas Gross, now handed over to countryman Sasaglata. See what he can do. The sole Lexus in the field. It's been climbing its way through the field. Sorry, after the kind of initial melee of the first few laps, it got itself inside the top 10, now up to 7th place. Doing different pit stop strategies, of course, running the field out a little bit. But the German team doing pretty well in that Lexus that's probably a bit underpowered, or certainly lacking in speed compared to some of the others. Pretty good job of staying within the top 10. See the gap between themselves and Chris Hack behind. Luck and his pace that's doing it. There's Luca Dogano still in command. The Eclipse Motorsport 770 car. Now on the tail, found a new playmate in the form of the 449 car, the Audi, in command, being commanded by Vinevicic, I think it's pronounced. Again, apologies if not. Trying to find some pace to get past him. Taking long to find a new playmate. If he does get past the Audi, he won't have long to find some more, as the gap's rather a little bit spread apart. There's still only a few seconds apart the car, which after an hour and a half, not at all.
Indeed, as they coming across the line, they've got the battle for 11th and 12th, I believe it was. But yeah, just looking at the slope throughout the field, it's spread out slightly, but still we've got some close battles on track still. But I think it's just the nature of after the first set of pit stops, the field spreads out, and it gives some of these drivers a chance to just settle down and not get basically get into a rhythm and not have that pressure behind them or in front of them, or having to maybe just think about stuff. It gives them a chance to just relax and just they kind of just go around doing laps and finishing their stints. But excuse me, the second set of pit stops is where it's probably when we'll see most of these teams starting to do driver swaps.
Absolutely.
Or more teams do driver swaps, I should
more
say.
teams do driver swaps, yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit of but
yeah, absolutely so.
Yeah, some teams have done driver swaps already. Maybe just some teams you might see doing single stints and maybe changing drivers, sticking a fresh driver in. Other teams might try and stretch out a one driver stint as long as possible, and then basically maybe try and stick in their maybe not slower driver, but maybe a driver that's not such as quick. Maybe stick them in for this middle part.
Yeah, again, that's another thing that another strategy element that these teams have to consider is who their stronger driver at a given circuit is. Again, someone may have more experience or just be naturally quicker here in Kota, but may well not necessarily carry that pace advantage through the rest of the season. So, whilst early on we saw the number 47 car, build up a bit of a lead, they now find themselves in third. Now, I was surmising earlier whether that car has got damaged because they did lose. It looked like they lost quite a lot of time in one go. And then Miato has got past them in the 73 car, the Class Sim Sport car. Andrea Miato from Italy. Those two are well, certainly Miato has been doing battle with someone all race long. He's now got himself past the former race leader. Is that down to damage, or is that down to the fact that Chris Kleber may be a little bit slower than the rest of the team? And so we don't know. We can only surmise. Don't discount them because again, it could just be that Kleber is a little bit slower on raw lap time than the rest. Plenty of still got 7.5 hours yet. We can't predict who's going to do well with the rest of the time. Oh, and there's trouble. That's a Videnovic. So we saw was who Degano was closing in on. Suddenly now spun off into the infield. Funnily enough, I was just going to come on to say that we don't know who's going to have trouble. And there we go. We've just seen the side-by-side Esports number 449 car. So we don't know what led to the spin, but something has sent him off into the grass, and he's lost one position and quite a bit of time as a result.
Yeah, I've just got a sneaky feeling that might have been through the S's possibly. Maybe clipped one of those sausage curbs and maybe just tried to go too quickly and maybe just ran wide and clipped the sausage curb and it sent him into a spin. But yeah, not a good thing for him. It's a good thing for him to happen there because he'll probably lost some positions and some time as well. So not what you want in a race like this, but still you've still got a long time to go in this race still. So plenty of time to regain time and some positions as well. But look at the battle for 11th and 12th at the moment between Baron there. I probably boots that, but anyway. And so on it in 12th.
Indeed. Yeah, very, very true. Yes, that's Barindia, who's still in command of the 120 car. He started that one. The Alex Cascata. I can't say that either. As the Romanian squad, or one of our Romanian squads, there's a few all Romanian driver lineups in this particular split. This one's not one of them. The Treble 9 car. This is the Spanish team, the PD Emerald Racing Ferrari. In command, or being commanded by, okay, I'm hopefully getting this pronunciation right, Demaya Bonsfils, or Bonfils probably. Still trying to chase off the number 16 car, George Teodor Rosu. And he is a Romanian driver. That is one of our Romanian squads. The Digital Racing Squad BMW 16 car in 14th. And since the spin that Demaya found himself in, had to contend with that BMW. And we didn't see the Ferrari hit anything. We don't know whether the car has got any damage, but yet managed to overcome the BMW. That again could be, difference in driver pace that we were talking about earlier. And it'll be able to immediately recover the ground lost. Whoa, that is close. Very nice on the brakes. The BMW has a bit more grunt down the straight.
Yeah, I thought I was going to end up in contact there for a second, and the Via just I think he's overran his braking point slightly into the chicane, and that's compromised his exit there. So, but still, that BMW in a straight line, it's got some grunt, and managed to pull away ever so slightly. But I think this battle will probably close up in a few moments' time, and I think it looks like the Via's probably slightly quicker at the moment, but it's just a case, the same old case of trying to get by and being close, but just not being able to get by. And I think it's going to be a case of if Rosu makes a mistake.
And that's what he's trying to force. There's Martin Hoyer, who took over the Fusion Racing 501 Honda at the last stop, which was about 40 minutes ago. He is hot on the heels of Christoph Kleber in the race leading Audi. That's really, really deep. Martin getting that turn all wrong. Turn 8, I think. Turn 6, somewhere around like somewhere through the twisties. Will cost him a few tenths, but he probably, he won't have gotten out of slipstream range, so he will be able to close the Audi back down. For whatever reason, something distracted him. Again, if there is a bit of a pace difference between himself and Christoph Kleber in the 47 car, and he may have just caught the Audi a little bit quicker than he was anticipating, which then forced him at least to make the right decision and get out of the way rather than slam into the back of the Audi, if indeed that was what was going on. There's Antti Salonen. Oh, there's the sausage curb in action. So Barindia in the 120 car, the lead Aston in the race, catching that one very, very hard. Of course, that just completely lifts the car off the road and through into, I beg your pardon, it's not the lead Aston, that's a Damu in the 158 kit. It's Antti Salonen for the Griffiths Racing, Griffiths Engineering number 11 Aston, taking over the 11th place.
Yep, and it looked like Miranda just turned in too early and clipped that sausage curve as we saw there, and it just made the car bounce in the air, and it compromised his exit, and Salonen took advantage of that and managed to gain a position. But further up the field, they've got battle for 6 and 7 between Adamu and Glatter is starting to heat up now, and Glatter has absolutely just been on a charge, and he's managed to close that gap down, and it looks like the German is about to make a move into turn 1.
Here he goes, yeah. Glatter, can he slow the car down? It's going to struggle, I think. He's been a little bit deep. Back around the outside. Oh no, Sasha Glatter. Wow, managed to out-accelerate the Aston on the way down the road and has retaken the spot. So that is now 6th. 12 Ferrari. Francesco Adamu couldn't really push back on that one. Tried his best. In the end, it was advantage Lexus on the way down there. He's got some time to make up before he catches up with the number 9 car that is now in the hands of Rodriguez. That's Diego Rodriguez, the Spaniard, the SPR Racing Team BMW. We saw started by Marcel Chico. Now in the hand of Diego Rodriguez. There it is, just going out of the shot. The overall target for Sasha Glatter. Now, again, this will be where the ballast is making a difference. As Ryan was explaining earlier on, the isn't necessarily the quickest car out there, but it has, I believe, the smallest ballast budget to utilise. Look that up. Yes, it does indeed. It only has 30 kilos to utilise through the entire season, and it's using 10 of them in this race. So they opted not to completely compromise their race and use all of it in one go, which they could have done. They can use them, each team can use a maximum of 30 kilograms of ballast per race, and they could have used all of it in this race to get it out of the way, but instead they've gone for more even distribution. It's certainly paying off for them at this stage. So they were outside the top 10 on the grid. Just up 6th place. Good job of building up a gap back to a Derby behind.
Yeah, indeed, that Lexus as well. Not the most favourable or used car at the moment, but still somehow the Sassagata and his team seem to be making it work. Somehow with that less ballast, seems to be working like a charm at the moment. As they're up in the top 6 at the moment. But looking further back in the field, you're looking at Michelle Porsche Pine at the moment. The Aston Martin for full boost racing, and just starting to close down another Aston Martin of Stokes in front of him in 20th place, the 166 car. So it looks like plenty of Aston Martins out in the track, but still good to see a bit of the odd variety with the Lexus, for example, on the track.
Yeah, very true. And for a while, we did have most of our Astons all together, but with the different strategies and now different drivers and cars, there's changed a bit. There's Piers Stockton, the number 46, Rising Panda Racing. One of the there's 2 Rising Panda teams out there. So the number 46 McLaren, British driver. A little further down the field, still pressing on nonetheless. He's keeping the 77 BMW company. It's the Lightspeed by MC Schaumburg BMW company, currently in the hands of Frederick Gutmann. There they are. So that is for 25th position. Oh, that's a bit deep. Stockton. Yeah, he couldn't get close to the apex on that occasion. I know there's different ways of taking certain corners, but you still need to be fairly close to the apex. Certainly wasn't one of them. Still pressing on. I think we have, from our starting 31, I think we've only got a couple of them. Well, they seem to have been in the pits for a long time. Yeah, one car that has been in the pits for about 40 laps is the 991. That was being driven by Bastian Lindner. Uncomfortable name to say. That's the Garage 991 car. It came to a very early end, unfortunately. Everyone else actually is still running, so it is just a single car we've lost so far. After a couple of hours, that is not bad at all. But that mistake that we saw from Stockton, that's dropped him a couple of seconds behind Gutmann now. Well, the race was a little bit lonely. Number 46 car. There's Bonsfields once more. Still keeping George Rosu company. 16. Digital Racing Squad Beamer. Fending off the advances of the treble 9 Ferrari. Oh, and again, the Ferrari looked a little bit uncomfortable there. Doesn't look quite settled. As Ryan was explaining earlier, you do have to make compromises in the setup, so that may not be entirely to Bonsfield's liking. Another car coming in the pits, the 368 Honda coming in. We can see on the tower there. Second pit stop now starting to come in. Some people pitting earlier rather than later. And these teams would have practiced their various strategies time and time again. They know what they're going for, but they do still have to adjust it on the fly, either damage or maybe a driver has doesn't have as much time as they initially thought. The start of the race was delayed a little bit. Might impact some drivers. There's Lucas Degane still in command of the Glitch Motorsport 770 Ferrari. Into 9th, Chris Hack just ahead of him. 26 Audi. Into the pits comes the 449 car. Vidanovic. Saw that car having a bit of a moment earlier on. We'll see if that's being handed over. Vidanovic took that one over at the last stint, so see if they're doing a constant rotation. Each driver just single stinting. there any particular advantage to double stinting drivers that you'd think of, Ryan, or is it kind of personal preference?
I think it comes down to, if you look, I can't remember exactly. I think sometimes changing drivers, it can save a bit of time in the pit stops. Maybe if you're trying to do double stint drivers, it can save you time definitely. But I think it comes down to, on the other hand, it comes down to whether the drivers are comfortable double stinting or trying to do maybe try to do a long stint if they feel comfortable with it. But I think sometimes you'll see drivers maybe just single stinting drivers, maybe sticking in a fresh driver at every stop. But obviously, it comes down to basically if a driver needs to pop off from time to time or needs to pop away, after you stint, you try and keep one driver in as long as possible. Maybe try and get as much driver time out of them as possible.
Fair enough. Fair enough indeed. Continue to look at Dogano. Chasing off after, or still trying to chase off after Chris Eck. There is Sasha Glatter. It's not taking him too long, has it, to close in on the back of Rodriguez in the number 9 BMW. I mean, you could argue that that's actually showing that the ballast system, the way it's set up, is working rather nicely.
Yeah, absolutely. I was going to say Sasha Glatter is not wasting any time closing down Rodriguez now. He's right onto the back of him heading into turn 1, and it wouldn't surprise me if Sasha tries to make a move on the back straight, and definitely you can definitely see the proof that the ballast or less ballast on the Lexus is definitely working well.
Yeah, absolutely so. So now he's got to try and find a way past the BMW. Oh, he's gotten very, very close. The cornering efficiency of that Lexus is really, really strong. He doesn't have massive amount of time to close in on cars ahead of the BMW either. So might we see the Lexus challenge for the lead towards the tail end of the race? So there's a big prediction, as well as that car, like everyone else's, is going to change hands a few times. Riding on board with Sasha Glatter, that beautiful roaring Lexus engine in full song, and he's not hanging around behind Daniel Rodriguez, and that's a fairly straightforward move. Yeah, Rodriguez didn't fight that one.
That was a great move from Sasha. He got a great run down the back straight, and as soon as he got alongside Rodriguez, I think it was just it was pretty much a case of him coming through, and Sasha managed to get the move done, and he's up into P5 now. So Sasha and the Denari Racing team are making good progress.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. And like I said, the sole Lexus out there now is in the top 5. There's Bourneville once more. Still can't find a way past the number 16 BMW. And this must be very, very frustrating to Ferrari, because he can close it down. But the BMW just has the pace at the right times to keep the 999 Ferrari behind. This is going to be very frustrating as a driver, that you're fairly confident you're quicker than the car ahead of you, but you just cannot find a way past it. Keeping that, keeping you cool under these kind of conditions is another thing that separates the good from the great. And I know that if I start to get frustrated, I start to make mistakes. So, to be a Bondsville, it looks like he has a bit of a pace advantage, because he's able to close back in on that BMW if he does lose time. But it's all well and good closing them down. Overtaking is always another matter entirely.
And then just watch that BMW as well, especially on the exit of slow speed corners. It seems to be the BMW, when it gets on the power, is just able to pull away ever so slightly.
Yeah, so it's got the power at the right times, which will no doubt be further frustrating. Bondsford. There's Diego Rodriguez, who's just lost that 5th position to Glatter in the Lexus, and then behind there is Francesco Adamu, the 158 car. So Diego may well be under pressure by the lead Aston before long. we will see. We are approaching the top of the second hour here at VCO. Circuit of the Americas. See what he is able to do with that one. So Glatter now has 4 seconds to close in, and the race leading car, 349 Bentley, is in. So is de Havilland going to hand that one over this time. That's 2 stints he's done. He's certainly used up quite a bit of his 195-minute allocation. Is he going to hand that over? Will he share the toys? The answer is we will see. Will he share the VRM Racing Bentley? It's either going to be Jordan Burns or Felipe Moreira. Again, not 100% sure how that's pronounced. Apologies for getting that wrong. There's another battle that's formed. That's Nardinsky. Nardazinski, I beg your pardon. In the Limitless Speed Drivers 69 McLaren. That's trying to get past Muscat in the 35 BMW. Yeah, Sheldon Muscat has had that car since the start of the race as well. The Geeks Energy Sim Racing BMW. Again, proving difficult to pass. Oh, I thought he was going for the defensive move. I thought he was going to go for the pits there, but he's opted not to. And de Havilland is still in the 349 car. So you can't go to the end, James. You've got to share the toys at some point.
Yeah, I've got a feeling if James is staying in the car for another stint, I'll be some going. But I believe, just as I say that, I believe they may have done a driver swap by the looks of it.
You may well be right on that one, because it doesn't update immediately. It updates on the next time they cross a timing line. So, Nadazinski looked like he was going a bit hot there into the S's, but of course he's in the dirty air of the BMW, which certainly won't help the cornering efficiency of the McLaren. Does keep the car pointing in the right direction. And yes, that 349 car has indeed changed hands. That's the Portuguese driver, Felipe Moreira. That's as close as I'm going to get to that name, I think. I've said it several different ways every time I've tried to read the name out. But down to 16th. Not bad whatsoever. Several other pit stops going on. There's Chris Hack coming in as well in the 26 car. So we look at Luca Degano now free of Playmate in what will become, or what is already, 7th position. He's got about 5 seconds to close down before he finds Francesco Adamu in the 158 car. Will the 26 change hands? See when he comes back out.
So the Degano, they just coming through the S's now, and they quite getting to that stage of where the next set of pit stops are starting to happen now, and they also in the pits as well. So some teams are they're doing what they've done in the first pit stop. They just decided to pit early, round about probably about the 3-minute remaining mark every hour. So I'll be interested to see if that strategy works out, but other teams obviously tried to stretch the stints out as long as possible, and I think Chris Hack's still in the pits, so I wonder if Wildfines Racing are they maybe deciding to do a driver swap and they just single stint their drivers, and it looks like Rosso might be doing the same, but obviously we won't know until they cross the timing line for it to update.
There's Degano in the Glitz Motorsport 770. There's a couple of Glitz Motorsport cars out there. Ferrari, lead of the Ferraris at the moment. There aren't many out there, admittedly. Only 3 of them. Well, we started with 3, I should say. There's Mikolai Navicki in the 808 car. It's the Silver Racing Team Eurowash Mercedes. On the back of Ryan Ottens. Well, Ryan Ottens is the next guy he is challenging a position for. Using all of the On the rumble strip, absolutely fine. Nothing wrong with that at all. Ryan Otter's the 58. Aston Martin, the checkered liveried car, already ahead. South African team. Right in the middle of the field, number 13th position. With Mariah and the 349 freshly handed over Bentley. There's another couple of lead cars in, the 73 and 47 Audis. Miato and Kleber both brought their cars in. We'll see soon whether they've changed hands. And in comes Ryan Ottens as well in the 58 Aston Martin. More pit stops to fulfill. There's Francesco Adamo, who's had command of the Ida Pro Esports 158 Aston for quite a while. He is hustling hard Dan Rodriguez in the number 9 BMW, the Spaniard. Who is going to win out in the braking zone of turn 12. And Rodriguez doesn't want to give Adamo the advantage, so goes to the middle. Makes Adamo choose between the racing line or the one filled with marbles. Oh, and a bit of a punch in the face as well between the BMW and the Aston. Wow, look how defensive Rodriguez is going. He does not want to let Adamo through whatsoever.
You know, it's like Adamo's trying to make a move up the inside. He's got the move done. There's a bit of a argy-bargy there, a bit of door rubbing, but Adamo manages to get the move done. And I've got a feeling that both these cars are going to dive into the pits at the end of this lap. So I think that might be why Adamo was trying to get by as quickly as possible, and maybe a bit of trap position before coming into the pits.
Could well be. We'll see your predictions right. The Aston, no, they've opted. Oh, wrong cars. Yeah, I looked away at the wrong moment there. I can see someone's in. That's Glatter, I think we can see on the right hand side. He's brought the Lexus in. As we continue to look at Rodriguez. Now behind Adamo. They have opted to continue. For the time being, at least. It could be that one's waiting for the other to jump. You know, Rodriguez now being the car behind, he could be waiting for Adamo to make, you know, to pull the trigger first. And we will see if that is the case, as that is 2 hours down. And just under 7 now to go, as Bonfils has brought in the 999 Ferrari as well. We'll catch up with them in a bit to see if they have changed hands, but that is at the moment given the lead over to the 501 car, with Martin Hoyer at the wheel. Now that's changed hands. Patrick Sadiqit in the 26 Audi. That's for the Wild Things Racing team. Has taken that one over. That was Chris Hack that's handed that over. So all 3 of their drivers have now had the car for a while. It looks like they are on for one stint. One driver change per stint. It's absolutely fine. Piers Stockton is in as well in the number 46 McLaren. That's the second place McLaren. That's the Rising Panda Racing Squad. You can hand that over to either Michael Loeffler of Germany or Christian Kamprieger, who started it, or hang on to it if he chooses to double stint the car, of course. See the cat. Sometimes, putting in a driver that has got a bit less fatigue, so a bit rested, is a great way of kind of capitalising being in a pack. With the field now spread out like this, I imagine that's probably not on the mind of whoever is calling the shots. Oh, Rodriguez is in. I think the number 9 car has come in. Can't quite see from the tower whether Adamo is in as well. There is another change going on, the 449 car. Predrag Yevremovic. Again, probably not getting that quite right, but that's what I've had to go with. Oh, fairly straightforward move on Stokes there. The 166 Aston. You do have to concede that when the move is done, there's no point trying to defend it. as Sammy Smogy actually muscles his way past the Aston as well. But goodness me, and it's all going off here. But the Aston is actually suddenly slowed down.
Yeah, that was a bit. I think Luke Stokes might have just compromised his exit there. Tried to go for a move, but unfortunately, he cost himself or kind of shot himself in the foot there. But I think I don't know, maybe some contact happened that they missed, but still managed to keep going. By looking at the Patrick at the moment for Wild Funds Racing, they just took over from Chris Hack, and I have to agree. I think this team here could be probably single stinting drivers, by making sure that they've got a fresh driver in for each stint. But I think as the race goes on, depending on where they are in the pack, if they're in contention for a good result, you might see them maybe trying to double stint drivers as we get towards the end of the race, maybe trying to save some time. Someone's went well off there into the gravel.
Oh yeah, that's caused the yellows to come out. I missed who it was.
I never saw it happen, but I just caught that as I looked back at my my main monitor. That was a bit of a high speed off there. That was Carlos Collado.
Oh no, he's just taken over that car, the Spanish team. That was the number 9 BMW that was right up towards the sharp end before the last stopped. That's several times we've seen that, isn't it? As the new drivers go in the car, they haven't quite got the feel of it. They remember what the car's like when it's empty, when you get the fastest laps you can, but you need to think about when it's very, very heavy, full load of fuel. That's got several drivers that have come in. Michael Hoyer is in as well, was the race leading 501 car. The race lead now handed over to Francesco Adamo. He obviously didn't follow the number 9 BMW in when they were fighting. As we continue to look at Patrick Sedekat on the back of Nadarzinski in the 69 McLaren. Hoyer, looks like he's going to come out around about 5th place. There's quite a gap between 5th and 6th at the moment. That is a pretty good effort for that Honda. Although he's just been passed by Moira in the 349 Bentley. Oh, is this a move then from the Wild Things Audi? He's committed to the inside line. Can he slow it down? Yeah, there was no challenge there. There was no defense offered by Nadarzinski. You have to be sensible in knowing who you're realistically fighting against. If you know that there's a faster driver behind you, sometimes it is better just to let them go.
Yeah, and that's the thing with Nadarzinski as well. I think he realised that he's not as quick as Patrick, and I think he just realised it's maybe best is to let him by and tuck him behind, and just kind of because Nadarzinski is not really under pressure from behind either, so he can't afford to let Patrick by, and maybe just settle down and just do his thing as I say that Nadarzinski just about ran into the back of Patrick there, so a bit of a close call.
That was very, very close indeed. One of those clenching moments for all concerned. As Adamo has brought in the race leading car. Race lead's changed hands a few times, but it isn't mainly changed hands through pit stop strategies. The 158 car now being brought in for the second time. See if Adamo is going to hand that one over, along with the 79 Honda is coming in as well. Can Sedekat now build a bit of a gap, and you can see that one has already started to build. So Nadarzinski probably made the right call there in just letting Patrick go, conceding that they are a bit quicker at this stage. You're only going to cost both of you time if you try and defend against a much quicker car. But it is now Luca Degano in the 770 Ferrari that leads the way. Oi, that's close. There's Carlos Collado following his off earlier on. Now trying to find a way past Luke Stokes in the 166 Aston. And then right ahead of them is Samir Smogy in the 71 Aston. 71 Mercedes, sorry. This surely is a is a straightforward move for Collado. Side by side, although Aston is giving him a run for his money. The Spaniard should have an easy move on the inside line. Or is he? As the Brit is trying to do an outside maneuver on the way down the hill. But no, has to concede that one. As the Spaniard then for SRP Racing gets up back up into 14th place. I'm going to start to try and make some inroads in the 71 Mercedes ahead.
Yeah, good move from Carlos. He saw the opportunity and got a run on Stokes and across the start finish line and managed to get the move down into turn 1. And Stokes tried to do a bit of a cutback, but just didn't manage to do it. And I think Carlos is getting back into that rhythm and starting to get back on the pace now. And I think that mistake he did through the S's, I think it might have just been a case of being caught out in cold tyres.
Yeah, very true. Because again, the tyres will lose temperature for the amount of time that it's in the pits for. Estefano Barrera in the 501 Fusion Racing Honda. The Colombian driver. That was Martin Hoyer that had it in the previous stint, but it was Estefano that started the car. And their third driver is Wes Hepburn from Canada. So there's quite a big time difference there. Whoa! Well observed by Estefano there. That could have been nasty. That's Glasser in the Lexus rather ahead. Just made a tiny mistake coming through turn 19. As Dean Vella in the 35 car, who's just taken that over, has just earned himself a drive-through penalty. And that's another thing to bear in mind. That if you wonder why in the car, it's the car or the team that has the warning, not the driver. So you as a driver may just get in the car, just make one small mistake, and suddenly you've earned yourself a drive-through.
Yep, absolutely. And if a driver from your team gets a drive-through, it probably can be frustrating, but there's not really any use getting frustrated if your driver just picked up a drive-through. It's just one of those things you've got to bite your tongue and just deal with it and just get on with it, because there's still a long way to go in this race. Just under 6 minutes, basically just 6 minutes and just under 50 minutes remaining. So still a long way to go in this race. But looking at Sasa Glatter, currently 5th now, and trying to make a move on it looks like Tiss into the hairpin before the back straight, and it looks like Sasa Glatter is about to get a great run. And someone gets a bit sideways there in the background. Sasa Glatter got a run, and again, proof that less battles seems to be paying off, and it's working beautifully in this Lexus.
That Lexus is stormy. It's great to see. I'm a big fan of an underdog story, and that being the only Lexus in the field, that's absolutely fantastic to see, side by side with the number 47 Audi, and that job done. I say job done, and then immediately Cheese tries to make the attack in a car that was leading the way. And now Sasha Glasser's had something to say about it, and up into 4th. And again, their qualifying wasn't as strong as what the race pace would be, and maybe they concentrated purely on race pace and opted not to really concentrate on a strong qualifying session, and that would make sense in a 9-hour race.
Yeah, absolutely. And just watching Sasa's just pulling away now, but further back we've got the battle for P24 and P25 going on between Tony Rule and T Rule and D Vela as well. So coming through the exit of the S's now, and this is probably one of the trickiest sections to get right, because you want to get in the power and carry as much speed as possible. But this section here on the exit, if you go too wide, you can pick up an off track and possibly get as we've seen several times this race so far, you can get a drive through. I think this is something that the drivers are maybe having to think about now. They want to push, but if you push too much and run wide in some places, you'll end up getting them a drive through, and a drive through the pit lane quota is pretty much excruciating.
Yeah, it's a long pit lane. I mean, you never want to pick one up, but at some tracks it is really, really, really bad. Silverstone, another prime example. That pit lane is so long. You pick one up in someone like Monza, it's not quite as bad. But either way, still time to try and recover from these kind of mistakes. So we look at Dean Vella now. He's just taken over the Geeks Energy Motorsport number 35 BMW. Chasing off after the 77 car. Tim Rule, the German driver in the German squad. Pavel Ciesla in the Silver Racing Team 808 Merc. In 17th position, has got a Volchenk directly ahead. Yeah, Siesta. Or Ciesla. Again, I will get it right. My notes say Siesta because I'm not paying attention. There's another of our Polish entrants. One of our Polish teams. Oh, goodness me, is the number 74 car of Nate Cox has got themselves a drive-through as well. So they started really strong in the 74 car, but it's well undone itself towards this end of it. And now one of the last running cars.
Yeah, that was unfortunate because that team, like you say, they were making good progress, and I think they were up into, up to 11, up into the top 10 at one point, and unfortunately, it's just ended up not going to plan, and getting a drive-through is pretty much put them down to pretty much last place, like you say, and they down, I think about two laps off the lead lap, I believe.
And that's quite a sizable gap to try and make up. So difficult times then for the 74 car. But we are now looking at Marcin Brzezinski, full boost racing number 467 car. He is continuing to challenge the 69 McLaren. That's Toby Lang, the German driver. What can he do from here? Challenging for 18th place, and then right behind them is the Honda, the 368 car. Graham Moulin from France. Also great to see so many nationalities taking part in a series like this. It's superb to see as Mr. Cox has served the penalty. The Dutch driver for Sinsport Racing. That was the team I was keeping an eye on. Looks like I commentated cursed them before we even began.
Indeed, and the battle going on for 18th and 19th as well at the moment, and these cars have been pretty much together, and it looks like in the background there they've got a Muon in the background, and the 368 Honda are starting to close these two cars down, and it looks like it'll be a free car battle in a matter of seconds, and even though I thought Marcin was going to close up there under braking and have a bit of contact, but thankfully they managed to get away with it. And that corner it's one of those corners they can kind of make or break your run heading up to the hairpin. And as you see there, it looks like Marcin's taking a wide entry there, trying to square the corner off to try and get a good run down this back straight and try and maybe get a run on Lang.
We will see. That pack is condensing a bit. What is Brzezinski going to do? He has a look on the inside line, coming down to turn 12. He makes it look so easy, but he's gone too deep, and the McLaren just cuts back under. It's so easy to do. You focus too much on trying to make the move done, but then you go in that little bit too hot, and then you just thrown away all that hard work. And now Pierre Moulin right behind. He's been closing in on these two for a few laps now. In the 368 Honda is very, very keen to just... there it is, the rolling goat. Through 19. Out to the final turn. Looking fairly stable, coming through there. So obviously, when you're challenging someone just in a two-car, in a two-car battle, you kind of know exactly where you can make the attack and where a counter attack may come. But when there's three of you, three or more in the group, it completely changes the dynamic and how you approach your defense or your attack. So is Brzezinski going to think about the 368 Honda that's behind him, or or is he just going to focus on the 69 McLaren ahead? And looks like Moulin is not quite as strong through the twisties as the Aston and the McLaren ahead. They've certainly got the pace down the back straight to make his presence very much known.
Yeah, absolutely. And this, I think Pierre, if he sees an opportunity, he might try and make a move as he closes up on the Aston under braking, and it's just a case of if he can try and get a good run, head down this back straight. I think if he senses an opportunity, he'll go for it. It looks like Powell CS has had an issue. He's just lost a position, I believe, but he's managed to get going.
Right, at some point, he's gotten past Volshank, I think. He's up into 16th now. Oh no, beg your pardon. No, you're right. He's lost the position to Volshank in the 58 Aston. So in the course of the lap, they have swapped round. We've got about 9 seconds-ish to close in on Jimenez in the 999 Ferrari. That's Jose Jimenez. It's taking the car over at the last stint, the last stops. Beg your pardon. See whether Pavel Ciesla has an answer to Volshank of the 58 car. At the moment, it's like he's just going to have to stay where he is. We're getting to the bottom of another hour in this race. We're fast approaching a third of the way through. And we've still got no major gap up front. There is Pierre Moulin trying to get the position on Wazinski. I said it wasn't common to make a move down there in turn 2, and that's exactly what he's gone and done. Oh, Struth, good move from Pierre Moulin in the rolling goat Honda.
Yeah, that was a great move. He managed to get a good exit on the exit of turn 1, and he got that momentum. He managed to stay on the outside and carry that momentum, but I was just watching both of them. They got close to making contact, and that was a bit... Yeah, it was a bit of a heart and mouth moment there, but Pierre's managing to pull away now, and that Honda as well, it might be a bit of a taily car, but on a straight line it's got some grunt.
Yeah, and that's what's been helping Pierre Moulin make his way through the field, and now there is the next car in the road. That's Fleety in the 71 Mercedes that's making itself known to this particular group. There's Pavel Ciesla once again challenging Volshank. Oh my goodness, there was impact between the two, and Ciesla held back there just to make sure Volshank remained ahead. Yeah, nicely done, acknowledging that was his fault, and allowing the 58 car to keep hold of the position to try and avoid any kind of steward's intervention. There is Sam Fleety in the 71 Mercedes that is now closed in on Wazinski, having lost that 19th position to Pierre Moulin, who's already attacking Toby Lang in the 69 McLaren. So this little group here, also at the moment, it is a pair of twos. Let's see if they can, if the lead of this particular scrap fight too much, we could have another 4-car conga line. At no real point have we had just the field attacking nobody. We've always got cars attacking someone somewhere.
Absolutely, and this battle going on between Wazinski and Fleet. Sorry, my apologies. Going on and to head on to the exit of turn 1, heading into the S's, and Mullins just starting to pull away now, as you can see up front in the background, or in the front round, if you like. So yeah, it looks like Wazinski might be struggling for pace slightly in the Aston, and it looks like Fleet is about to add to his woes, and maybe just about to make Wazinski lose another position.
Yeah, looks like it. Is he able to do it? That's the golden question at this stage. Now, did he outbrake himself, or was he going for an alternate line there? Because you can go for that, very deep line into turn 11, trying and get a better drive or get a bit more speed on the exit. That's what Sam was aiming for. Didn't quite pay off the way he wanted it to. It did look like he was very, very deep. At the moment, no change in position for this 4. But Pierre Moulin in the Honda is really getting on with it. He wants to be challenging for that 18th position from the 69 car.
Indeed, not close enough to make a move, but this looks like actually Fleety falls back ever so slightly, coming around this long right-hander, and it looks like Masinski's maybe just managed to find a bit of pace again and start pulling away. But at the moment, Masinski's still putting him under massive pressure, and as we're not well, basically we're not too far away from the next set of pit stops. So I think I wonder if Fleety, if he can't get by Wyszynski, if he might try and maybe pit early and try and get an undercut or use strategy to get by him. But as he closes up into turn 1, it looks like Wyszynski might have just ran wide and compromised his exit there into turn 1. But again, manages to keep that keeps the momentum and keep the speed, and does it. Thankfully, manages not to lose too much time.
Oh, Sam was a bit hot there, going through into the twisties. He did manage to slow the mighty Merc down. That looked a bit alarming for a moment, but did manage to slow it down. As we look at now third place Estefano Barrera, who's back in command of the 501 Fusion Honda. He started the car, he's now back in command of it, having taken it over from Martin Hoyer. Now the Colombian driver on the tail of the number 73 car. That's the Clash Sim Racing Italian squad. That car now in the hands of Alberto Principi. And apologies if that's not entirely correctly pronounced. But wow, that Honda is really coming alive. Now that's the pole starting car, so the 501 Fusion Racing team, they certainly had the pace to do well, and it was Barrera that qualified the car. And there is Glatter right behind, still running strong in the Lexus, the Ferrari Racing German team, with a bit of an advantage as far as ballast is concerned. I think that does seem to balance out where everyone else's ballast is and where, you know, car advantages and disadvantages. That's what we were saying before. Can Barrera find a way past the Italian of Umberto Principi? Oh, he's keen to get on with it. Needs to be a bit patient here. Still 6.5 hours to go, but of course, you never want to be losing time to anybody, but because each driver has a limit as to how much time they can have in the car, do have to be careful when they are, you know, in this kind of position where they're essentially stuck behind someone. They don't want to be wasting the time they've got in the car just literally going through the motions.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's the thing as well. You don't want to throw away all that hard work to get into a good position before the end of your stint. So I think that's something that will be playing on these three drivers' minds. As it looks like Barrera is trying to, I thought he was trying to make a move into turn 1 there, but he needs to be careful because he's got a hungry German wanting more positions in the background with Sasa Glata in 4th place, and I think if either these two in front of Glata get caught up, I think Sasa will be more than happy to take up a couple of positions and move up into 3rd place. But still, I think well, these three drivers, I believe it'll be the end of their stint, and they'll make a driver change, because I think Sasa, at least anyway, has been in the car for just about 2 stints so far. So that's about, I'm trying to think, is that about
it's coming up to 2 hours, isn't it?
Yeah, I was going to say it's coming up to around about 2 hours. So that's pretty much Sasa runs wide into the hairpin now, and maybe Sasa runs wide into the hairpin and compromises his exit. But yeah, Sasa's been in the car for just about coming up to the 2 hour mark now. So I believe this should be his last stint for the moment.
Let's see if we can find how long. So Glatter took the car over at lap 29. We're on 69 now. So yeah, so he's been in there 2 stints. You're taking roughly 30 laps per stint. And he is well into his allocation on that one. So you have to be careful. So there's 28 laps in this stint. And we know he's had 2 of them. He's still behind the Honda. I was going to say for a second, where's the Audi gone? We just couldn't see it behind, well, in front of Barrera. Oh, that's where he's gone. He's gone too deep into the final turn as he cracked under the pressure of having Barrera right behind. But can Esteban do anything about it? And can German follow him through?
Yeah, it looks like Barrera's trying to make a move up the inside, and it looks like second place Audi ran wide or lifting off room for Barrera in turn 1, and don't go side by side. That was I thought they were going to go side by side through the S's there. That was so close to ending up being a possibly race-ending incident.
Well, he's determined. But I mean, Principi, you remember what we were saying before about letting through someone that you know is quicker than you? You could argue that Principi really should be letting the pole starting car through, but again, why should he? This is second. This is podium positions they're fighting for. Yes, we still have 6.5 hours to go, but it's still a very, very significant position. If you were fighting for 22nd, you might not think about trying to be so robust with your defense. And where is Barrera going? Did he feel the need to defend against the Lexus? Because, again, Glatter's been pretty strong coming down into turn 12. Oh, that's deep for Barrera. Oh, was there impact between the two? Is this Glatter then trying to make the move for third? Oh, no, that's getting a little bit ugly between the two. Barrera, too desperate to hang on to third place, then just banzais the inside of 13. Oh, my goodness, that got really, really scrappy. No, that's not ideal, but Glatter, the victor in that particular battle, has got that Lexus. That's unbelievable. Up into third.
Yeah, I was about to say, I was watching that move from Sasa on Barrera, and they didn't have contact, but I tell you what, that Sasa's front bumper with Barrera's rear bumper, it was a mere inches away from contact, and somehow Sasa got through without any contact, and I think Barrera just tried to dive back up the inside. Just a bit of desperation there, or maybe even some slight frustration.
Bit of column A, bit of column B, probably. Not wanting to let the lone Lexus through, but either way, Barrera needs to get his cool and get into the slipstream of Glatter, who's been doing an absolute outstanding job in that car. I mean, in fairness, Nicholas Gross did a great job in it when he started it, but Sascha Glatter has been continuing that awesome momentum. And no pressure on Patrick Topfer, who's going to be taking that car over at some stage. You know, that's quite a high benchmark he's got. But again, all credit as well to the 349 Bentley, the VRM racing team. That one was started by James de Havilanda, whose name I still can't get right. He's not even in the car. Now in the hands of Portuguese driver Philip Moreira. And that gap now around about 15 seconds, which again in endurance term is not a very big gap at all. But it has, there you go, 14.6 seconds at the last check. But that has been just steadily growing, lap on lap on lap on lap. You know, that gap, as we know, did belong to the team Stiftung Reif Tester Audi, the number 47 car. Now Roman Tisch in command of that one. But Umberto Principi, as we're looking at the moment, in the Clash Sim Racing 73, has done a fantastic job defending against all the pressure from both Glatter and, now Glatter and Barrera. So they now come to complete lap 71, excuse me. Is Glatter going to try and make the move up into turn 1? He could. He's thinking of it. He's getting a bit fidgety, but no, opts not to do it. Cornering efficiency of the Lexus and the Audi are probably quite similar. But, Glatter's might... Well, he certainly will find that Audi a bit more difficult to get past, as Barrera is falling a little bit off the back of the Lexus.
Yeah, I was about to say, it looks like Pereira's maybe just I don't know, maybe just I don't know if he's maybe just being too hard on his tyres or if he's just trying too hard. But it looks like after being passed by Glatter, it looks like maybe I don't know if he's lost his composure or if he's just deciding to be sensible and just make it to the end of his stint. But yeah, a bit surprised that he's fallen back from Sasa Glatter and the next car in front of Glatter. But I think it's just a case of, especially with Glatter being really quick in the Lexus at the moment and not having ballast like with or less ballast as we've already mentioned. But it looks like Ante Salonen is making up his Salonen takes a ninth place, but it looks like Jovanovic just decided to go for a bit of an airplane ride over that sausage curb.
Hey, he's earning his pilot's license with that one, and look at the time it's cost him. Yeah, it's already half a second gone. That's a second, near enough, between the Aston and the Audi, and just through that, that huge hit, meaning, of course, I struggle with this one as well. Jevremich couldn't quite get the power down. Oh, Glatter thinking about a move, a bit of an unconventional point to do it, turn 19, but it can be done. Audi, Lexus, Honda. Lead of the race is Bentley. 4 completely different marks, 4 completely different cars, and how they behave. And Sasha Glatter for Venari thinking about an inside manoeuvre at turn 1. But now he's got Barrera right back on his case again, so he's got to keep half an eye on the 501 Honda behind. Oh my goodness, I was thinking, please don't try and move there. That's going to be near disaster, but he's keeping his presence very much known to the Clash Sim Racing Audi.
Yeah, I thought they were going to go side. I thought they were going to go side by side through the S's there, and I was going to say if I did end up having that, I was going to be a bit of a scary moment, but thankfully they were sensible and decided to just take it through by going in one line. But again, I think it's a case of Sasa trying to get by the Audi in front of him, but he's closing right up under braking into the hairpin. I think it's just a case of Sasa's trying to make a move and he was basically being held up slightly, but Barrera managing to close back up to these 2 cars in front of him, and I wonder if Barrera's going to try and make a move. But again, it's just the case of that Lexus in a straight line with less ballast. It's just an absolute rocket. But again, Sasa tries to make a move, and Principe defends the line into the corner. But again, Sasa Glatter trying to make a move into the corner, and I think he might be getting slightly frustrated now.
Stefano Barrera is just trying to get back up into those podium spots, and Sasha Glatter's having none of it. And because there's less ballast in the Lexus, so potentially that car is lighter than the rest of them, because we don't know what the curb weight of all of them is. They're very similar. There's not a huge amount in it. As we cut back to Antti Salonen, the Finnish driver, the Finnish team, the number 11 car. Griffax Engineering entered Aston Martin. He is continuing to chase off after the Wild Things Racing Audi in the hands of Patrick Siedekatz from Germany. That's a challenge for 7th place being made. Trying to be made. Oh, very, very close. Oh, here we go again. Glatter getting alongside Principe. Oh, being forced quite wide. Who's going to be braver here? Oh, that was fantastically driven from Umberto Principe and from Sasha Glatter. In fairness, they both did very well not to come together and just end up catapulting themselves into the wall. But goodness me, the amount of defensive driving that Principi's having to do to keep that very quick Lexus behind him, and the very quick Honda, in fairness, as well, Barrera, who again has a bit of a look coming down towards turn 11. You can see how much later the Lexus can brake, but he's gone a little bit deep. Probably won't pay the price too much on that one. More cameraman death there, as Principi has also taken out the camera. Way down, and the Lexus is getting fidgety again. Thinks about inside line at 12. No, just can't do it. This is fantastic. Again, they will not be able to keep this up for several hours. One, because they haven't got enough minutes left in their driver allowances. But two, you just couldn't. There's no way you could keep this up for hours on end. But they're having a good go at keeping it up for a number of laps, which is fantastic for us.
Yeah, absolutely. Providing the action for sure. And every time Sasa gets a run on Principi, he keeps trying to make a move, keeps trying to like show he's there and try and intimidate. But on the other hand, Sasa's just opening himself up to attack from a Barrera behind him. So it's a bit of it's one of those situations you've got to keep your eyes in front, but you've also got to keep your eyes behind you. And it's a fantastic battle. But again, Sasa pulls to the inside and tries to make a move. But again, fair credit to Principi, he's doing a great defensive job.
Italy versus Germany versus Colombia in this particular lineup, with the Italian in the German car, let me get this right, the German in the British car, and the Colombian in the Japanese car. Very, very multinational. That's none of them just getting an advantage, and that's allowing the Portuguese driver in the 349 Bentley, the VRM Bentley, Felipe Moira, just keep eking out that lead. And there is Moira working his way through the back markers. Nicely done there from one of the McLarens. Let's see which one that was. But yeah, just dutifully getting out of the way, not costing himself any time. But Felipe is just doing what he needs to do. Doesn't need to push hard, doesn't need to do anything, because this lot are all holding themselves up. And now look how defensive Principi had to go to the inside line of turn 12, but Glatter just cannot do anything about it. Again, that Audi doing a brilliant job of fending off all the pressure in the world.
Yeah, I thought that Lexus would have got by the Audi pretty quickly, considering it's not got as much ballast. But I'm very surprised. But on the other hand, that Audi has got some good straight line speed, and I think that's the only thing that's keeping him in front of that Lexus, and also the Honda. So, but the more these three scrap away, they keep they're closely at our time. But I think they're not too far away from making their next pit stop, and making a driver swap as well while they're at it. So I think these three are pretty much scrapping away, trying to, I guess in a sense, trying to gain track position before that pit stop. But it means that if they're in front, if one of them's in front of this battle, it means they don't lose as much time on the pit entry.
You could argue that the biggest loser from this particular squad was actually Stefano Barrera, the 501 car. Bearing in mind, that's our pole starting car. The Fusion Racing Honda started on pole in the hands of Stefano Barrera. So the expectation really is on him to have gotten past these two and up towards Moria, as I've been saying, in the 349 car. But he can't. Every challenge he mounts on Sasha Glatter has just been met with a stern defense from the Lexus. So at the moment, he's just not going. The only way he's going is Principi's doing a storming job of keeping them all behind.
Yeah, he is, and looking at the leader at the moment, the 349 Bentley of VRM Racing, and this Bentley, I have to say, it's came from nowhere, and it's got a it's got a commanding lead at the moment. I'd say it's coming through the back markers, but it's pretty much too. Oh, it's actually, as I said, Sasaglatta with a full send.
Yeah, but look how much that's backfired on him. That's frustration getting the better of him, and he's unfortunately tumbled behind the Honda. Now he'll close that gap back down, but now he's got even more work to do.
Yep, Sasaglatta. I think that was just you could sense something was going to happen, and I think Sasaglatta, he might have got the run and made a bit of a desperate move, just sense frustration creeping in there, and unfortunately it's bit him in the backside because he's lost the position now. He's lost that position to Barrera, and Barrera, as you can see, is not wasting any time trying to make a move as he tries to make a move up the inside into the final corner, and he gets a move done back up into 4th place, and here comes the feisty German.
Yeah, absolutely so. And it didn't take Glatter long to close that gap back down. But now Barrera, this is what he's been wanting to do all along. And he's just not found a way through. And Glatter again looking on the inside line of turn 1. And get past the Audi again. It's just the Audi's just got enough traction to keep the Lexus behind. And look already at the gap that the Honda's own average of Barrera. He's now looking to check out and head off after Moira in the Lee 349 car.
Yeah, absolutely. As you can see there, Barrera is just starting to go away now. So I don't know if Umberto is maybe struggling with tyres towards the end of the stint, or if he's just again. It takes me back to the point that I made earlier. It could be the tyre pressure starting to fall off slightly. Maybe the more the track gets warmer, maybe the tyre pressure is starting to drop off, or just maybe Umberto is starting to struggle now. But as you see there, Sasaglatta not as close as I thought he would be on the exit of the hairpin. So I think he might close up under braking, or also in the slipstream. But I don't think he's going to be close enough to make a move this time around.
Well, is he? He's not really one to banzai unnecessarily into a corner, but at the moment, yeah, he doesn't have the answer to the Audi. But then let's not be too disingenuous. They have come up from well outside the top 10 to be running in potential podium form. So they have done a great job between them in the 27 car, but you can't take it away. Principi did a superb job keeping all of them behind. And also, less than 5 seconds behind, let's not forget, our former race leader, the 47 car, the Team Stiftung, I can't say this properly, Reifen Test Audi, he's not that far away. He's less than 5 seconds. And whilst they've been fighting, they have cost themselves not just time to the race leader, but to the chasing Audi of the 47. There he is, just getting into shot there with in tow Barberi in the 158 Aston Martin. So Francesco Adamu handing that car over to Christian Pistori. That's the Italian squad, the IDA Pro Esport car. So that's another thing I've got to bear in mind, is that whilst they are fighting, they are losing time, as rather being highlighted by Estefano Barrera, now building up 1.3 seconds over the hour.
And excuse me, indeed, and Barrera just increasing that gap now, while these two keep squabbling amongst themselves. And every time that Lexus keeps getting closer, it's just a case of he just can't, because of the straight line speed of that Audi. It's just that Lexus can't really do anything, can't make a move. But it starts to close up on the brake, and it starts to tries to do a bit of a banzai move. But that could have ended up being a disaster there yet again. But here we go. Sasha's got the run in a straight line, coming down the straight, and as you see there, the other competitors are starting to close this battle down. So the more these guys squabble amongst themselves, the more they're costing themselves time. As it looks like Sasha's making a move up the inside. Can he get it slowed down? No, he can't.
No.
Again, he's messed it up, and as you see, a bit of a drifteroo there from Sasha.
And then you got Carlo Barberi right behind in the 158 car. This is what I was on about. On the case of the 47 Audi, team name I can't pronounce properly. Now, what can Barberi do here? Oh, again, he's been nailed to the back of that Audi for a while. As into the pits comes Simeon in the 23 BMW. So Dragos Simeon. He's had that car for a while. He might have had it since the start. But either way, he's doing a superb job in the 23 car as just, again, he's facing the same trouble that Glatter's facing, just able to keep the pressure on, but not able just to, just to overhaul the pair of them. But we'll see what is he able to do then, as we are fast approaching the top of the third hour. Third distance of the race gone, or nearly gone. 78 laps in the books, and still plenty of racing action to look forward to.
Indeed. Yeah, it's been a good race so far, and so much action going on. It settled down at one point, and it's all as we come towards the end of this third hour. It's all just starting to gather momentum and starting to spice up again. But it was especially the battle with for third and fourth place, and also this battle for fifth and sixth. So again, it looks like Barberi getting close enough, similar to Glatter, just can't make a move. But again, closes up on the braking, and they might get a good exit onto the back straight. And I think this could be Barberi's best opportunity to try and make a move. But again, that Audi as well, good. He's got some good straight line speed as well, but that Aston Martin just seems to have that bit of extra oomph as he gets closer in the slipstream. Barberi tries to make a move, and is he going to try and go around the outside? No, he doesn't. He might try and do a bit of a switch back, as he does get that switch back, but again, the Tess will have that inside line.
Yowzers, that's close. It's so close. There's barely anything between the back of the Audi and the front of the Aston. Yeah, this is where the Audi's just got that tiny bit of an advantage. That cornering efficiency of the German Mark has a bit of an edge over the Aston. Then in the straighter bits, the Aston can get its horses galloping. Here comes Precipi. He's challenging Glatter. As now 3.2 seconds. There's the Honda just going out the shot. But the Audi just can't quite get the advantage. Now it's roles reversed, with Glatter having got past the Audi back up into podium positions. Now Principi's trying to get past the Lexus with very little advantage over him. So this is exactly the trouble that Sasha Glatter's had for quite a while now, but now Principi potentially faces it. Although saying that, Sasha has had a much more comfortable run through the S's than the Audi did, and that 0.3 of a second may well just be enough to prevent the Class Sim Racing 73 from making a move. But 3.4 seconds up to Barrera. Look at this, my goodness me. Some very stern defense being mounted by Roman Tisch in the number 47 car, and some very determined attacking from Carlo Barberi in the 158 Aston. My goodness me, this is very, very lively indeed.
Yeah, look who's closing them down, and the other Aston Martin is solid. It was also like Tisch has ran wide, and it's allowed Barberi to pick up P5.
Turned into a fairly straightforward move after all that. That's a great shame. Now, is the next car down the road? No, the next car directly behind is not Sodicat in the 26 car. It's car up behind Salonen is not one that he needs to worry about. So there is Barberi now already opening up a gap to the Audi. Just got to get back into his rhythm. How much of a gap has he got to close in? Well, there you can visually see what it is. Time-wise, about 4.7 seconds before he can start to look at Principi. And challenge for fourth, but he's got a while before he closes in on him. Slightly further down the Jefremocic come in. There's Andre Manoli in the 120 car. The Alex Cascadu Digital Motor Racing entered Aston. There's one of our Romanian squads right on the back of the Spanish the Spanish team, the SPR Racing BMW, now in the hands of Carlos Collado. And there is the number 23 Rapid Esports BMW getting up close and personal with number 46 McLaren. Tofinu Catalan just making his way past. Again, another one of our Romanian entrants. Just getting past the 46. It's the Rising Panda Racing McLaren. Currently in the hands of Löffler. That's Michael Löffler from Germany. There's Manoli once more on the back of the Spanish BMW. He's got some traffic to deal with. Well, that's not for position. Now, we're starting to see where the field is quite mixed with back markers and those challenging for position. It makes our job a little bit more interesting. Trying to figure out who's who. Oh, and that's deep for Collado. He's gone too deep into turn 12 in the BMW, but he's immediately challenging back. Oh my goodness. Tries to dive does indeed dive the inside of Andre Manoli in the 120 car. My goodness me, that was a big move.
Yeah, that was a bit of a that was a fantastic move. Nevertheless, that was good, an opportunistic move as well. And I think Collado saw the opportunity, saw the gap, and they decided to keep his nose up the inside, and they thankfully paid off, and they managed to retake that position back up into P10.
Number 26 Audi is in, so that's Soda Cat that is brought in the Wild Things Racing Audi. Harry Phillips and Chris Hack also in command of that one. There goes Manoli on the inside line of turn 1 on Collado. Does get the position done. Car right behind is not for position. So side by side through 2. Has Collado got him back? Oh yes he does. My word. The BMW's nose. I don't know what that translates to in Spanish, but wow, what that was a great effort there. Kept his cool and just nailed the Aston back down into turn 2.
Yeah, I was about to say, it looked like I think it all started with Manol having a bit of a sideways moment into turn 1, and that compromised his exit, and Collado saw the opportunity yet again, and they got a great exit, and they managed to carry that speed on the outside and hold it on the outside, and with being on the outside, they managed to hold the outside and had the inside line for the head into the S's, and they kept his composure and took that position. That was a majestic move.
Speaking of, here comes Manoli again. Oh, Collado thought about a defence, but he made it too late. And through on the inside line goes the Aston, and that move is done as our race leader is in. The 349 Bentley has come into the pits then. So is the Portuguese driver going to hand that over to Jordan Burrows, the third driver of the VRM Racing squad? Is that going to go back over to James de Hilverlander? So the only way I can say his name right is say it slowly. Now directly behind Collado. It's not before position. So now 501 Honda takes over the lead. Quite a few teams have had the race lead at some point. That's the Fusion Racing Honda. Now in the hands of has been in the hands of Esteban Barrera for a while, but now has the race lead. There is Collado. Now the car that's directly behind is, I believe, 903 car. Yes, I think that is the 903 car, which is the Armamentario Honda. Currently in in the hands of Russian driver Sergei Sunyugin. Again, hopefully pronouncing that somewhat correctly. So not for position, but staying in the tyre tracks on the Audi. Another one in the pits. That's the 467 car coming in. So the Full Boost Racing Aston is ready to go. Or coming into the pits for its next stop. As we are at the top of the third hour here at VCO. So it's time to have another word from our commercial sponsors. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to this opening round of the FLExTREME Endurance Series, and what a change a break makes. Look at that, the number 73 in the hands of Principi, who was doing all that incredible defending for Class Sim Racing, has got itself a drive-through penalty. So all that hard work hanging on to top 5 position has just vanished. But I mean, that can happen to anybody, and it's probably likely to happen to numerous teams. But now that's given Estefano Barrera, excuse me, in the 501 car, the race lead. I'm sure the Fusion Racing squad will be very happy about that. In second now is Carlo Barberi. So we have Barrera and Barberi in the top 2 spots, so Honda and Aston. And then it's Antti Salonen, the Finnish driver, in the Griffiths Engineering, Aston Martin, in third. Wow, how that's all suddenly taken, all completely changed. Then it's 349, the former race leader, the VRM Racing Bentley. Quite a few teams have actually led this race so far. Still in the hands of the Portuguese driver, Felipe Moira. We are currently looking at Antti Salonen, who is challenging Barberi in the 158 car, the IDA Pro Esport Aston Martin, for second place. So a great challenge for second, and they're 7.5 seconds behind Barrera at the moment. So we'll see how that gap changes. Also Sam Fleety, we saw him earlier on in the Acadis ASP number 71 Mercedes, right on the tail of the 69 McLaren. Toby Lang, the Germany national team, you could say. The limitless speed drivers, they're all German. That's why I was trying to get that very clumsily, trying to say they're all of the same nationality. Also, I'm keeping an eye on that lead gap. There's Antti Salonen, still challenging for second, and that gap came down by a couple of tenths between Barrera and Barberi. So even though they're fighting, they're not losing an awful lot of time there. Now that looks like the number 9 Mercedes, BMW, sorry, the Spanish number 9 squad. We saw them, the SPR Racing BMW. And so that is back in the hands of Marcel Chico. They are just going out of the shop, but they are down in 17th place. So they ought to be getting out of the way of this battle for second, and in comes the 501 car. So as I was saying, the gap was coming down to Estefano Barrera in Fusion Racing. The Honda, just see it disappearing out of shot on the right. They've just come in. Now the race lead goes over to the IDA Pro Esport Aston Martin.
Yeah, and I think Barrera and it's pretty much tried to stretch out that stint as long as possible, because I think the previous stint, when they stopped much earlier, so this time around they've tried to stretch out, I believe. So I believe that'll be a full service with a driver swap as well. So I think it's amazing how much what went on in that break, because obviously with one of the cars getting a drive-through again for I believe it'll be track limits, more and more teams are starting to be caught out by it, and it wouldn't surprise me if some other teams and drivers get caught out with it when it gets to night time in the dark, maybe just missing their braking points and having to adjust trying to guess where some of the corners are. But again, it's looking at Salonen as well, it looks like Salonen's up into second place now, and he's right behind Barberi, and he's got a great run.
Certainly the second time that Esteban was in the car, and as you say, Salonen trying to get the run on Barberi. Quite coming off yet, and there we go. It is Hoyer that's back in command of the 501. So that's both of those drivers having a second stint in the 501 Honda. Meanwhile, we continue to look at these pair of Astons with various different teams of various different marks, all leading the race at various different points. Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. At the moment, Antti Salonen from Finland trying to challenge Carlo Barberi from Italy. And both Astons. Really shot with a Madoff. Oh, Salonen nearly taps the back of Barberi there. Very, very close, but no impact made. Can't do that too many times. Once the gap back to the 349 car, we'll have to wait until the Bentley comes over the line to see properly. There's, I think it's Mariah, perhaps. Again, I don't know how to pronounce that properly. Into the pit as well, the 808. Mercedes just going through, so Pavel CS lap, Silver Racing Team, Polish entrance. Into the pits as well. At the moment, all eyes on the lead battle. How's that? We're over a third of the way in, and the lead battle is less than 3/10 apart.
Yeah, it's unbelievable, especially after about, what is it, 3 hours, 4 hours into the race now. It's unbelievable, and it's still, the battle for the lead is still really close with Salonen trying to make a move on Barberi into turn 1, and again just can't get close enough, and yeah, it's just unbelievable. It's just proof, or it shows why I love the endurance races, because it's just unpredictable.
Yeah, you can't just say, oh, they're going to win. It's absolutely fantastic stuff.
Yeah, it's not like... Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, we now see Nicholas Ross back in command of the Venari Lexus. He's right on the back of the 501. So yet again, these two cars are doing battle, but this time with different drivers at the helm.
Nicholas
getting close.
Closing up on the braking as well. He needs to try and get a good run, try and get a slipstream from Hoyer in front of him. But again, it's like I was talking about earlier on. It's that Honda on a straight line. It's just got so much straight line speed.
Yeah, and with the braking and cornering efficiency that they've got, look how defensive Hoyer had to go there. Just as he was hitting the braking zone. Moving in the braking zone is generally frowned upon, but that wasn't going to cause issue for anybody. And Barberi is in. So that's another lead change going on. The Ida Pro Esports Aston Martin is now into the pits. Carlo Barberi handed that car from Francesco Adamu. And I think we have seen Christian Pistori at some point in the race. And also the fourth place car, the 770 Ferrari, has come in, the Glitz Motorsport squad. Samuele Villa with Sanian 3 in that car. We saw Luca Degano in it earlier on. There is Marcel Chico in the number 9 BMW, just working his way past Luke Stokes in the 166, the Rising Panda Racing Aston. Chico didn't have much opposition to that one. That's a car that was up towards the forefront early on, but finds itself now down in the midfield. Pressing on nonetheless. Will no doubt make an impression on the gap that he now finds himself in. He now changes off after the 120 car. Oh, no, beg your pardon, now the 69 car as Timo Lang has just swapped round with Cascato. There's the BMW. It's going through shot now. It's a small gag of the cars behind him, arguing over 15th. Oh, that's a bit uncomfortable. Is that the 999 Ferrari, I think? Has just come out? Might be the 770 Ferrari, actually, that's just come out. Oh, Marcel Chico trying to find a way past it. It is. That's Samuele Villa in the the 770 Ferrari. Just came out right in front of him. Oh, beg your pardon. No, that was Villa. He's back in the hands of Luca Degano with the that's an angry face on the front of the BMW. That's not what you want chasing you at any given stage.
Yeah, absolutely not. And I think yeah, it looks like Chico's trying to get by as quickly as possible before before Logano tries to get his tyres up to temperature. So, but again, I think it looks like Logano's just keeping his composure and not letting the pressure from Chico get to him at the moment.
Will he be able to do that for a long period of time? We will see. Of course, more time Marcel Chico stays behind the Ferrari. He's going to invite Luke Stokes along with the 23 car, which is Tufino Catalan from Romania, the Rapid Esports BMW. There's a third car in that group. That's not actually part of, that's not for position. There is a third car in that squabble behind. Certainly four. There's another one there as well. Aren't part of the, they're not fighting for position. So there's one car out of position in that lot. And Massa just dropping away a little bit from the Ferrari. Now, you know, Degano was right up inside the top 10 earlier on as Fleety and Lang both in the pits. The 71 Cracks Racing Mercedes has come in. As so is Luke Stokes, actually. So pit lane again, a busy place. The 69 McLaren, a limitless speed driver's car. Toby Lang, who is he going to hand that one over? We saw Nado Kinski in command of the McLaren earlier on. Now it looks like Chico's starting to close back in on the Ferrari. No passing going on in the middle of the twisties. And look at the lead now. Maria back in the still in the 349 car, but he's back in the lead by 32 seconds now, is it? Well, it was at the last time check. We need to wait for Michael Hoyer and the 501 Honda to cross the next timing line, but yeah, over 30 seconds. That's the biggest lead we've seen all race.
Yeah, I was about to mention that as well. That lead's probably the biggest it's been so far, and yeah, it's interesting. I think Barrera in the 349 Bentley. I wonder if excuse me, if they're pitting slightly early just to try and jump some cars in the pit stops, and if they are doing that, it seems to be working so far because they've got a good lead and they're up in the lead at the moment. No one's really pressuring them, and yeah, it looks like their strategy's paying off at the moment.
Isn't it just? Yeah, 30 seconds plus to themselves, and that's come very quickly as well, because that gap has been no higher than about 15 seconds leading up to this kind of phase, and suddenly, there we go, 32.6 seconds between Felipe Moria and Michael Hoyer, who's got Nicholas Gross back in the 27 Lexus right behind him as well. We know how much that Lexus has been charging through the field for quite some time. Barberi back out on circuit in the 158 car, down in fourth. Is about 9.3 seconds behind. There is Gross in the Soul Lexus. Now, traffic definitely playing a part in the positions being fought for now, as the 501 Honda. Michael Hoyer getting a big helping of slipstream. Fusion Honda now jumps out from behind the black and white BMW, nearly coming together, but I see observed. Whoa, careful, there's two cars there. If you're the car being passed, you don't always realise there's more than one car. Oh no, and that's going to hold up Nicholas Gross a little bit. That's a bit unfortunate. You kind of expect there to be one car there coming past you. You don't always anticipate there being a second one right behind it. And that would have cost Nicholas a little bit, a couple of tenths, nothing too extreme. And the biggest thing was that there was no impact between the Lexus and the BMW there. So well driven, slightly unfortunate set of circumstances. There's Marcel Chico on the back of Luca Degano. 770 Ferrari still keeping the advances of the number 9 BMW at bay. SRP Racing Team, the Spanish squad, trying to do something against the Italian Glitch Motorsport Ferrari. Not just Italian in mark, as in Italian in drivers. Degano's certainly had the lion's share of the driving in that car so far. As we said, no one driver can have more than 195 minutes spread out over the entire race, which is over 3 hours, so driving has to be spread roughly equally. So there'll be a few variants between each driver. No one person can, it's not like your star driver can do 7 hours and you just let the others who drop in for an hour each. Can't do that. You have to have roughly equal driving time with all entered drivers. So Chico's still staring at the back of the Ferrari, the FLExTREME Motorsport Ferrari. Just that little bit more if he's going to push, or he may just try and stay there. Maybe, you know, save a little bit of fuel. You do save a bit of fuel if you're lifting and coasting in someone else's slipstream. And quite towards the end. Whoa! Well, Pavel just in the 903 Honda, having a great argument with the number 30 McLaren straight ahead of him. Goodness me. So the Polish driver is doing battle. Oh, and that's earned him a drive-through. That's very, very unfortunate. It's very much the nature of the beast, but it is very unfortunate. He's currently arguing with Kieran Hudson, the British driver in the Alpha Simsport McLaren. But unfortunately, the 903 is going to have to come through the pits again. We've potentially, we've potentially lost another, but I don't think we have. I think we're still only one car down from where we began. I wondered if we'd lost the 91 car, but no, it's still going. So we're 3.5 hours in almost, and still only one retirement. That's not bad.
Yeah, I was going to say that's good going, considering yeah, it's good going. It's only one car out of the race so far, and to see what have you got, 29 cars 29 cars remaining at the moment. I'd say good to see, and yeah, it's so frustrating. I think Schutzen will probably be frustrated with that drive-through, but it's just that's just the nature of quota. If you run wide ever so slightly or get too many cut track warnings, it's unfortunately you pay the price and you get a penalty, and Schutzen is unfortunately feeling that pain.
Yeah, and so Schutzen may well have only caused a few of the warnings that's added to the total tally. As soon as it goes over a certain amount, a drive-through is triggered, because the warnings go to the car or the team, not the individual driver that's in it, and here he is serving the drive-through. There's Alex Cascatau, the team leader of the 120 Racing Blog Aston. Certainly easier to say than the original entered name, the Alex Cascatau Digital Motorsport team. So the Racing Blog, the 120 car, one of our Romanian squads. We saw Andre Minoli in that one earlier on. I think we have seen Christian Berndia. I think, yes, I'm pretty sure I think he started the car. Alex Cascatau, 1.3 seconds behind the 26. There is the 26 car, as I've just mentioned it. The Wild Things Racing Audi. Harry Phillips back in command of the black Audi. That's almost that's the colours of the Scottish flag almost.
I was about to say that, but I thought, nah, I better keep quiet and see if you notice it. But yeah, I was about to say it does look awfully familiar. I do like that livery. It's nice and simple, but I like the colours as well, just because of it shows my Scottish roots, as Chris pointed out.
No thistle on there though.
Yeah, I'm disappointed about that.
Yeah. I mean, they're Romanian. All three drivers are Romanian, but if they're going to go with Scottish colours, they should have completed the image. There better be a sporran in the car, otherwise there will be words had. Guilherme Hamling back in command of the 71 car. That's the Cracked Racing Mercedes. And he is hassling the 467. That's the Full Boost Racing Aston. And is now in the hands of, that's Thomas Sivek. All three drivers of the blue Aston from Poland. So Formula 1 car. That's a multinational team. We saw Samuel Smogy from Germany piloting the car. We've seen Sam Fleety in it. It was Guilherme Hamling from Holland, the Netherlands, call it as you will, that started the car and is back in command of it. Now down in 20th position. Merc versus Aston at this point. Two great roaring engines. What a lovely symphony there. Give it whatsoever from me. So the Merc tends to be the car I kind of veer to when it comes to GT3s. So at the moment it's actually Bentley leading the way. Honda second, Lexus third overall. It is Bentley, Honda, Lexus, Aston, Audi is the top five. So 5 completely different marks, all with very different characteristics. As far as the Aston and the Merc are concerned, both of them quite powerful cars. Oh, Hamlin getting really, really squiddly in the middle of the twisties. It was turn 6, I think it was, started to go wrong. He caught it quite nicely. Keeps the car pointing in the right direction. There's Daniel Rowe, the Hybrid Academy number 58 car. This is our South African squad. Saw Ryan Ottens in the car earlier on. Yet to see, fairly sure we've yet to see JW Volchenk. Again, we commented on this earlier, the fantastic livery on that 58 car as he is hustling the 808 Mercedes. It's the Silver Racing team. He is being driven by Mikolaj Levicki. Very, very close between those two. So we're seeing a pair of Aston versus Mercedes battles. Third car that you can see there is not for position. That looks like the number 9. No, that's not the number 9 car. Because the number 9's a BMW. That's a Bentley right behind. Your race leader.
Yeah, I was about to say, I thought it looks like it's the race leader coming up to lap these two, so hopefully the race leader doesn't get held up too much, because both of these cars are in a battle, obviously, so they may, one of them is slightly, especially Novicki, they might not want to let the leader by it as easily, just in case he loses a position, but still Daniel Rowe closes up under the brake, or under braking, sorry, and they just tries to close off on Nowicki, but just can't get close enough. I think his best opportunity could be on that back straight, but as you see the leader in the background there, the 349 Bentley coming through.
Yeah, that is indeed our race leader, Philippe Moira, trying to get his way through the traffic. He doesn't have to push too hard, doesn't. Yeah, and there we go. You can see the VRM Bentley, beautiful orange and black colour scheme on that one. With a fair few flies by this point as well on the bonnet and on the windscreen, I dare say, after 3.5 hours of running. He doesn't have to push too hard. He's got what was 33 seconds behind him to Michael Hoyer. A big old helping of slipstream down the back straight to just help keep the fuel usage under control and keep the pace up. There is Cascatau in the Racing Blog number 120 once again, still hustling Harry Phillips in the 26 car. Or is he going to go for it? Committed. Can he slow it down? Just about. Harry Phillips trying to come back at him. Side maneuver turn 2. Can he get it done? No, he had to concede that one. Nicely done then by Alex Cascatau. Harry Phillips had to concede that. A fair move by the slightly Scottish flavoured Aston.
Yeah, it was a great move by Cascatau. He managed to get the move done, and I think Phillips as well recognised that Alex is probably quicker at this point as well in the stint, so I think Harry as well, he's not really under any pressure, so I think he done the sensible thing of not fighting too much, and they let Alex go as they come into the hairpin now, and Harry overruns the entry into the hairpin ever so slightly, but still they managing to get back in the power early, but the Aston Martin of the racing blog team just seems to be the quicker car at the moment, and it's something I've noticed from with the Aston Martin as well. As the fuel burns off, the car seems to get quicker and quicker, and I think this might be a case of Alex at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely so. Right behind them, you can actually see another 3-car battle of Degano, Principi, and Chico. All 3 of them have been race-leading cars, or certainly towards the sharper end during the course of the race. There's another drive-through that's triggered. This time for car number 58. That's our South African entrant, the Hybrid Academy Aston Martin. Daniel Rowe is going to have to bring that one through the pits for a drive-through. A little unfortunate. Yeah, Cascadel. Wow, look at the gap he's already built. That's nearly a second he's got himself over Harry Phillips. Not that the Aston's that much faster than the Aston. Just Alex doing a great job at this stage in the race. There goes Alex's next target. About 4.5 seconds down the road. Videnovic, 449 car. That is the side-by-side Audi, the Slovakian driver. There is Marcel Chico, right behind Umberto Principi, number 9 and 70. So that's Spain versus Italy. Battle of the Mediterranean somewhat, in 2 German cars. Very, very different characteristics as well. The Audi being the sort of smaller, more nimble car through the corners, the BMW being a bit more brutish down the straights. I mean, they're separated by very, very little indeed. And that's a battle for 11. Bon Fils, who was with them earlier on in the race in the treble 9 Ferrari, is now about 16 seconds behind them. At this stage of the race has not gone as well as they would like. BMW. The eclectic mixture of cars and liveries and nationalities, as mentioned. We're getting close to 100 laps complete here in Circuit of the Americas. As leaving Kivinen, our Finnish contingent. Grip hacks. I read it as Griphax. It's Grip hacks.
Yeah, I just about made that mistake as well, but I had to double check.
I read it as Griphax. But yeah, Grip Hacks Engineering and number 11 Aston. Second place Aston behind Barberi. They are right on the rear wing of the 47 car. That's back in the hands of Christoph Kleber. We saw Christoph with the car earlier on. It did seem that he was struggling a bit with the pace. As the point he took it over in his first stint, the car was up in the lead. See if that continues to be the case as he's looking to work his way past a back marker, I think that is. Yes, it is. Barberi is some 3 seconds down the road. Can get a little bit nervous if you're passing a car that's on a different pace to you, especially if they're in a battle, which obviously that BMW isn't. It's still a little bit nervous when you're trying to make a move. Now, Kivinen, a bit of slipstream off of the aforementioned BMW. Compromises entrance a little bit into turn 12, but nothing too major. Nicely driven by all 3 of them. There's Luca Degano, right on the tail of Harry Phillips. Harry having been passed by Alex Cascater earlier on, now faces the Ferrari of Luca Degano, the Glitch Motorsport car. Was up towards the sharp end earlier on, still getting on the door of the top 10, obviously. Still would be, if the race finished now, still would be a pretty decent, a decent result for them. Oh wow, trying to make a move into turn 13. That's fairly uncommon. Gives an indication that Luca's keen to get on with it, and now gets the inside line as the Audi spotted him. Harry Phillips has to give the racing room. Wow, Luca Degano with the confidence in his car and his pace, manages to get the move done.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised he made a move there. I thought he would have waited until the home straight, but I think he just got so much of a good run there. He just decided to make a move out the inside, and luckily Harry Phillips saw the move coming and they left just enough room there. But yeah, it just seems to be the Audis. Some of the Audis seem to be struggling towards the end of a run. I don't know if it's tyres or if it's just the nature of the car. As the fuel gets lighter, maybe some teams are struggling with the car. But the Audi normally is one of the quickest cars. But when it gets to the end, towards the end of a run, it just seems to be they start dropping off ever so slightly.
Yeah, absolutely so. As for why, I mean, who knows? It could be that the Audi chews its tyres a little bit more. The circuit is not kind on tyres. So it is a bit of a time muncher in that sense. So that could well be the case. If a car naturally chews its tyres a bit more, you take it to a tyre-hungry circuit, and that does exasperate the problem somewhat. But certainly not out of it. You've got three Audis in the top 10. There's Marcel Chico on the tail of another Audi that's just outside the top 10. Roberto Principi, inside line of turn 11. Oh, who's going to get the better drive? Oh, that's painful. That's very, very painful. And you saw the number 9 car, the SRP Racing Team. Sorry, the 73 car, the number 9 car was the one doing the passing. So that was the Clash sim racing car clashing with the sausage curve, sending the nose skywards. Oh, that has the potential to have some damage to the floor. That could potentially hurt any kind of advances that they will now try to make. A little bit further down the field, there's Guilherme Hamlin in the 71 Mercedes, and this is the three-way fight. So Sivek in the 467 Aston, then Hamlin in the 71 Merc with Nadazinski back in the 69 McLaren right behind them. This could be quite a scrap for 18th place. At the moment they're behaving themselves, but see if they're going to start to challenge as they come through turn 11. And then behind them you've got another argument going on. Piers Stockton in the 46 car with Kevin Kruger, the 77 BMW. No one's in a position to make a move just yet. Oh, Hamlin gets a little deep into 12, but nothing too major. 3 of them behaving themselves quite nicely. Right behind another 3-car battle, so we mentioned 2 of them. In fairness, you have got the South African entrant, the 58 car, with Daniel Rowe. Saw him sending a drive through earlier on. Put that car down into 23rd, but he's now right in that fight for 21st, and not that far away from the battle we're looking at for 17th position. For 18th position, sorry. Down to how they all behave themselves. There he is, Daniel Rowe, aforementioned South African car. Redwood Academy number 58 Aston. His immediate concern is going to be Kevin Kruger, 77 Lightspeed BMW. Yeah, like we said, you know, we're over 3.5 hours in and still have these collections of cars doing battle.
Yeah, it's a good thing. I was just going to say, it's a good thing to see so many cars still running, especially, yeah, still only 1 car retired from the race so far, but yeah, it's great to see so many teams and drivers still running, and that's the spirit of endurance racing, that you never ever give up.
Yeah, absolutely. So you never know what's going to happen. Oh, that's Nadazinski. He's gone a little bit deep into 11. Yellow flags up. Oh, that's one of the Ferraris facing the wrong way. I think that's the treble 9 car. That would be Bondsfield's, I think.
Let me have a look. I think it was that I'm sure that was just the. I'm not sure if it was, but just the just the way I was looking at it, it looked like it was one of the Hondas.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I was just thinking Bonsfield's car's not great as Daniel Rowe gets the inside line on the 77 and has claimed that spot from Kruger. And now the 77 BMW behind the 58 Aston Martin. Yeah, I'm trying to see actually which car it might be, and it's uncertain on which car was facing the wrong way. We did see the yellow flags. It's an unusual spot to have a bit of an incident, but anything is possible in endurance racing. Marley Hamling still keeping 467 car company, currently in the hands of Tomasz Sivek. Through turn 1, and Nadazinski right behind in the McLaren. And in short order is Piers Stockton in the 46 car. Rising Panda Racing McLaren, ready to get involved in this squabble for 18th place. And only 1.8 behind them is Daniel Rowe with Kevin Kruger, as mentioned. We'll see, and he's going to filter out. Time goes on. Still maintaining their rhythms at this stage. The closer they get to their next pit stop is when they're likely to push on again. Generally he's at the top of the hour or somewhere around there. So Chico still keeping Harry Phillips company. Arguing over 10th place, then Umberto Principi, 73 Audi, right behind them. Only a couple of seconds back. BMW taking a bit of a different line to the 26 Audi there. Nearly came together. Just about avoided incident.
Yeah, it looks like Chico is the quicker driver out of these two, and just watching that Audi, it just doesn't look happy towards the end of a stunt. It's kind of moving all over the place sometimes. So but it looks like maybe the Audis are burning through the tyres a lot quicker than the other cars. Maybe not as friendly on the tyres, and unlike the Aston Martin or the BMW, for example. But again, that Audi in a straight line just seems to be able to keep itself ahead of the BMW of Chico behind him.
Well, this goes back to what you were saying earlier on. If the Audi's a bit more of a tyre muncher, that would explain why towards the end of their respective stints they struggle a bit more than some of the other marques do. So again, Marcel Chico thinking about an inside manoeuvre into 13, but coming off for him and costing momentum through the rest of this twisty section. Harry Phillips is able to capitalise on that enough to keep that SRP Racing BMW behind him. There we go, there is Harry Phillips on the Wild Racing Things Audi. It's a lovely back camera. Gives you an idea of what Harry himself can see and what he's had to defend against. And then you've got the light blue Audi, or the turquoise Audi behind, only 2 seconds behind the BMW. See it just at the back of the shot there. BMW thinking about an inside manoeuvre into turn 1. Harry Phillips has gone too deep. It's going to be side by side on the way down to turn 2. BMW noses ahead, but does he win out? Oh, Harry Phillips made him work for it, but yes, Marcel Chico is back up into 11th place now in the SRP number 9. So nicely done, capitalising on a mistake from Harry Phillips. It's progress now for the BMW. Now we'll see whether the BMW was being held up by the Wild Things Audi, or whether Marcel Chico is then going to come under immediate pressure from Harry Phillips, and that's allowed Principi to close in by about half a second on the pair of them. So the next duo I suspect is going to be fighting are going to be those two Audis.
Indeed, there's coming up on the back straight now, and Chico just starting to pull away slightly, but that Audi in a straight line means that Harry Phillips can keep with Chico on this back straight. But I think when we get to this tight, twisty section that they're coming up to now, I think this is where Chico will start to pull away slightly, because on the exit of slow speed corners, that BMW seems to be very good, but further up or back up towards the front of the field, we've got the battle for 5th and 6th place going on between Kleba and Kievanen as well. So I think Kievanen's not being able to get by Kleba, so I think maybe Kievan is just hanging back a little bit, looking after the tyres, and just maybe doing a bit of fuel saving as well, and trying to stretch this stint as long as possible. I think we're just about 14 minutes away from the next set of pit stops, or thereabouts. So Kievanen, I think maybe just doing a bit of fuel saving at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. It could be the case. The Grip Hacks Engineering Aston not really putting too much pressure on Kleber in the TSR. That's easier for me to say. Number 47 Audi. Now, I was surmising earlier that pace difference that Kleber was demonstrating might be that he was struggling with the car, but it seems that he's a bit more on pace in this stint. Maybe he was having a technical difficulty or whatever the reasoning. Been more comfortable with the car in this stage. Oh, that's getting busy for Piscatau. He's right behind Vidanovic in the 449 Audi, the side-by-side Audi, and then right behind him is Luca Degano in the 770 Ferrari. So a three-way fight then for 7th, and judging by the body language of these three, it doesn't look like they're just going to roll through the miles. I would think that Vidanovic is going to be under a fair amount of pressure, and look at how early he's gone for that defensive line right to the middle of the road. Is the Aston going to go for a move into turn 11? He thought about it, went for it, didn't go for it. And in the end, he hasn't moved. Degano had a bit of a think about on the inside of 13. Again, you got to really capitalize on the mistake from who you're chasing to really make that work. Now looking back from the side-by-side Esports number 449 Audi, Ruskan Vidanovic, currently in command of it, the Slovakian driver, still fending off the advances of the 120 Aston, the Romanian driver of Cascatau, with the Glitz Motorsport Ferrari. It's Italy's Luca Degano. They still need to field Loris Mediri. Seen the third driver of the 770 car yet, and again the Audi defending hard the inside line. The Aston trying to commit to the inside at turn 1. No, that's going to run down. Still side by side on the way down to 2, but it's going to be advantage Audi. And Vidanovic remains in 7th at this moment in time. Garno he's waiting to pick up the pieces as Cascadau is determined to try and get his Audi alongside. Oh my goodness me! Sorry, it's Aston. Oh no! Why did Cascadau try and make the move there? And now the two cars are facing each other. Now the Aston's let the Ferrari go. I think Cascadau realises that was his mistake. He's let Degano go, but that's cost cost both of them some serious positions there. And well, Vidanovic has got some breathing space.
Yeah, that was very, very silly from Alex there. I realised he wanted to try and make the move. He's quicker, but making a move in that part of the track, that was just absolutely silly.
Yeah, that door was not open. That was only ever going to go one way. I mean, fair play from Vidanovic to keep the Aston pointing in the right direction, and sadly Degano was the innocent bystander in that. Was sent around. Hopefully the damage isn't too severe, as we now look at Pierre Moulin in the Rolling Goat 368 Honda on the back of the 23 BMW. That's the Rapid Esports car. Chifino Catalan. There goes the French driver. Fairly straightforward move for him. Can he slow it down? Yep, he had that one under control. So 14th position then for Pierre Moulin. 368 car. All French speakers. So it's Pierre Moulin as Kevin Chartier, who I believe started the car. Not seen Bryce Minguet yet. Bryce being from Belgium. Two from France. Curious on what the rolling goat analogy is, but say it still makes me chuckle when I see it. Again, wow, look at the gap that Pierre's already formed for himself over Catalan. Catalan's in the pits, so that may not have been indicative of a pace difference. Could be just the BMW not needing to push in any way, but this is probably going to be the trigger of the next round of pit stops. See who changes driver this time around.
Yep, so that's pretty much the point where all the pit stops normally start, and they get some people pitted early, and other teams and drivers trying to go as long as possible. But apart from that, it seems to be after that silly incident, it seems to have settled down ever so slightly now. So when the pit stops start, that's when it all seems to just stay quiet and down ever so slightly.
True indeed. Too far away from the halfway stage of this race. So again, drivers or teams are going to bear in mind that they can't just rely on, we've got time to do this, or we've got time to make up for this mistake, or to try and get that position. Fast approaching the halfway point, you don't have the advantage time on your side anymore. At the moment, probably not thinking too much about that. We look at Daniel Rowe, Hybrid Academy number 58. Aston, still on the back of Hamling, 71 Mercedes, who is still right with Nardazinski in the 69 McLaren. And also for company is Piers Stockton in the 46 McLaren. And only 2 and a bit seconds back is Kevin Kruger in the 77 BMW. So an interesting group all forming around here. Daniel Rowe right in the tyre tracks, right in the exhaust fumes of Guilherme Hamlin. Is the Aston going to try and make a move on the Merc? Here he goes. He's done it quite early. He's committed. Can he get it slowed down? Yes, he does. Nice move from Daniel Rowe. Up into 19th place. Nardazinski is next target. Meanwhile, Stockton getting ever closer to the back of the Mercedes. Also, that's the 501 Honda, I believe, that is right there with them. There is a car that is out of order, or out of position, I should say, as far as this group is concerned. I believe that is our second place car in the form of Martin Hoyer. Fusion Racing Honda. There it is, the red and white car near the top of the shot. Blue flag waving. It always seems to wave very late, but by the way, I think the drivers are well aware. They don't rely on just the flag man on the side. They are told in game whether there's something. You are notified, aren't you, that someone is coming up, aren't you?
Yeah, you're notified in game when someone's coming up to lap you, and some of these teams or some of these drivers might have someone spotting for them in game as a spectator. But I think also you can have some drivers like to use something called the crew chief app, which tells you if someone's coming up to lap you. There's so many things that the drivers use that they can use to let them know who's coming up to lap them. I know myself when I'm racing in these events or just racing in general, but someone's making a move up the side of the Hamlin into the hairpin. Wow,
that was Stockton. That was very late. That was a very sudden move by the McLaren, but he got it done without impact. It's probably caught Hamlin a bit by surprise. and immediately goes to the defensive line, as well as Michael Hoyer. You see Hoy in the top left, and then the number 2, which dictates their race position when they came over the line. That is indeed our second place car. Which won't be helping him try and close down that 32.5-second gap between himself and the race leading Bentley. Second to third, he's now about 10 seconds. Themselves and the 27 Lexus. And of Nicholas Gorse. Check back with this group. Battling for 9th, Phillips, Principi, Degano, and Cascatau. Back in their rhythm following the impact between the Aston and the Ferrari earlier on. Degano trying to get back ahead of the 70 Audi. Go for it this time. Cascatau looming right behind. Try and make the pass again. Hopefully a bit more sensibly. Yeah, as you were saying, Ryan, there are numerous tools. I've used Crew T from the past, and it is very, very handy at alerting you not just to blue flags, but to incidents, you know, yellow flag, sector 1, or things like that, which can be very, very handy if you're storming towards it.
Yeah, indeed. As Degano's coming up through the final for a couple of corners now. He's still trying to make a move into the final corner. This is going to be tight. Can he get the move done? Yes, he can. But both of them are going to be side by side, I believe, heading up to turn 1. And Degano, he saw a bit of an opportunity there. He saw a bit of a gap and managed to get his nose up. But that Audi in a straight line again, just keeping itself ahead. But again, Degano is not giving up. Can he get the move up the inside? Yes, he can. It's a bit forceful, but nice move up into 10th place.
Goodness me, opportunistic. Like you say, he got the job done. As into the pits comes Pierre Moulin in the 368 car. The Rolling Goat Honda in for its next scheduled stop. Group further up the road, there's actually a battle for 4th with Barberry, Kleber and Kivinen. And in 7th, it's Vidona. I said it right earlier. Vidonovic. Oh, as us Cascatau trying to make a move on Principi. Didn't quite come off the Audi, just getting the traction at the right time.
But Alex has to be careful because we know what happened the last time when he tried to make a move. It went horribly wrong, and unfortunately, I think he just needs to be careful this time around. And he managed to get it stopped early, but still, the side by side, there's a bit of a slight door rubbing there. But again, I think Alex has got the move done. Yes, he has.
Yes, indeed. Cascatau now up into 11th place. Into D-seat. Principi from the last spot in the 73 car. Now going to try and chase again. Look at Degano. He tangled a few laps ago. Harry Phillips is just minding his own business really in the Audi. Through shot. 9th. Vidonovic is in. Or the 7th place car, and Phillips is in as well. There's Christoph Kleber still keeping Barberry company and Kivinen behind. So whatever issues that Kleber was having earlier on do seem to be dealt with, or don't seem to be haunting him in the same way in this stint for whatever reason. 5.8 car, Carlo Barberry. And then you look at the group behind. That's not all for position, unfortunately, in the four-car group behind this one. So they're keeping it think about move on the inside of turn 12. Realised he wasn't close enough to safely make that one work. Aston, Audi, Aston. If your mark begins with the letter A, please join this queue. Giving each other any quarter as our race leader is in.
Indeed, it looks like I was going to say, it looks like a 349 Bentley of that team. I think it wouldn't surprise me if they do a driver swap, because Moreira has been in that car for quite some time, I think.
He has, yeah. He's double stinted. I think the starting driver was James de Hilleland, or de Hiveland. Still can't say it. No matter how many times I try, I still can't say his name right. I think both James and Felipe have double stinted, so that should be Jordan Burrows waiting in the wings to have a go in the car. So that's going to hand the lead over now to the 501 Honda, the Fusion Racing car, currently in the hands of Martin Hoyer. So this then becomes the battle for 4th position. Back out of the pits to get back up to speed. These three just holding their place, and it is indeed Burrows that is in command of the 349 car as Cascatau and Principi both come in, still in the Audi respectively. Is Kleber going to be able to get past Barberi at this point? Decent exit from turn 11. Is he trying to make a move though? He could be just utilising the slipstream just to save the fuel, save the tyres a little bit. No effort to try and make the pass at this stage. Lead me to believe that this is more of a strategic position he's put himself in. Still pretty strong. We got a little bit unsettled there. Definitely don't want to do when Kivinen is right behind him. Does here though. Are they going to come into the pits is the next question. Here's Levi Kivinen. Anyone for the pits? Yes, that's Christoph Kleber coming in.
Yep, so I had a feeling that Kleber was going to dive into the pits and try and pit on the hour, or try and get close to the hour as he could, and yeah, he's managed to do that. So yeah, into the pits now, and I think Kleber will. I think Kleber may stay in for another stint, or may just do a single stint and then change driver. But as Kleber and Cleveland comes around the pits now or into turn 1, and goes round for another lap. But the other stops are starting to take place now. But looking at his battle for it, the 17th and 18th, it looks like they've done a driver change. Christian Berindi is to take over that car.
Yeah, the starting driver is back in command of the 120 Aston. He finds himself right on the tail on this 5-car conga line. Currently led by the 467. That's the Full Boost Racing Aston Martin. Tomasz Sivek at the head of this particular snake. That also does include Michael Hoyer, second place car. That was very well driven there by Nardazinski in the orange-wheeled McLaren. Very, very well done there to let the second place car go without losing much time, as Kivinen thinks about going on the inside line of Barberi for 3rd place. Can't quite commit to it. Duskalescu in the 16 car is in the pits. I think he's just taken that one over. Has he? No, I think Duskalescu's been in there a while. Too many cars to try and keep up with. As Sivek actually comes in, just as we mentioned him. Levi Kivinen trying to press on. Kevin Kruger is in as well, the 77 car. Either of these Astons coming in? No, not interested. Nicholas Kors in the 27 Lexus now in as well. Going to leave Michael Hoyer very much on his own, because he's been in the race leading car for a while, and there he is in the shot, the red and white Honda. Pit lane still a very busy place at this stage. We've crossed over the 4th hour. 4 down, 5 to go. Now the teams are going to have to start thinking about what strategies they plan to do and how that's panned out. Driver allocation at this stage. And each driver can only do sort of 195 minutes, so just over 3 hours. No doubt numerous strategies have had to be adjusted on the fly. So Chico is in as well, the number 9 BMW. There is Piers Stockton on the tail of Nardazinski. Two McLarens. Oh, sorry, the Aston and the McLaren doing battle there. That's Burindia. So he is squaring up to. Nardazinski is the orange wheeled McLaren ahead of him. I don't think all cars in this group have pitted yet. Treble 9 Ferrari is in as well.
Yeah, I was going to say, it wouldn't surprise me if some of these cars in this pack dive into the pits at the end of this lap or within the next couple of laps at least. But it's come round now. Who's going to dive in? It looks like no one's diving in, so they're all going round for another lap.
No visitors from this group. Daniel Rowe is in the 58 car. The Hybrid Academy Aston. Just see it, top right hand corner. They're looking at Piers Stockton. Oh, that was close.
That was a bit of a hold. That was pretty much hold your breath in and hope for the best.
Yes, indeed. One of the Ferraris nearly tangling with the Piers Stockton there. See Burindia, who just taken over the car, keeping Nardazinski company, who's doing as best he can to stay in the tyre tracks of the current race leader, for Hoyer, the 501 Honda. Well, the Fusion Racing team are quite happy about the fact that their car is up towards the top. And Christian thinking about a move. The Racing Blob 120 Aston nearly nudges the back of Nardazinski. Turn 11. Once more. Opportunity then. Going to go for it. That would be the time. There he goes. Can they slow it down? They can. McLaren can't fight that. So that is 12th to Racing Block 120 Aston. He should, if he's able to get back into the rhythm, still pick up some slipstream from the Racing Fusion Honda ahead of him. Oh, that's Levi Kievinen. There's battling with Barberi.
Oh,
Oh, wow. That was robust. That was quite a move back from Kievinen to get up into second. But Barberi was in second when they crossed the line, crossed the last timing line. But, the Gripax Engineering number 11 Aston very much claiming that second. What answer does Barberi have? Is the next question. Right behind them is not the race leader. Or is it 349 car, Jordan Burrows? Or is it the race leader? I don't think it is. Stockton once more. I think the race leader's not long gone past this pack, so I don't think it is. By the way, they do owe a oh no, it is. It's Martin Hoyer. He's just gone past. They're keeping it. Oh goodness, that's close. Very, very close coming through turn 11. He is due a pit stop. Been in for a while. seen come in yet. At what point is that Honda going to come into the pits? There's Stockton once more. Not as easy. So, the car I thought was the race leader around the second place battle obviously isn't him, because the race leader is right there with this group all squabbling for 12th place. Fairly sure 501 car needs to come in. Does he do so this time? Coming in. Nope. Now, the last commercial break, I did see someone, I've forgotten who it was, nearly smack into the pit lane entry wall. They came into the pit lane entry a little bit too hot. When it was one of those less than glamorous moments. We now see Diego Rodriguez back in command of the number 9 car. SLP Racing Team BMW.
Yeah, apparently it was just BMW here at the just about smacked the wall in the pit entry that you're talking about.
Unless several people have done it. I did see someone do it. Yeah, one of those less than glamorous moments. At least they didn't hit it. They were able to just reverse slightly away from it and then get into the pits properly.
Yeah, they were probably taking lessons on how to enter the pit lane from David Coulthard, who was famous for hitting the pit wall in the Adelaide.
Wasn't going to say that. Wasn't going to bring that up. But yes, DC did do that in Adelaide. 95?
Yeah, I believe it was Adelaide 95.
Way back when.
Way back when I was a young boy.
Oh, goodness me. So there is Pierce still in this group. Still fending off the advances of Yvette Santana. He's back in command of the 999 Ferrari. That's the car that came out of the pits and nearly clouted one of this group. But, all is still well with the XPD Emerald Racing Ferrari. And that was towards the sharper end early on. That is the very unpredictable nature of endurance racing. Another hour is complete. So, wow, several cars right ahead of Santana, all coming into the pits. Let's hear once more from our commercial sponsors. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to this first race of this series here at COTA or VCO. And again, something seems to happen whilst they're away, and that was a drive-through penalty for the 71 car. Kalami Hamling having to serve that one, and some more pit stops now being served. Barberi in the 158 car. There's Frederick Goodman, who's taken over the 77 BMW. Lightspeed entered car now on the back of the 46. Loeffler now in command of the Rising Panda Racing McLaren. Two countrymen doing battle for 23rd place. Just gotten into their respective vehicles. Still leading the way. Actually, well, now leading the way, I should say, is actually the number 11 car, the Grip Axe Engineering Aston, in the hands of Levi Kivinen. Now sits at the top spot with the 158 car. Carlo Barberi, although he's just come into the pits, so he was up into second. Still some order shuffling going on. Is Frederick Goodman going to make a move here? What you thought about it? Had a look. Sideline. Chose not to go for it. Certainly getting very fidgety behind the McLaren. No move made. There's Kivinen. He's now come in. The 349 car. Gordon Burrows. Set to take the lead back over for VRM Racing. As we see Birindia side by side. Oh, that's Santana. Ooh, that's getting very, very up close and personal. Sorry, that's the 770 car. Wrong Ferrari. It's actually Mediri. I don't think we've seen him in the car thus far. Loris Mediri that has the Glitz Motorsport Ferrari. That is a argument for 10th place. Also, the 166 car is in. That's the other Rising Panda car. Martin Lindrup from Denmark. Brought that one back in. To Christian Birindia. Driver for the Racing Bog 120 Aston. To give himself a bit of breathing space, or a tiny bit of breathing space at least, between himself and Loris Mediri. Pavel Ciesla has got back in command of the Silver Racing 808 Mercedes. He finds himself staring down the 71 car, Kalami Hamling of Holland. Cracked Racing Merc. How many Mercs in the field? How many there are? There are 3 of them, and 1 retired. So these are the 2 remaining Mercedes. Oh, is that Hamling coming in? Yes, it is. I did wonder whether Hamling had taken a bit of an awkward line there through the penultimate corner, but no, that was intentional. He's coming in. Going to leave Pavel Ciesla along his merry way. Nardazinski is in as well, as you can see on the tower, the Limitless Speed Drivers team, along with the 74 car, the Sinsport Racing Aston Martin. Started well on the hand of Nard Cox, but finds itself right the way down the bottom of the field. But there's the 349, our reclaimed race leader. VRM Racing Bentley returns to the top spot. It had itself about 33-ish seconds from the rest of the field at the point that the first pit stop was done, and it's built on it again. Too much different now, 34.5 at the last check over the 501 Honda. Stefano Barrera back in command of it, Colombian driver.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if this free VRM, the Bentley, when it came to the pit stop, instead of taking a full tank, I wonder if they've underfueled slightly just to try and get ahead and try and build a bit of a gap, because yeah, 34 seconds is really a big margin, and they've not really been under attack for pretty much a while now. So I think they might have underfueled slightly.
Oh, could see if that strategy works well for them. Well, that returns to bite them on the backside. Michael Löffler in the Rising Panda number 46 McLaren, side by side with the 69. That's Toby Lang in the Limitless Speed Drivers McLaren. Oh, Struth! That is close between the two. No love lost between these two countrymen, both of Germany. Löffler loses out on that one. Oh no, sorry, he gains on that. It was Lang that lost out, beg your pardon. Löffler gained the position. Of course, updated itself on the next timing line. Perivaldi's behind is not for position. Not the position that they need to immediately worry about. Still doing what they can at this stage. We are about to hit the halfway stage, and another drive-through has popped up on the tower. Car number 30 for Sid Sport car. Chris Warner. Pushed their luck a little bit too much. Drive-through served. Seen those pop up for cars up all the way through the field, so everyone is pushing the limit, as again you have to do. I will wander as few times too many.
Yeah, that's just the proof again that quota bites when it comes to track limits, and thankfully no one up at the front has had any drive-through for track limits. But yeah, now I've said that, I've probably jinxed it.
Expect it to, and I'm not taking the blame. Credit's all yours on that one. Well, we'll see. Still 30 cars circulating. Still only the single retirement from the race. So again, great effort there. As Löffler thinks about a move on Lang. Quite come off. Wow, they get close. Coming into turn 12. Ahead of them is the 58 Aston, now in the hands of Volschenk. It's his first stint in the car. Hybrid Academy Aston. We've seen Ottens and Rowe. This is Volschenk's first outing. Christie's once again. Still having to think about to get back past, or to get past Lang. Group of cars are all fighting for position. These two most certainly are. Behind. Most certainly not for position. Maybe Ray Phillips just coming up behind them. See a little bit later on. Looks like quite get the advantage he needs. The hardest opponent to overcome is one in the same machinery as you. Yes, the setup will be a bit different, but no obvious advantage between the two as Löffler gets very close to the tail of Lang. coming into turn 11. There's our sole Lexus. It's still in third.
Yeah, they're doing a good job. Doing a good job with that Lexus because to get up into the top three after not qualifying that well, but place less ballast seems to be paying off it quite well, and yeah, it's showing right now with third place Sasa Galata at the wheel.
Yeah, looks like your prophecy came true. Indeed, commentator curse, the number 501 car.
Yeah.
The second place Honda has got itself a drive-through penalty in the hands of Estefano Barrera.
Yeah, I think I'll leave the commentary box before I get a lunch mob after me.
Well, it's again gonna, to the delight of the VRM Bentley, gonna give them. The gap had come down. And there was a pit stop in there because it's suddenly down to like 4 seconds. But and Loeffler's just got one. So Loeffler, as we were just watching in the 46 McLaren, as he was fighting against Toby Lang, he's just earned himself a drive-through penalty as well. No, you can't claim that one. Because,
yeah, I was going to say, I'm not claiming that one.
Yeah, I was going to say, we can't give you that one. Oh, I bet Estefano Barrera is going to be pretty frustrated with that. He certainly had the lion's share of the driving in that car. Well, it doesn't necessarily mean that he scored most points, but he's been in the car for the biggest amount of time. So odds are that most of the warnings may well have been accrued whilst he was behind the wheel. Whoever's bossing for Burrows, no doubt have informed him of that. Jordan Burrows doesn't necessarily have to push too hard to defend against the 501 car. That doesn't mean that the mighty Lexus, back in the hand of Sir Sasha Glatter, who did wonderful things in the car earlier on. I mean, they won't stop pushing though. There's Chris Warner, the 30 McLaren. Alpha Sidsport is serving the drive-through penalty for them. There is Toby Lang, Limitless Speed Drivers 69 car. He is closing up to the back of the Hybrid Academy Aston Martin. JW Volshank. Volshank, first outing in the car in this race. It will take him a little while to reacclimatise himself with the car. Toby Lang will look to capitalise on. There's Salvatore in the Simsport car. That's Daniel Salvatore. Has also come into the pits. Took that car over from Roberto Principi. That's kind of a pit out sequence almost. Again, they may well have gone for a short stint this time around. They know that. So Loeffler is serving the drive-through penalty, or rising for the Rising Panda McLaren. Circuit he comes. So we hang now right with the number 58 Aston Martin. Chipping away at that gap over the laps, but now finds himself in striking distance of the Hybrid Academy Aston. There's our third place Lexus, followed by the fourth place Audi. Well, there is the fourth place Audi at the top of the chart, the multicoloured car. That is the Team Stiftung Reifentest, sorry, 47 car. Currently being driven by Nico Schatka, starting driver for the team. Pavel Ciesla, the 808 Merc. He's trying to keep up and pressure the number 16 Mercedes BMW, Digital Racing Squad. Driven by Alex Poama. Lang once again. German driver trying to do something against the South African ahead of him, of Volshank. Do have to bear in mind that they have got third place car behind them as the 501 is serving its drive through. Rear camera from Toby Lang, looking back at the now third place Audi.
Yeah, that 501 car, the 7th drive-through going through the pit lane, they'll probably be kicking themselves because they were in a good position. They still will be in a good position, but they'll be kicking themselves because they weren't that too far away from the lead. But obviously the leader made the pit stop. I believe.
Yeah, because 30 seconds suddenly found. Well, I mean, they could have made a pit stop, but pit stop's more than a 30-second loss. So that makes me think that the leader was involved in an incident that unfortunately we didn't see. But again, we'll never know. Gap is now only 12 seconds between Burrows and the race-leading 349 car and Glatter in these now second place Lexus. Pavel Siesla once again closed right in on the Digital Racing Squad BMW. Romanian driver Alex Poama defending to do to hang on to 15th place. As he chooses to just let the Mercedes go. Now that we're in the second half of the race, albeit only just, those options become less realistic, as Siesla is going to wait for 16 car to make that decision. Oh, that's a bit naughty of the 808. No real need for that. Either way, he's up into 15.
Yeah, that was a bit of a hip check there.
Somewhat. The 501 car, having served its pit stop, reappeared in 6th position. Barrera has 158 car to close in on. The Ida Pro Esport Martin out of the story. Given back from Siesla. He has got himself in the gap between himself and the BMW. Whether Poama was going to let the 23 go or not, sorry, the 808 go or not. Siesla wasn't interested in waiting for that decision to be made. Now he is going to chase off after the next BMW in line, the 23 car Rapid Esports team, which is right there. Tufino Catalan. Again, fairness, Siesla has been really closing in very quickly. The mauve and white, mauve and grey BMW. Is Catalan going to be able to defend against Siesla, or is the 808 Mercedes, again, he did with the previous BMW, decision for them? Very close. Little turn.
Yeah, looks like Siesla's got the run. He's got a good run in the BMW, but I don't know if he's going to be close enough to make a move into turn 1. But looks like it's getting closer and closer. And it's going for the move into turn 1. It's going to be a bit. It's going to be so close, and it looks like Siesla might get the move done. Again, a bit of a hip check.
Well, I'd say that was BMW turning towards Mercedes that time, but yeah, Catalan trying to defend the position a bit too late. Through another position then for the Mercedes. Yes, they'll be quite happy about that. So see what he's able to do from now, trying to get some more distance between himself and now the pair of BMWs behind. He's got quite some distance to go before he catches up with the 368 car, the Rolling Goat Honda. Kevin Chartier back in command of the car. It was about 22 seconds last time they were over the timing line, so it'll take him a while to close that one down. Up towards the top end is Glasser. Trying to chip away the gap between himself and Jordan Burrows. For it to update once more. 12.1 as they come over the line. 12.4 now. The Bentley just stretching its legs a little bit, and then it's another 6.7 seconds back to Nico Schatska in the 47 team Steve Jung Reifentest Audi. Was at the first set of pit stops, it was actually leading by about 8 seconds or so. See what they're able to do. They can claw back the gap for the remaining 4 hours and 20 minutes.
Yeah, so that 349 Bentley, whatever issue they had, it doesn't seem to be affecting them because they've got a gap back up to 12.3 seconds now. So whatever issue they had, it's probably just a spin then, because if they had damage, it probably would have affected their lap times. So this sounds like they might have had a self spin possibly, but still, the Sasa Glass they do well to keep that gap, and they actually doing well in general to get up to second place, considering they didn't really qualify that well.
No, absolutely so. And Glasser was actually at 12,000 quicker than Burrows. He'd need quite a few laps to close down 12 seconds at that kind of difference. But yeah, as you said, that is indicative of there being a mistake rather than a major problem with the 129 car. But still got some distance to go yet. Still plenty of driver changes to go through. We'll see how the rest of the Rivals grid do. Vinu Catalin again. Behind Poama now. So has lost another spot. The two BMWs have swapped round. Romanian driver getting ahead. The Romanian driver getting ahead of the Romanian driver. Both of these cars are full Romanian squads. That was a pointless analogy. Either way, the countrymen swapping round. Alex Poama. Stiesler has opened up a 2.2 second gap between the pair of BMWs. There is Stiesler in the middle of the shot. Looking back, Zinski is some distance back, so they haven't got any immediate pressure. Well, there you go, 14.2 seconds back to the 467 car, Full Boost Racing Bodis squad. Marcin Wazizinski, and hopefully getting that somewhere near correct. Christian Burindia doesn't have the luxury of space though. He is chasing off after the 9th place Audi. Harry Phillips, the 26 car, Wild Things Racing Audi. Now, this was the team that you'd earmark to do quite well at the beginning of the race, Ryan.
Yeah, I did. The Wild Things Racing. I've watched him. I've watched him in quite a few other leagues and on ACC, and they always seem to do well. But in this race so far, they're still doing well in the top 10. But it just seems to be, again, towards the end of the stint, they just end up dropping back. So I don't know if it's maybe just the characteristics of the car on low fuel, but they're not suiting the car, or if it's maybe just a setup thing they're struggling with. But again, they're still inside the top 10, but again, they're starting to just drop back ever so slightly towards this 120 Aston Martin of the racing block team, and also I was going to say the triple nine for Ferrari, but that's about 5.6 seconds back. So Harry Phillips, he's under pressure, but not big pressure. So if he did lose a position to Burundi, it's not the end of the world.
No, very true. Still with over 4 hours to go. There's time to rectify issues, as we've said, but now that we're over halfway, people will start to want to push a bit more than just see how the clock goes. We're still right at the tyre tracks of Phillips, coming through 12. Coming through 10, 11, beg your pardon. See Santana at the top of the shot there in the green and black Ferrari. In the position to challenge just yet. The two Ferraris, 999 car and the 770, were close together. See now separated by about 9 seconds. Maybe where the Audi's a little bit stronger than the Aston in these twisty sections. Burundi had quite the pace advantage to overhaul the Audi in the straighter section yet. Or unless he's keeping a little bit in reserve, trying to extend the stint a bit. Can help, put you in a position to have a very short stop towards the end of the race. Many a race has been won in the pit lane. The pit strategies, especially endurance races. Again, for these two. Not seeing Phillips defending too much. Feeling he's under pressure, although he gets turn one a little bit wrong. Really had thought about trying to send a move there. The Audi, but still remains behind at this stage. No gain made for Christian Burundi, or no loss made by Harry Phillips in the 26 car.
Yeah, Phillips is handling the pressure really well, and not really letting the in there try and intimidate him. But I think if Christian does get a run, I think Harry won't fight it too much, and I think he'll be happy to just tuck him behind, because I think Wild Fins Racing, I think they've been pitting round about the 5 minute remaining mark every hour, so I think they'll probably be making a pit stop within the next within the next 5 minutes, I think.
Back with you now, Ryan.
Welcome back.
Just filling in the mainstream on all the action we've had. We're here for the Rivals Grid. Whilst I was keeping an eye very much on Harry Phillips' progress. Now we've got Frederick Goodman, 77 car. BMW still chasing Volchenk. 58, South African entry. Behind him is not Toby Lang. He's out of position. Particular group. One question that Lewis McGlade asked me is, what do we expect for the remaining 4 hours? And I said, well, every time I've said they're getting back into their rhythm or things are settling down, someone either spins or we have a drive-through penalty. So no idea what to expect. Plenty more twists and turns. Would you agree with that, Ryan?
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's plenty. I think there's plenty more drivers still left to happen, and I think it wouldn't surprise me if, hopefully it doesn't happen, but it wouldn't surprise me if other drivers start getting drive-throughs for off-track or track limits towards the end of the race, especially when it gets to night time or towards the end of the race when it starts getting a lot more dark or even sunset. Where sometimes spotting your braking points, it can be difficult, and some of these drivers are going to have to readjust to that, especially racing in the dark around Kota, because like I mentioned earlier on, there's not really much floodlights. It's not like it's not a track like Daytona, for example, where you've got floodlights. It makes it easier to spot your braking points.
Speaking of drive-throughs, there's another one. It's the Geeks Energy Sim Racing BMW that's themselves one, the number 35 car. It doesn't. The most of the drive-throughs do seem to have appeared towards the sort of tail end of the field, where it could be that drivers are trying to get out of the way of the faster cars coming to lap them, and unfortunately ACC sees them as going off track, even though the intentions might be honourable. You go off track, it's as simple as that. We continue to look at the Lightspeed car, Frederick Goodman in command of the 77, continuing to try and keep the pressure on the Hybrid Academy Aston. It's not the one directly ahead of it, it's the one ahead of them. The blue one with the checkered pattern on the doors. Goodman's got the car to clear, or that car clear Volchenk. Challenge. See, a lead gap is still fluctuating a little bit. Too much. There is Predrag Yevrenminit. Again, this is one I tried to practice. Yevremov. I can't do it.
I'll give it a try for you. Yevremovic. Movic. Well, that was close enough.
Yevremovic. That's as close as I'm going to get. Or Yevremovic. Yevremovic. That one. The 449 car. I do try and say people's names. I do try and get them right, but when there's that many syllables, especially for us Brits that aren't used to it, it does become a bit of a challenge. And the side-by-side racing 449 Audi, there it is. I wonder if that was the car that I mistook for a Ferrari that was spinning a while ago. You said it was one of the Hondas, but it was this kind of colour.
Yeah, I kept thinking it was a Honda as well. So yeah. Because far away, looking at the front of an Audi, I'll admit I do mistake it for a Honda.
It was quite a distance away when we spotted it, facing the wrong way. But either way, if it is them, they're doing pretty well to be in 7th, although they've got a bit of a hefty gap between themselves and Barrera in the 501 car. So the Fusion Racing Honda now served its drive-through to keep pace with car down the road, the Ida Pro Equal Aston Martin, the 158 car. Christian Pastori, Italian, in command of it, keeping the 4th place, number 11, to Levi Kivanen. Did lead the race briefly, number 11 Aston. It's himself in 4th with Pastori for company. There is Levi Kivinen with a lot of traffic right behind him as well.
Yeah, that's a lot of traffic. So, yeah, battle going on behind him, I noticed. So, it looks like Pastore in the 158 Aston Martin is under a bit of pressure. So, I think I also noticed as well, Kevin has been in the car for quite some time. So, I believe when it comes up to the next pit stop, he should be jumping out.
Yeah, come on, agree. Oh, that was nearly trouble for Barrera then. As this is the battle we were looking at just now, wasn't it? It was the Astons that are arguing. Oh, that's getting uncomfortable. That's Volshank and Gutman in that mixture. So Estefano Barrera has gotten through. If you look at the tower, when it updates itself, Gutman and Volshank should be right with one another, but Estefano Barrera isn't interested in that, to get on with the job of getting past Christian Pastore in the 158 car. 501 car right up in the podium position a little while ago. Keen to get back up there because we are getting to the top of the 5th hour. Next flurry of pit stops should be fairly soon.
And I think I was going to say, I think Barrera will probably be slightly frustrated after that drive-through penalty. So I think you'll be in that sort of you'll be sort of in that not angry driver mode, but probably using that frustration to try and claw some positions back.
Oh, absolutely so. But keeping that frustration under control and channeling it rather than letting it get the better of you is very, very, very difficult. As the number 23 car comes in, it's the Rapid Esports BMW, Tufino Catalin bringing the car in. Is he handing the keys over to Dragos Simeon, who we have seen in the car, or Robert Trapelita? I'm sure we've seen Robert in the car yet. Grap right behind is still pretty fierce. This was the tail end of the field. This is actually the final 2 cars, I think. We are down to 29 cars, or are we? Oh, we might not be. Number 73 car, I think he's actually still running. Yes, because it's just registered the time. So we are still 30 cars to the good. Christophe Bilan, the number 79 Honda. That's not the car that Jakobsen is chasing. Audi already ahead of him, isn't it? Oh no, it is a Honda. No, excuse me. So no, you may have actually been absolutely spot on earlier on, because that's exactly the same colour as the Audi I pointed out. So you may have actually been spot on with who span or what it was in. And that would again explain why that car is now down here. That's the G Liga Esport car. Another drive-through's popped up. This time it is Toby Lang in the 69 car. The limitless speed drivers. Well, the limitless speed drivers, they will certainly need to put the pit limiter on. So drive-through to be served for them. You can see Goodman and Volshank continuing their argument now that that pack of out-of-position cars seems to have gotten through them. Well, that's the Simsport car that's already ahead. They're actually track behind this group. Double check that. I thought that's the number 74 car. Yeah, it is. It's James Mead. That is the SSRI car. That's in 26. So that's actually unlapped itself from the group. Either way, this battle for 5th is continuing. The story. He's obviously losing time now against Kivinen because he's having to keep the ever-determined Barrera, the 501 Honda, right behind him. Bit of a different line choice coming up into turn 1. Maybe a bit of a tap there from the Honda onto the Aston. Certainly wouldn't have helped the Honda.
Yeah, I've noticed in turn one you can take different lines through that corner. Some drivers some drivers like to try and take a wide entry and try and maybe like square the corner off to get back on the power early. And some drivers I've noticed like to try and turn in a little bit early and try and aim for that apex and try and turn in early. I've always found it fascinating.
Yeah, absolutely. So very much depends on what your preference is, but also the situation you're in, whether there's other drivers that you're fighting with that force you to take a bit of a different line or what have you. As two more cars come in, Burindia and Santana in the 120 and 999 cars respectively. Now more pit stops, more potential driver changes to action. We have got just over 4 hours to go for this 9-hour race here at Circuit of the Americas. Just past 6 o'clock in the evening, server time. Sun should certainly be setting. Oh, Barrera thinking about the inside at 13. We've seen a few people make that one work.
He'll be on the outside though.
It will be for the crucial moment. The Aston makes full advantage of it. And that is back into 6th for Estefano Barrera. Or is it? He got the inside for the double right apex of 19. I think Pastori went in too deep, and that has handed that position. I'd say that's a bit disingenuous to Barrera there. He definitely got the position. He sees the opportunity from the mistake from Pastori, and that is up into 5th position. There's Gutmann. He's lost his playmate as Volshank has just come into the pits along with Poama, and in comes Lang to the drive-through penalty. Again, facing numerous pit stops going on, not for the 69 car, going to service drive-through and then come back in again. Bit of an inopportune time to have a drive-through towards the end of a stint. That doesn't take the fuel amount too much. Alex Cascatel in the 120 car, back in command of the racing blog Aston. He's chasing Brzezinski, the 467 car. Full boost racing Aston Martin. Bonus squad position in the field. So we've got more cameraman death going on. And he's behind, challenging the 4th position. Those is the Flash Audi 73 car. It's down in 28th position. But I mean, that's how a race can drastically change, considering that the 73 car was well up inside the top 10. Now finds itself 2 laps down, nearly 3 laps down from the leader, and down at 28th.
Yeah, it's just that's the way endurance races go. You can have a good start to the race and it can be going well, and then all of a sudden it can just end up falling apart. And unfortunately the 73 Audi and a few other people that were up at the front in the early stages have just either had drive-through, had incidents, or just maybe the strategies not went their way. But still, looking at the Atto at the moment, still running down in 29th, but I think him and the team will be feeling really frustrated.
Somewhat, yeah, absolutely. But Andrea Miato back in command of the car, giving up. They are still pressing on, and it must feel like a pretty insurmountable mountain. They are the last but one running car. And the last place car, the number 79, has got itself a drive-through penalty as well. G-Liga Esports car. Definitely not gone well for them. Miato to unlap itself from the 75 car. Now, a driver is perfectly allowed to unlap themselves as long as they do not impede the car that they are unlapping themselves from. The general racing etiquette. Andrea Miato does that fairly comfortably. It's the Wild Things Racing car. That's 26th, 35, beg your pardon.
Yeah, it looks like they've made a driver swap as well with Harry Phillips jumping out and Chris Hack getting back in. So it looks like I think Harry Phillips is the only driver that's done a double stint in this race so far out of this lineup. So Hack and his teammate, I can't remember their teammate. It was Patrick Sodicap.
Sodeikate. So Sodeikap.
Yeah, yeah, I'm not good at pronouncing foreign names, so yeah.
Yeah, he's German, so I'm sure you'll forgive us.
But yeah, Harry Phillips is the only driver in that car that's done a double stint so far, and Chris Hack and their German teammate have only done single stints so far. As Alex Cascatal makes a bit of a boots up of that move.
Yeah, he's a little bit deep there, but enthusiastic coming into the final turn. Zinski has easy enough reclaimed it. Look who's our race leader now. That's changed hands. Funnily enough, I actually said in the main broadcast the only car that hasn't had the lead is the Lexus, and he's just got to prove me wrong. I think Ferrari hasn't had the lead either. Pretty much every other mark we've got in this race has been in the lead, or certainly been in the top 5 at some stage. Perhaps not the Merc, the other one. But now the race lead in the hands of Sasha Glatter in the 27 Lexus. Oops, that's gone a bit uncomfortable for Chris Hack, and that's a drive-through for the Wild Things Racing. I don't think that's the first one for them either. Oh goodness me!
Yeah,
just taken over the car, and it's a drive-through for them.
Well, I didn't do the drive-through jinx this time, so nope. I'll believe it. Then you, Chris.
Go for it. Why not? But just as we cut to them was when the final warning was issued. We see Marcin Wazinski behind Castletown now. Number 120 car did get the move done. There's the full boost car, or we saw briefly. There's Alex Poama, we saw him earlier on. The digital racing squad number 16. He is keeping the 23 car company. That is the Rapid Esports Romanian team. Now in the hands of Robert Prepelita. It's the one driver I said we haven't seen in the car yet, and there he is. We're still this, over halfway stage. We still have cars challenging for position. It's not a case that no one's on the same lap as each other. There may not be too many cars on the lead lap, although in fairness there are still quite a few cars on the lead lap, going down to about 13th or something, I think, or somewhere near there, are actually on the lead lap. So that's still pretty impressive after this many hours. Moama just in the tyre tracks, the fellow BMW runner. Rabadita. No change in position between these two at the moment. The front of the BMW always looks angry to me.
Yeah, I've always thought that as well. It's always the front of the BMW always has that kind of like shark face to it.
Yeah, it's like a scowl. Sort of clear, like when you tell the teacher you haven't brought your homework in, that the narrowing of the eyes of disapproval.
Yep.
And yeah, had that many a times when I was a wee lad.
Chris trying to do a Scottish accent. You love to hear it.
Not everybody does, I promise you.
Oh dear.
I tried it once at an F1 Esports interview, and the person who was Lucas Blakely I was trying to interview, and he said, well, that was an experience. An unapproving moment. It looks like have we lost another? Because I'm looking at the 79 car.
Yeah, I was about to say they're about 4 laps down, so I don't know if that's a retirement or not.
And I think they've been carrying that drive-through one. Oh no, they've just come into the pits, so no, they are still running. That's to serve a drive-through, so the last running car is just on the serve a drive-through, which must feel rather painful. Kind of goes into the category of, well, this sums up our race. still pressing on. Seemingly well, that's assuming they come back out of the pit again. Yeah, I did think they were layering stranded. That may not necessarily be the case. As Wazinski is in the 467 car, as is our race leader. Sasha Glatter is, oops, that's someone, I think, trying to get out of the way more than anything else. We look back from Alex Cascatau going at the Eric McLaren as Alex is doing battle with the number 9 SPR at BMW of Carlos Collado, back in command of the Spanish BMW. As taking over the race lead is now Kivinen. Now Levi Kivinen, the 11 Aston Martin. He surely owes a pit stop by this point.
Yeah, I was going to...
As you pointed out earlier, he's been in there a while.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think they're trying to stretch out this, the stint as long as possible. But I have to say, I'm amazed they've managed to stretch the stint out as long as they have. To about basically just coming up to about just under 3 hours 50 minutes or 3 hours. Just under 3 hours 50 minutes remaining. Because that's some going if they're stretching the field, as they've got a battle going on here between the racing block team and it looks like the Collado and the BMW.
Yeah. Oh, they can't agree on who's going to have the spot. Oh, Collado's gone deep. There's an opportunity for Cascatau if he can get it done before turn 18. Not quite. It's going to be advantage BMW with that long double apex right-hander, and yep, that is Collado back up into the spot. Oh, that's getting ugly behind them as a swarm of Audis now right behind. One of them is the Clash car that's, as we said earlier, is the 35 car. It's down in 29th. Also the 770 Ferrari, the green one, as Chris Hack is bringing in the 26 car to serve the drive-through. Oh, a late move there from Cascatau. Collado was on the ball there. He saw that one coming and gave the necessary racing room.
Yeah, that was pretty much a full-on send into turn 1.
Yeah, that was
pretty much a.
Get out of the way, I'm coming through. Yeah.
I have no idea how Alex got that Aston Martin stopped into turn 1, because that was a very, very late move.
It was a very late move. Just saw in the background the shot as well, the Ferrari just making its way through. That's Bond Fields in the treble 9. I thought it was the 770 car. It's actually the treble 9. He's going to be challenging Collado then for what is now 11th place. So it's a 3-car train. The battle for 10th has just gained another one. Ferrari looks like it's ready to do battle. There's going to be Aston, BMW and Ferrari in this particular mixture, with a Honda and an Audi right behind them. Again, they're not on the same lap, this group. Those two aren't even... Whoa! Where on earth was the Clash car going?
Yeah,
it looked like he completely missed his braking point there. Yeah, I'm not surprised that we saw these two cars the other way around. So, yeah, things going from bad to disastrous for Clash, unfortunately. At least it wasn't a clash.
Yeah, I was wondering where that car was going. I was like, whoa, slow down. That's not the track, mate.
Either way, no impact there. As Strath again. Bond feels getting his nose chopped off there. Oh my goodness me!
Crikey.
Collado was a bit, possibly was a little slow coming out of 19. And as the Ferrari tried to capitalise on it, they then rubbed the doors a little bit. That's given Cascatau a bit of an opportunity to run off. Ciesla is in the 808 Merc as well. Yeah, Demir Bondsvilles is certainly certainly got a fair amount of pace in that Ferrari at this stage.
Yeah, absolutely, and I thought there was going to be contact in the final corner, because it was so close. Bondsvilles gets a bit sideways there through the S's, and that was a nice save, and Whew, that was a yes. I was going to say it's all settled down, but I take that back. It's all starting to spice up again.
Yeah, it didn't settle down for long. But, yeah, Bonfils is really determined to get that Ferrari back up into the top 10. To deny Collado, benign SPR car. Need to do so. Look at Cascatau. He's fully capitalising on the argument between the BMW and the Ferrari now. He's over 2 seconds ahead of them. And he's got quite a distance to close in on Vidanovic. 24.5 seconds to close in if he wants to have a go at 8th. Oh my goodness! Ferrari again. Very hot in the corners compared to the BMW. And Collado is really defending very, very hard. Ferrari, which is slowing them both down. Oh, yeah, well read there by Bonfils. He had to get out of that, otherwise the BMW was going straight across his nose.
Yeah, it's like,
is really, really looking strong.
Yeah, the Bonfils is definitely wringing the neck out of this Ferrari, and they looks to be the quicker car out of him and Collado. But again, it's just a case of trying to get by, and they. Just what's in the language of that Ferrari. I keep thinking that Bonfils is going to spin it, or even hit the wall, because through some of these high speed corners, that rear end's moving around a lot. But again, got a run heading down to turn 1. Will he try and throw it up the inside? He's getting closer now, but I don't think he's close enough. So I think his best opportunity is the exit of the hairpin heading onto the back straight.
I would agree that is going to be the best chance. But does someone want to tell Bonfils that? As into the pits from the podium spots is Barrera. 501 Honda. Stefano Barrera is bringing in the Fusion Racing Honda. Oh, again! Very, very close. That's not an overtaking spot, or not a normal one anyway, between the Ferrari and the BMW. Now, this is the spot that we've been talking about on the run down towards turn 11. Bonfils going to banzai that one. And again, no, he doesn't. He wants to try and get. So can he stay in the tyre tracks of the BMW and outbrake him into turn 12? Cameraman dies again. And no, the BMW's just got the traction and the acceleration out of the corners to keep the Ferrari at bay. So Bonfils is going to have to get creative. Probably sharpen those elbows if he wants to try and get past the BMW. Or is he going to try and get him on 12? No, he doesn't. On 13, rather. It's very, very prominent in the mirrors of Carlos Collado.
Yeah, credit to Collado as well. He's managing to handle the pressure, and he's not letting it get to him ever so slightly. But Bonfils as well, on the other hand, I think he'll be getting slightly frustrated because he knows it's quicker, but again, just the speed lines or the straight line speed advantage ever so slightly seems to be keeping Collado ahead.
So far, not relying on the clock. Still got another 3 3/4 hours to go yet. So that gap up to Cascatau continues to increase ever so slightly. Nearly 3 seconds now between the Aston and the BMW. To turn 1 once again. No such luck. No change in position. Like you say, Bonfils was probably getting a little frustrated. Certainly if he feels like he's being held up now, if he's got nothing left to give, if he's wringing the neck of the Ferrari, he's probably enjoying the race at this stage. Well, probably are enjoying the racing, but Ferrari certainly looks like he's got the advantage. Oh, now surely inside line of 11. Can he do it? No, door was closed by Collado. Again, that BMW has just got great traction just when it needs it.
Yeah, Bonfils got a great exit though. He took a late turn and squared the corner off, but again, it's just that BMW in a straight line got a bit of advantage. But as I say, that Bonfils is looking up the inside, and I think this could be the move. No.
Oh, my word.
So again, the BMW with a grunt just stays ahead for now.
Goodness me. This battle doesn't look like he's going to be ending anytime soon. Absolutely fascinating argument there for trying to just stay in, well, for Collada to stay in the top 10, for Bonsworth to get into the top 10. Something else I've just realised is the top 4 manufacturers, all British. Nice. So 2 Astons, 1 Bentley, 1 Lexus. I mean, they're not, they're owned by foreign companies these days, but they're British names. I'll take that. Bonsfield's continuing to keep the pressure on the BMW again. Looks on the inside of turn 1.
Oh, he's up the inside.
Now, did he dump the BMW and run? Did he hit the back of the BMW? Couldn't quite see. Or did Collado go that little bit too deep? Either way, that is the Ferrari now up into 10th place. Now we will get an idea as to whether the Ferrari is being held up. A little bit of a gap there, but that was generated from the actual pass itself. Going down through 10 into 11. BMW is probably able to keep up with the Ferrari with the corner exit speed that the BMW is able to get. The Ferrari is going to have to work hard to keep up with that, but we will check in with them after these words from our commercial sponsors. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the incredible race. It's 9-hour race of COTA, the first round of the series. The first GT3 round of the series, I should say, which is currently being led by the number 11 car, Levi Kivinen, for the Grip Hacks Engineering, Aston Martin. We are seeing the Wild Things Racing Audi, Chris Hack, in the number 26 car, chasing the 770 Ferrari, the Glitz Motorsport car. Samuele Villa currently in command of the yellow and black striped car. They themselves chasing off after not the multicolour BMW you see in that particular shot. You've got 20 seconds to close in on the 368 Honda, the Rolling Goat, Kevin Chartier driven car. Second currently. Well, second now is Kivinen, as pit stops are now kicking in. Or second was Kivinen, I should say. There's more shuffling going on towards the top end of the field. There's Mikael Poshepian, I'm going to go with the Full Boost Racing number 467 car. So, one of our Polish teams. Right on the tail of what is now Poama. Various pit stops going on. The number 71 Mercedes being handed back over to Smoggy. It's Samir Smoggy, the German driver. Toby Lang in the 69 McLaren, the limitless speed driver's car. And also the 74, that's the Simsport Sim Racing car. James Mead, the 74 Aston. See BMW versus Aston here. Still several battles throughout the field as we are not too far off of the 2/3 race distance. And literally as the words leave my mouth, we've got Luke Stokes in the 166 car. That's the Rising Panda Aston. And a drive-through on the board. I'll take that one, shall I, Ryan?
Yeah, I was about to say, I think that's 2-1 to you, Chris, in the drive-through drinks championship.
Yeah, something like that. Oh. No. You know, don't you? As soon as you've committed, you know as a driver whether it's going to stick. And that not in a month of Sundays was that going to work. But you know, people are having to be a bit more creative or make more daring moves than they would have done earlier in the race. So, you know, nearly 2/3 of it is gone now. Only 3.5 hours remain, 5.5 hours nearly done. Rely so much on the clock anymore, but oh, blimey, Bakapayan, and hopefully pronouncing that somewhere near correctly. Is really pushing hard in the Aston to try and get past the number 16 BMW, currently in the hands of Alex Poama.
Yeah, both of them ran real wide there, and well, basically heading up to the last corner. They need to watch though, because if they keep doing that, they'll get a drive through. And it looks like Posapien has made the move. He's gained that. He's up into looks like 15th place now.
Breaking into turn one. Looked very keen to get on with it. Goodness me. Working his way through the S's. Up towards the sharper end is Christian Pastore in the 158 Aston. The Ida Pro Esport car. There's Peter Stife, who's taken over the Grip Hacks Engineering number 11 Aston. Was in the lead for a while. Pit stop's done. Finds himself in 5th position behind Michael Hoyer, who's taken over the 501 Fusion Racing Honda. And back up into 3rd then is the 47 car, the team Steve Jung Reichstag. No, I still can't get it right. Reifen Test Audi. Christoph Kleber back in command of that one. Into 2nd now is the 27 Lexus. Nicholas Gorse back in command of that car, but up top Portuguese driver, the 349 Bentley. Oh, these two are getting close, these two Astons. 11 and 158 cars, plus Pastori and Stife. Very, very close coming down to the turn 12. So now the 349 finds itself back in the lead. VRM Bentley with Philippe Moria back in command of it. 17 seconds to the good. That lead still not huge, still not insurmountable. And with the third of the race still to do, it's still up for grabs by certainly any of the top three.
Yeah, absolutely. I was going to say that that gap, 17 seconds up at the front between first and second. Whatever that 349 Bentley's doing, it seems to be working for them because they've got a huge, a huge lead, but they've got a comfortable margin nevertheless to this Venari Racing Lexus in second place, and this team's been on a charge as well through the field, up into the top three now, and yeah, it would be a great result if they could finish there at the end of the race. But obviously we've still got about just under 3.5 hours left, so anything can happen.
Plenty of things have happened and will continue to happen, no doubt. Especially with the way that the drive-through commentator curse has been going. And there is the race-leading VRM Racing Bentley. Finds itself with traffic to contend with. So Felipe Moria is back in command of it. We've seen Jordan Burrows take a stint. He saw James de Havilland start the car, and he's certainly double stinted towards the beginning. Jordan Burrows has only been in the car once, so I would think that Burrows may well be taking that car to the finish. Felipe is doing his best to continue to build that gap between himself and the present Lexus. Niklas Gross doing what he can to reverse the tide. As Ryan was explaining earlier, the Lexus is certainly a less common car. There is only one of them in the registered field. The most populous car is actually the Aston, lead of which is the 5th place number 11 car, the Grip Hacks Engineering Aston, only in the hands of Peter Stife, Finland. Continue to watch the Portuguese driver, or did briefly, as we now switch to Alex Boama in the Digital Racing Squad number 16 car. One of the Romanian teams invented this series. They've got trying to regain the position from Porsche Pian, sorry, in the 467 Aston. Saw Full Boost Racing to take that position last time around into turn 1. Best to stay in the tyre tracks, nearly a second between the two Astons. Between the Aston and the BMW. Yeah, difficult task for Moama to deal with, but we'll see. Got any immediate pressure from behind? There's only 3 BMW that is next down the road, the Rapid Esports car, and of Robert Repelita, another one of our Romanian teams. Do turn 11 from these guys. Getting just a little bit of slipstream, but not enough to close into any significant degree on Porsche Pian. To turn 11. He's coming down ever so slowly, so the 16 car could start to cross swords with the 467 Aston in a few laps time at that kind of rate. Certainly close enough to be to be obvious in the mirrors. I mean, it's a very distinctive livery, so you'll see it anyway. But the 467 Aston, they'll know that he's still there. The full boost car can't just ignore him, especially if he continues to chip away at that gap to 15th. Moama will be back in that battle before long.
Yeah, absolutely indeed. Yeah, it's 468 or 16 BMW. Sorry, is closing that 467 Aston Martin down back down real very slowly. It looks like as you see there, the gap's coming back down, and think this battle for 15th and 16th will start. It'll be a lot closer in the not too distant future, and is it Posifying? I'm not good at pronouncing names, so yeah.
I've been struggling with this one as well.
So it's kind of like I'm just having to guess, but I'll get it right for the future. But yeah, it looks like this 467 Aston Martin will be under pressure in a few moments' time, and it looked like they were pulling away at one point, but it looks like they're maybe not backing off, but maybe just overcooked their tyres slightly.
Yeah, could well be. With most teams tend to be pitting towards the top of the hour, either just before it or just after it. These tyres have had quite a battering on these cars by this stage. Still some distance to do. We've had a few drive-throughs from a number of teams. So of course we'll agitate the strategy a little bit. There's Peter Stife, the Grip Hacks engineering car. He's lost that spot to Pistori. Lead Aston now in the hands of the 158 car. Ida Pro Esport car. Bright yellow one just ahead of him. And they've got about 13 seconds if they wanted to start to challenge Michael Hoyer, the 501 Honda. Also, as I said, for the first time in a while, we have an Audi in the top three. So Christoph Kleber continues, really maintain the pace that the team said earlier on in his previous stint. So whatever was ailing him in his first stint, where he did seem to be very much off the pace, seems to be resolved, or at least mainly resolved at this stage. Could be enough to hang on to a podium finish for the 47 car. Still over 3 hours from that particular results. Peter Stife is continuing to press on, try and get back inside the top 5. There's Dory ahead of him. Traffic to deal with.
And this guy, Grip Hacks engineering car, yeah, we know they've been stretching out the fuel and the run as long as possible. And I think I've just got a sneaky feeling this guy, number 11 car, could be a dark horse to finish on the podium.
Okay. Interesting prediction.
But don't take my prediction, or don't listen to my prediction, because my predictions are always way off.
Ryan Otten's back in command of the T8 Hybrid Academy Aston, South African team. He is charging after Prebolita in the 23 Rapid Esports car, the Romanian team, or one of the Romanian teams. The blue one ahead of him. There's Poama is about 5-ish seconds down the road, 4.5 seconds down the road from the 23 car. Just a battle for 17th between Otto and Prebolita. Oh, never mind, as Prebolita has gone a bit deep there. Oh no, big one, that's the back marker that's gone wide. The red BMW is not in this particular group, I don't think. Oh yes, he is. That is Prebolita, I think. No, that is back marker. I'm saying things and questioning it in the same sentence. So when the tower updates, we'll figure out who's where. Oh, it is Prebolita. Yeah. So no, I did question myself unnecessarily. So Prebolita was the car that had gone 2D, coming through the twisties, and so Ryan Otten has gotten up into 17th place in the 23 car. There we go. Things corrected. Oh, was right behind Prebolita. Well, that is not. That's not for position. That's a lap. That's a car putting a lap on him. Oh, that's close. That's close. The Honda trying to come through as well. Prebolita at this stage is bit off the pace that we were seeing earlier from the Rapid Esports 23. Again, as Ryan was saying, we could be down to tyres. Could also be down to tired driver. So these guys, you've got to bear in mind that we've had practices and qualifying as well before the race. So these guys have been setting their rigs potentially for quite a while. Not everybody would have been in the race for the entire time. As through goes the Honda. Oops! And that's the Grip Hacks car now coming past. Prepelita nearly got that one a little bit wrong. So,
well, trying to get a slipstream.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, I was going to say why not if you've got the opportunity to use it.
As long as you don't pile into the back of the car that you're slipstreaming. That'd be a little bit embarrassing.
Yeah, that would be a bit of a... Yeah, I was going to say, again, it's a bit of a nostalgia memory, but it takes me back to the 2001 Brazilian Grand Prix when Josef Staffen ran into the back of a certain Juan Pablo Montoya when Mr. Montoya was leading.
I barely remember this morning, let alone back in 2001, even though I was watching Formula 1.
Yeah, this is pretty much me getting into old man mode. And I'm not sorry.
No, quite right. Quite right. There's Porsche once again, the full boost racing 467 car. So he's still on himself a bit of breathing space from Poama in the 16 BMW behind him. 6 seconds as they come over the line. 8-ish seconds. Big button. That's the gap between Vichak and Chris Hack. Porsche buying there we go, some 35.5 seconds down the road from 14th place. So some work to do if we want to try and climb up the field. Clock continuing to tick away. 3¼ hours to go. Plenty enough time to get things done, but we're well into the second half of the race now. So teams are going to have to evaluate where they are in comparison to where they plan to be. So they know what stints they were, how the pit stop strategies they planned, they wanted to turn out, and who they were realistically racing against. Now do you decide to try and stretch the stints out, maybe do one less stint towards the end if you make the existing ones last a bit longer? Or do you try and go like hell, run the risk of having to splash and dash towards the end?
Yeah, I think
not easy questions to ever answer.
I think that's the reason why Grip Hacks is going as long as possible, just to try and cut. I don't know if it's possible, but maybe to try and cut out an extra pit stop, or maybe try and, if they've got to make a splash and dash towards the end, they maybe just not having to take lots of fuel.
Yeah, both are likely. Both are certainly possible. And you never know truly until you get towards the turn of the final hour. And there's whoa, that's a wayward Honda again.
Yeah, I was wondering who that was. I was like, where are you going?
He's exploring the Texan countryside, I think. A bit early to be sightseeing. There's Chris Hack. Really the need to go very, very defensive.
Yeah,
that's the car behind him's not challenging him for position. So
yeah, is that the leader?
It is. Oh, he's trying to get out of the way. I see. So what Chris is doing there, he's made it very, very clear what he's going to do. But he was just leaving it late to bleed out the throttle. So yeah, well spotted there, right? The race leader, the VRM Racing Bentley. Many Bentleys in the field. There are 2 of them. The other one.
Yeah, it's good to see some Bentleys on the track, considering it. Yeah, it doesn't seem to, or for what I've noticed, anyone ACC at the moment, it doesn't seem to get used. It doesn't seem to get used a lot at the moment. But I do love the Bentley. The Bentley is one of my favourite cars on ACC, and it's just I could listen to that. I could just listen to that engine noise all day.
Yeah, I'm right there with you on that. The other Bentley we didn't even see. The 101 car, we haven't seen it at all. So didn't start the race. Oh dear. That's Kowalski Funky Cops, apparently. In the number 79, that was our wandering Honda. Is some distance behind the field. It's still circulating. So it seemed wrong in a way that the number 73 guy is actually last, and last by a lap. Yeah, Andrea Miata, considering how strong they were right at the beginning, the Sim Racing Audi. Yeah, I mean, we saw some great defending, didn't we? So well within the top 10 from Umberto Principi, and some great, driving from Andrea Miata early on. Alas, all undone itself in the course of the race. As we look at Ryan Ottens, now on the back of Poama once more, the number 16 Romanian car, the Digital Racing Squad. Poama is going to defend once again. This time from Ryan Ottens. They get the South African entered Hybrid Academy car up another position. Car already behind them is not for position. Be worrying too much about them just at this stage. Ryan Ottens looks very, very keen to get past Alex. Which would again kind of lend a bit more weight to the fried tyres argument on that Beamer. It lost. Well, there is Pochapian. Again, however that name is pronounced. There is the full send Aston just going through. That gap now 3.5 seconds almost. There goes Ryan, and he's pulled out quite early. He's committed to the move. Pretty straightforward. BMW's got no answer to that. Doesn't even try and provide one, and through goes the yellow Aston. Trying to see who that is.
Yeah, I believe that Aston Martin is ahead of these guys on track, maybe a lap ahead or a lap, as far as I'm aware anyway.
Yeah, it's not in the position battle they're currently in. And Alex Poama is definitely struggling for pace out there. He'll be staring at the clock and wanting to get the stint finished as soon as he can, get rid of those tyres. No such trouble for Ryan Ottens. So he wants to get into the gap between himself and the 467 car. 3.2 seconds is aforementioned gap. The yellow Aston is tagging along for the ride. That's the lead car. I've forgotten who it is that has that Swiss flag on the side. Wasn't that the car that reminded you of the M&M slip that we were talking about earlier?
Let me have a look. Yeah, I believe it was.
Unfortunately, I've forgotten who we were talking.
Oh, it was the M&M's livery that was used in NASCAR for Kyle Busch.
Oh no, whose car it was that reminded you of it?
Sorry.
No, I've forgotten who that was, unfortunately.
I can't remember. I know the car you're talking about. I can't remember like what team it was though.
Yeah.
Oh well.
There's a Lightspeed car. We haven't seen them in a bit. The number 77 BMW. Now Tim Brule in command of the German car, German entered car. How much time has he got to close it? 3.5 seconds to Prepalita in the 23 car. So 3 BMW 17, 18, 19. And there goes Prepalita. Just saw him out of the corner of the shot there. Saw that red BMW getting a bit wayward in this part of the circuit not too long ago. Tim Rule. Whoa, like that. Tim Rule getting on the marbles, which the collection of them gets is getting even more dense the more the tyres just disintegrate. Yeah, those mistakes are going to continue to creep in. When they start, they can snowball a bit. You get Well, certainly do for me. You start making mistakes, you then get a bit, you know, frustrated. You've made a mistake, and that can breed another mistake, etc. You know, on and on and on. But, the really experienced drivers will be able to just shake off a mistake and get back on with the job. Behind them, 449 Audi, I believe. Vidinovic. 449 car closing in. There's Martin Hoyer. Oh, look at that. A drive-through penalty on a car we haven't mentioned in a while, so neither of us can claim it. It's the Lexus. Unbelievable. Nicholas Gross has incurred a penalty and is now 20 seconds behind. So, wow, my goodness me, the 349 Bentley is in on a real charge. But alas, the lone Lexus does have a penalty. They're just going to drop it, I would think, certainly outside of the top three. With still some time to battle back. Nicholas Gross has done some magic things in that Lexus, but this is not going to help.
Yeah, that'll be frustrating for sure. But I think they've still got about probably 3 hours 7 minutes remaining, so they've got plenty of time to serve that drive-through. Maybe they shouldn't lose too many positions. I'm guessing they would probably come back out about P5, P6, I think.
I would think somewhere around there. He does have a few laps to serve it within an allotted time. It does become a stop-go 30 penalty. Oh, and the Lexus getting a bit wayward. And again, we're right near the end of a stint here, so this is not an ideal time to be having a drive-through penalty. There never is an ideal time, but towards the end of a stint is when the tyres are at their weakest, certainly weaker. So then having to go through the pit lane, have the tyres cool down a little bit, and then get them back up to temperature. It won't cool down too much, but just adds to the frustration. So all Nicholas can do is just push like hell, try and mitigate the damage the drive-through's going to cause, and not close to the apex there. Could just be a choice in racing light. So he's gone for another nice glorious growl that Lexus gives off. Here's Bonsfields. Maya Bonsfields in the 999 Ferrari. 2.5 seconds behind the 120 Aston. That's the blue and white one, just going through turn 2 of Cascatau. I think there's a McLaren they've got in between them at the moment. See if Bonsfields is able to close in. There's indeed a McLaren. There's a back McLaren in the way. He's not exactly slowing him down. The gap has increased a little bit for Bonsfields. Under any immediate pressure behind is Collado in the SPR Racing BMW. He's 13 seconds back. Nothing to immediately worry about. There is the Aston he's chasing. I think that is at Campriga. The blue McLaren that's in the middle. There's Ryan Ottens. Now on the tail, getting towards the tail of Porsche Payne. Two Astons very close together.
Yeah, indeed, and it looks like Ottens has been closing the Porsche Payne down every lap, and as you can see right now, closes right up onto the brakes into turn 1, and I think Ottens will probably try and make a move into or on the exit of the hairpin and onto the back straight, and if he can get close enough. That
is the question. Two Astons right with one another with no traffic in between them. Towards turn 11 they come. 3 Astons together, but the third one is not on the same lap as these two. Both of them having a similar kind of exit from turn 11. It's not likely to give either of them an advantage in either defending or attacking respectively. Close under braking. Very close under braking indeed.
Yeah, a lot more closer now. It seems to be around into the slow speed corners that the often say seems to close right up, but as soon as they get on the straight, or it seems to be, yeah, as soon as they get on the straight, that Corsa seems to be able to pull away ever so slightly.
Indeed. Oh my goodness, is he going for a move there? Oh, crikey, it is possible to make a move into turn 19, but it's certainly not a commonplace.
Oh, it's right up corner.
Wow.
That was gutsy.
That was very gutsy. He definitely trusted that Porsche wasn't going to just turn in on him. He certainly got the advantage this time with the third Aston trying to join in, and with... Is that the Lexus just coming out? I think it is. That's the Lexus that's just served its drive-through. There's this group of cars on varying laps. Is going to carry on. Yep, there's Nicholas Gross that's just come back out, having served his drive-through penalty. And there we go. That identifies the yellow Aston. It is the 467 car. Oh, that's the full boost car. Sorry, this is at the back of this particular group. And Nicholas is very keen to get past it.
Yeah,
giving it a bit of a nudge.
Nicholas needs to be careful because he's still on the chance of having his team around with a chance of before them. As I say that, it looks like is that a Porsche that just pulled over to the left? Yes,
yeah.
It was.
Yeah, it was. Staying out of the way there. But Ottens has got himself a drive-through as well. Oh, unbelievable.
No.
Ah, that's the yellow Aston. It's the Ida Pro Esports team, the 158 car. There you go. It's Christian Pastori. That was the one that reminded you of the M&M's Cup. But, I mean, you correctly guessed the 5th would be the position that the 27 Lexus would reappear in.
Yeah, so they've not lost they've only lost about probably 2 or 3 positions, so that's not too bad. So they've not lost too much time. Plus, when you think about it, Kota doesn't really have a long pit lane, so you don't lose as much time. I think I'm trying to think what the drive-through, how much time you lose with a drive-through. Honestly, no idea.
No.
Probably feels like an eternity though.
Oh yeah, it absolutely. It's probably in the region of around 24 a second, but it feels like hours that you lose. But it will no doubt, spur on Nicholas Gross and the Venari Racing team try and push on to try and recover, but you don't want to overdrive the car. Well, that puts the 47, the team TSR Audi, currently driven by Christoph Kleber, back up into second place. So Chico, I think the number 9 BMW has just been through the pits. Koama, the 16 car, is in the pit lane at the moment, the Digital Racing Squad Beamer, along with Cascatal in the 120 Racing Blog Aston, also in. So we are at the top of another round, 3 of the remaining, 2/3 of the race done. More driver changes and pit stops to conclude. We look at Marcel Chico in 16th place, right behind Roger Perry. So the SRP Racing BMW trying to be on a bit of a recovery drive here. Again, another car that was well within the top 10 early on. sadly fell on something distant behind it. Real sound over the 120 car, we will see. So where is Marcel Gico going to try and make the move? Is Porsche going to try and make him defend? He is going to try and make him work for it. As the 349 is in, the race leader comes into the pits. So that is going to hand the lead over to the Audi that we see, the number 47 car, back into the lead of the race. It's been quite a while since the TSR Audi led the way. Right behind them is Martin Hoyer in the Fusion Racing Honda. The Portuguese driver will, I would think, be surely handing over the 349 Bentley. He's been in there a while. Sure, that's 3 stints for him now.
Yeah, I was going to say 3 stints. That's about. I think that's pretty much what you could probably do in a 9-hour race. So I believe there should be a driver swap happening.
We will see when he crosses the line. It would seem that as Hoyer to make a big correction there to get around Christoph Kleber, but that's the race lead to Fusion Racing. Pit stop strategy will obviously play its part in that. Oh, that was getting a bit close. I think Kleber may have overestimated the braking point there. He stayed in the tyre tracks on the Honda though. So Prepelita and the 23 car is in. The Rapid Esports BMW potentially changing hands. We'll see. It looks like the Portuguese driver in the 349 car has remained there. Moreira is still going. He's got to be borderline on how long he's been in the car for. But yeah, that's not for us to decide. That's between the teams and the stewards. Hoyer and Christoph Kleber continue to fight over the race lead. Honda currently leads Audi. Particular battle.
Yeah, it looks like Hoyer's starting to pull away as well, slightly, and I think Kleber just ran wide on the exit of the hairpin onto the back straight and just clipped those sausage curves on the exit, and they kind of just compromised his exit there, and they lost him some speed, but still in second. And obviously with other people having to still have to make their pit stops as well, I think that'll shake the order up yet again. And I've got a feeling that the 5th place car with Stife at the wheel with that 11 Aston Martin, I think they'll probably again try and stretch it out as long as possible.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be interesting to see how everyone's pit stops have played out. We're in the final hour as Bonfield brings in the treble 9 Ferrari. Is he going to hand over the XPD Emerald racing car, one of his fellow Spaniards? We will see. Along with Frenchman, the 368 Honda, Kevin Chartier has come in as well. So we continue to watch the lead battle between the TSR Audi, Christoph Kleber, and 501 Fusion Racing Honda of Michael Hoyer. Less than 3 hours to go now. Sun getting quite a bit lower in the sky. Nicholas Gross served his pit stop. You get on the tail of Christian Pistori, 158 Aston. Right on his tail. That is Chico in the number 9 SPR BMW. Hanging on to the coattails of the Lexus. got the pace to hang on to the back of a quicker car. Can only help you. Over the Meisters. Argument for third position. BMW look to be getting very, very close to the back of the Lexus. Mentioned before, if he has the opportunity to unlap himself, he is entitled to take it. As long as he does not disadvantage where he's unlapping himself from. So you can't barge the Lexus out of the way, you can't hold them up once he gets past. If he gets past, of course.
Well, as Nicholas gets a little bit sideways there, headed down to the run to the hairpin, and I think Nicholas, if he sees that BMW get a run on him, I don't think he'll fight it too hard. Since he's pretty much, since that car behind is pretty much well, a lap down or a few laps behind anyway. So yeah, don't want to fight it too much. But the battle between Stife and Moreira is going on as well for 5th and 6th. So I think at this point, Moreira, that car has been in the lead at pretty much the whole race so far, is trying to get by as quickly as possible.
Certainly a significant amount of it, as
Oh,
that was late. That was very, very late, as he come together with Peter Stife in the Aston.
that was that was a bit of well, that was very late, to say the least.
Yeah, that I think caught everybody by surprise there, not least of which Peter Stife in the Grip Hacks Aston. Certainly caught me by surprise. I didn't think he was going to suddenly jink out like that, but either way, 5th position to the Bentley. Like you say, they'll be very, very keen to get back towards the top end of the field. Chris Hack is in the Wild Things Racing Audi. So at this stage in the race, the pit stops are spread out a little bit more. But still, at the top of the hour is the usual kind of loose guide on when people are going to be in. As we look at the course once more, keeping Story company. 158 car, the Ida Pro Esport Aston. Still dragging along for company, Marcel Chico in the number 9 SPR BMW. As Vidanovic is in the side-by-side Audi. The back-end driver bringing in the 7th place car. Is he going to hand that one over? We'll see. Across the timing beam. Oh, that is close between the Aston and the Lexus. My word.
Yeah, that was a bit too close for comfort there. So, but Nicholas back up into 4th place, and he's got I believe is that the 158 Aston Martin in front?
I believe so.
Looks like,
yes, it is. Yes, it is.
So yeah, Nicholas is definitely on a charge to get back up into the top 3, and obviously that will be back up into. It might be back up into 2nd after the pit stops cycle through, but obviously it depends what Hoyer and Kleber and it depends what Hoyer and Kleber do.
So at the moment, Hoyer is just stretching the lead for the 501 car. Now 2.5 seconds over the 47. To watch what is technically a two-way battle. Chak is in. 808 car, the Silver Racing team, Mercedes, Polish squad. They have an argument who gets the keys to that one. There he is. Vicky. 808 car, so that car has changed hands. Also, the 467 car is in for Japan. Could hand that one over. Another one of the Polish teams, Full Boost Racing Aston. whether Tomasz Sivak or Martin Wazinski. Wazinski was previously in the car. Sivak could take that one over. Kanai Levicki in the 808 car. Sits in 13th, about 17 seconds behind the next in line as the 91 car. It's the SERP Motorsport BMW. It's got itself a drive-through penalty. Igor Orts, Germany. Car at this point. Pit stops. Continue to reshuffle the order. There's Sam Fleety in the Acadis ASP Team 71 Mercedes. Trying his best to get on terms with Christian Campriga, 46 McLaren, for 16th position. Across the timing beam. They are quite some distance behind the number 77, Tim Rule. I think they are quite some distance behind them. So there you go, 22.2 seconds. So it's looking like it's a little bit insurmountable without some bad fortune to hit the number 77 car. But we will see. Also in number 30, Alpha Tin Sport car, Chris Warner in the car. There is Nicholas Gross. He brought in the Lexus, as well as the second place car. Christoph Kleber is in the pits as well. So that gives second to Pastori. Third back to Mariah. We're now looking at VRM 349 Bentley. Peter Stife up into fourth place. Number 11 Aston. Clever already back underway again. Very short stop if that is the case. It's about 30 seconds for a driver change to happen. Very short stop from the 47 if they're already back underway. Well, no, they did change driver. So 47 back in command of Nico Shatsky. Started the car.
So yeah, I wonder if when they done that the driver change, I wonder if they didn't take full fuel. They just slightly underfueled, and that's maybe why it's a quick stop.
Certainly seemed very short. 27 has also changed hands. This course sharing the toys. Patrick Topfer now climbing in.
Is that the first time we've seen Patrick in that Lexus?
I'm just thinking that exact thing. We've seen Sasha Clatter, and we've seen Nicholas Gross.
Yeah, Sasha and Nicholas as well. So I think, yeah, I believe it is Topfer's first time in the car today.
He's got a task to do, because that car has been well inside the top 5 pretty much all night. And he's got quite a distance to close in. The pit stops will no doubt play their part. But if nothing else, he's got incredible pace of the team to maintain. Also in is the Lightspeed BMW, Tim Rule, bringing in the number 77 Beamer. So I would think then that Patrick's going to have to bring that car. No, he can't, because he can only do a maximum of... yeah, he can. What am I on about? He can do a maximum of 3 hours. So yeah, he's going to have to bring that one home. He's going to have to stick with it. Because by rights, both Nicholas and Sasha have used up all their, or vast majority of their driver minutes. So Patrick Topfer is bring this one home to the flag. As Dean Vella, that's not the first drive-through penalty we've seen for the Geeks Energy Sim Racing car. The Maltese driver Dean Vella has had to serve that one. As we look at Sam Fleety, 71 car. continues to chase down the number 46 car, Christian Cambriga. 7/10 or roughly 7/10 looks like. I'd say it's a bit more than that. We'll know when they come over the timing line once again. McLaren stretched that out a bit. Cameraman dies once again. Very dedicated cameraman, this one. He's managing to reappear at his post. Fleety doing what he can in the 71 Mercedes. Yeah, there you go. Now 1.9 seconds between the two. I thought it looked quite a bit bigger than 7/10. Riga 26.5 seconds ahead before he finds 26 car Patrick Gat. Yeah, without some help is probably going to be a bit insufficient. No, stranger things have happened.
Indeed. About 2 hours 43 left in the race. I think this is pretty much the point of the race where got a feeling it's most of the front runners up at the front will probably stick depending on how much driving time's been done. I think this is the stage of the race where you stick in your quicker drivers for the finish. But just looking at Sam Fleetwood at the moment coming through the S's, and currently 16th at the moment, and just having his the Arcadis ASP team have been keeping going, and they keep doing quite well with the 16th at the moment. Not in the top 10 where they'd probably like to be, but still it's still a good effort. But as we look back up at the front, looking at third place, 349 VRM Racing Bentley currently in third place, and looks like they're chasing down the 158 Aston Martin in front of them with Astor in front. So I think once the pit stops cycle out up at the front, then I think this 349 car should cycle out back into the lead, but still he's got to get by this Aston Martin if he doesn't want to lose too much time. But still as Felipe closes right up into the final corner, it looks like he might get a run heading down to turn 1 by the looks of it. They've got a slipstream, but I think Felipe doesn't want to do anything too rash, and he decides to tuck him behind.
A lot is there between the podium, or these two steps of the podium.
Yeah, the second and third place, it's about 4/10 of a second, or even less than that now. When you see both of them in the picture, that's definitely less than 4/10 of a second. So Felipe Barea is definitely trying everything to try and get by. It looks like he's a quicker driver out of these two.
Yeah, certainly so. Story, well within his rights to defend the position. Is he going to be able to? It's going to be the big question. Oh, Struth! Again, that late move. Does seem to favour that moment, doesn't he? He's making that really, really late dive onto that inside line coming into turn 3. As Tim Lang in the 69 car has another drone. Toby Lang, sorry. The 19th place 69 McLaren has a drive-through penalty. Now this could really influence who comes out on top of the race here, because just as I was coming on to say that there's 26 seconds between Hoyer and Pistori. Now Martin Hoyer is going to be in the pits for longer than 26 seconds. He's going to lose the lead at this stage, but depending on the stints, you know that 349 car's not long been through the pits. So this is extra motivation for Pistori to fight, to hang on to what is now going to become the race lead.
Yeah, absolutely. I wonder if Hoyer will do a driver change, maybe jump out or maybe they go on and do another stunt. But obviously, we'll see when they cross the line. And as I say, that Felipe Maria into turn one, that was a big send, but he manages to get the car stopped just in time.
Wow, wow. Just as I was saying that we'll see if Tori is going to defend. Murai is just like, nope, I'm coming through anyway. And the big old Bentley. Bentley has a reputation for being a big old beast. I think the M4 is probably a little bit bigger. It's no heavier. But you can see from that particular shot that the sun is getting really quite low now. And that is going to really make the visual references, well, the visual references are going to look quite different now. All the shadows are going to look a little different. All those little subtleties that some the drivers use, particularly for braking references, are now going to look a little bit different. And are going to continue to change over the remaining 2.5 hours. So the drivers are going to have to bear in mind, especially as these guys are going to be getting pretty tired by this stage. Story also has number 9 BMW, Marcel Chico, right behind him, which will be nothing more than a distraction, but it'll be a distraction he most certainly doesn't need. Oi, talking about late moves. Crikey, Patrick Sodecat trying to get the Wild Things Racing Audi alongside Naviki in the 808 Mercedes. That was a big move, but couldn't quite do it.
Yeah, I think he tried to get. Yeah, I thought he was going to pull it off because it was a good attempt, but it just wasn't successful. And Patrick seems to be the quicker. I'd probably say the quicker driver out of him, Harry Phillips and Chris Hack. He seems to be the one that can get his car back through the field and into a decent position. But this car had a decent start. It's up in the top 10 at one point, but obviously with that drive through for Chris Hack, they've ended up falling back to probably lost some time, and they're down in 14th at the moment.
Yeah, but still certainly got the pace to continue to challenge. They got the determination. Well, that's actually the grip hacks car he's right behind. So he can challenge that one all he likes, but it's not going to do him any favour. He could try. Campriga is in. 46 car. 46 McLaren coming in. Rising Panda racing car. Is that going to hand over? We saw Michael Löffler in command of it earlier on. We saw Piers Stockton have his turn in it. Here's Krieger, who started the car. Is he going to hand that one over? We will see in due course. Goodness me, already Felipe Mariah has nearly 3 seconds over Pistori. He's 4 seconds over Pistori. My word. That Bentley is absolutely soaring now.
Yeah, absolutely. And it doesn't surprise me at the back of the front, because the pace has been shown has just been absolutely unreal. And especially with Maria at the wheel, he's just absolutely hounding that thing.
And we've got 13.5 seconds back to. There's now the 11 car, the aforementioned Grip Hacks Engineering Aston, already in the hands of Finland's Peter Steiff. So we look at Predrag Jevrimovic, side by side Esports 449 Audi. So he continues his pursuit of 770 Ferrari in the hands of Samuele Villa. Very, very close coming through 10-11. Italian squad versus Slovakians, with one of the drivers, Luca Wieninger, is German. Train coming in, sun's right in his eyes, which is a big problem if you're racing in VR. I can promise you that out of personal experience.
I've never raced in VR myself, but I have heard that some drivers have had that issue.
Yeah, it's bad enough on flat screen, but you get it in VR and it can be quite tricky to deal with. It's just as bad as having no sunglasses on when you're driving straight into the sun. Well, there you go. You get an idea of it, just how much the sunlight just dominates your view, as of course as it should. Yevremovic. Such a tricky name to get right, or pre-drag and calling it. He's had a good exit, very early defence there from Samuele Villa, and on the inside, off the inside manoeuvre, goes the 449 Audi. Can he get it slowed down? Can. And is it job done? The Ferraris, had to think about an outside manoeuvre, but opt not to. So that is 7th then to the side-by-side Audi. It was a confident move. That all started from that final turn. The Audi got a really, really good drive there, and Villa knew it. Tried to defend, but there's only so much defence you can offer. Still say, for it to be a reasonable move. Great effort there, but that battle is not done.
Villa's tried everything to try and keep with Yevremovic. Well, I kind of got the name right this time, but close enough. But trying everything to try and keep up with him. But I think that Audi just seems to have that slight bit more pace at the moment.
In comes Pastore from 2nd place. The 158 Ida Pro Esport Aston Martin. Is Christian Pastore going to hand that over to Carlo Barberi or Francesco Adamo? Both drivers have been seen. Well, by this stage, every team must have run all 3 drivers. Of course, some teams are rotating their drivers on a regular basis. Some are just letting them use up all their driving minutes, because they have 195, just over 3 hours. That's Peter Stife, number 11, Grip Hacks Engineering Aston, up into 2nd now. 20 seconds to the good for the 349 Bentley. Stefano Barrera, 501 Honda. Fusion Racing Honda is up into 3rd, as in comes Samuele Villa. The Ferrari, there is Patrick Topfer. It's in the Lexus 27 car. So in 6th position, but the story's just going through the pits. Too sure what that gap is at the moment. So he's in 5th, is Topfer, I beg your pardon. See, the gap is, it was 33.5 seconds at last check. See if that's still the case. Probably the most significant the gaps have been up front all race long, and it's taken what 6.5 hours to build up even a gap of that. And usually by this point in an endurance race, the leader is, there's not many cars on the lead lap, but we still have quite a few that are still on the same lap as the leader by this stage.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's been. Well, it's quieting down ever so slightly, and it's not as chaotic as it was at the start of the race. But some battles going on, but everyone's being rather sensible. It was always like Madeira is coming out the pits and just about holds up another car behind him. But I think luckily it's a car. It's a lap down or behind anyway. So nothing to worry about, but I think absolutely, up the front the gap's really is about 20 seconds now, or 21 seconds, and that's that again. That 349 Bentley just seems to be the class of the field at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. So as in comes Peter Stife from 2nd, so that gives even more lead to the 349 car, and that puts 501 Fusion Racing Honda Stefano Barrera up into 2nd. 47 car has changed hands. Christoph Kleber has handed that over to Nico Shatsky once more. That is now on the third podium spot at the moment. There is Estefano Barrera. It is Bentley from Honda, from Audi, from Lexus, as Patrick Torfa is now up in fourth. And fifth place is Aston, form of Burberry. 8 car. 34.9 seconds now the lead. 3 seconds back to Shatsky. 47 Audi. Under immediate pressure, but by no means an insurmountable amount. Shatsky will see his prey. Shatsky's roof just appearing in the shot, or couldn't quite before the camera changed. You could hear it. You just heard the Audi there. There he is. It's Nico Shatsky. He's got to reacclimatise himself in the car. Of course, he's been in it several times. He's been in it several hours. But when you've been out of it, you still need to just take a lap or two to re-familiarise yourself with how the car's going to behave. That gap now, 3.5 seconds between Barrera and Shatsky. See, gap is to the 27 car when Patrick Torfa crosses the timing line once again. Sizable distance. Patrick Sodercat, 26 Audi, Wild Things Racing Audi, continues his chase of the 770 Ferrari, now in the hands of Loris Mediri. He's in the pits, so that's elevated these guys up where they are. See Mediri and Sodergat right at the top of the shot. There's an argument going on. Couldn't quite tell who that was between. Start to see headlights now jumping a little bit on the road ahead. There you go, you can see it from this head-on shot. Sun continues to set. Not going to be too much racing in the dark, but there will certainly be enough of fading light for the drivers to have to bear that in mind and be more mindful of the visual cues they use.
Also, another thing as well is drivers don't need to think about is when it gets to this time of day, especially this is when the track will start getting cooler as well. So I think so the drivers and teams will probably be thinking about whether if they'll need to adjust the tyre pressures to compensate for the track getting cooler.
Yes, very true indeed. The sunshine's been beating down all race long. Oops, as the Audi is going to get a little bit uncomfortable coming through turn 1. Slow down his pursuit of Loris Mediri a little bit. Less than 2.5 hours to go now. Hill has a car at the back of this train that you can hardly doesn't quite belong there. Going through the motions. Cut towards the top, Carlo Barberi, 5.8 car. He is still keeping Rick Torfa company. No particular change. There is the Lexus, there is the Aston. But he can't just overdrive the car. He has got to just keep on doing what you've been doing. which can sometimes be frustrating when you can see your quarry, when you can see your target. The temptation is certainly there to push harder to close in on them, whereas what you really need to do is just maintain the pace. If you push that a little bit too hard and you suddenly facing the wrong way, you will lose a hell of a lot more time than you'll gain.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the thing with these GT3 cars. Like I was talking about earlier in the race, they may have ABS and traction control, but you've still got to be swift with these cars, because I find if you start overdriving them or start pushing too much, you just lose more. Like you say, you just lose more time. And I think these cars seem to reward the swift driving rather than overdriving or being aggressive.
Oh, 100%. So. Another lap in the books. 183 done now. You'll certainly be feeling it. There'll be a number of drivers that are really feeling tired by this stage and just keeping an eye on the clock. Almost willing it away by this stage, especially if you've had a pretty rough time. Now, joining us for a moment over here in the comm box is Ewan O'Leary from the Top Split. How's everything going over there, Ewan?
Hi Chris, yeah, going very well, thanks, in the cash split. Been a very entertaining race so far. We've just been through another round of pit stops here. Unicorns of Love still leading in their Porsche for now, gap about 15 seconds between themselves and Williams Esports. It's actually come down to 13.5 as I've been talking. But it's a bit of a two-horse race for now. Those two are the only ones within a minute of the lead. The rest of them a long way behind. But the encouraging thing so far has been that the BOP that everyone's been talking about so much has clearly been, well, it's advantageous in a commentary sense and a spectator sense, because we've got six different manufacturers inside the top 6 right now, which is very interesting to see, and it's what we want to see.
Yeah, well, we're 5 for 5 over in the rival split. We've got the Bentley leading the way, which it has been for quite a period of time, the VRM Racing number 349. We have a Honda second, an Audi third, our sole Lexus in fourth. It was leading for a brief period of time, and our lead Aston is in fifth, and our 6th place Audi's just earned itself a drive-through, so I'm blaming you, Ewan, for that one.
Sorry to that.
As we've been kind of having keeping a score on who's commentated cursed which teams. I think I'm leading about 2-1 at the moment, so we'll give you that one. But yeah, it's been an enthralling race. We've had so many different leaders through the course of 6.5 hours. It's been fantastic to see, and the biggest lead we've had, which is pretty much where it is at the moment, is around about 33-ish seconds from first to second, but the rest of the field, aren't that far apart. We've got about a 35-second gap third to fourth, but we still have, I think it's 9 cars on the lead lap. So we've got a smaller field spread than what you guys have had in the cash split.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've got 10 on the lead lap, and we're not as far through the race as you are. We've only got, we've still got 3.5 hours to go now, yeah, still only 10 cars on the lead lap, and there's quite a battle developing for fourth, I'll say. So it's not all spread out everywhere, but in terms of the battle for the race win, Unicorns of Love have led most of. I mean, I can remember 1 or 2 laps at the start of the race in the first stint. They were having a bit of a battle, but other than that, it's been all Unicorns of Love so far.
Ah, fantastic stuff. So you're returning to the commentary box shortly?
I'll be back again in about 10 minutes time, yeah, so just going to prepare for that, and yeah, I'll be back on the mic again very soon.
Brilliant stuff. Well, thank you very much for updating us on what's going on in Top Split, and enjoy the rest of the race. Thank you very much. Ewan O'Leary.
Thanks very much. Enjoy your guys' race as well.
We certainly have, and we certainly shall. Thank you kindly, good sir. As we continue to watch Estefano Barrera for Fusion in the 501 Honda. Very much on his own. 32.3 seconds behind the leader, but 8 seconds ahead of Shatsky in the 47 Audi. And now snarled up behind some traffic, which of course everyone else has to work their way through as well. Oh, nicely done. And the gunmetal coloured Audi. Is that Audi or Honda? See, I make the same mistake. It's Honda. Yeah, beg your pardon. Oh, they're going to have a cheeky look back again.
Yeah, I was going to say that would be a bit cheeky if it happened, but I don't think he was going to make a move. It was just more kind of just pull it out so he didn't just to try and reduce the risk of not running into the back of him.
Yeah, fair enough. That's Antoine Delmeda in the G Liga Esport Honda. Can be a little bit distracting, but kind of at this late stage, there's quite a few things that can be a bit of a distraction. As now the sun looks like it's getting below the horizon now. There's Carlo Barberi, right with the fourth place Lexus of Patrick Torpfat. A real strong battle for fourth place. Oh, that's close. Very close indeed. Barberi, he's very keen to get on with it. Not yet finding a way past the Lexus. Certainly keeping the pressure on. Yet to yield an overtake for the Ida Pro Esports 158 car. Looking at the lap time, looks like Barberi was quite a bit quicker last time. It's quite good when you're gaining on a position. It's always getting past it that is the challenge. As we know, that Lexus has plenty of drive, or certainly plenty of ability to punch above its weight. We've seen all race long. Barberi might have to get a little bit creative. But as we are fast approaching the top of another hour, just 2.25 of them remain here in Circuit of the Americas. Let's have another word from our commercial sponsors. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the inaugural round of the VCO FLExTREME Endurance Series here at Circuit of the Americas. We are fast approaching the top of the 7th hour of this 9-hour race. We've got two intriguing battles here by two pairs of cars not on the same lap. We've got, we briefly saw there Pierre Munat and Jose Jimenez fighting for 9th, as well as Pierre Stockton and Robert Prepelita arguing for 19th place at exactly the same place, as we now see Patrick Sudicat trying to get past. Oh, that's Mediri in the 770 Ferrari. That is for 13th position. Audi versus Ferrari on that one. The Audi not winning out on this occasion. Loris Mediri fending off the advances of Patrick Sudicat. Audi certainly looking quite strong at this stage. So what's going through your mind as a driver, Ryan? You're in the kind of in the last third of the race. You've been going for quite a while. How do you remain focused on the job at hand?
I normally just keeping myself focused. I normally check stuff like look at my pit menu, for example, and just check stuff like tyre wears, and also kind of like speak to my crew chief or speak to my teammates, kind of just ask like what's going on, like what times are other drivers doing, just kind of like just doing simple things just to try and keep my mind focused. But obviously, when you're getting to the closing stages of the race, about probably just about to come up for about 2 hours remaining in the race, and yeah, you just think of stuff to keep your mind focused if you've been doing a long stint or being basically on track for a long time. Just that's what I do anyway.
Check Facebook, Twitter, Instagram.
Not when I'm doing a stint, but afterwards, that's what I'll do. Yeah.
As we see Guilherme Hamling in the 71 car. Oh, really crossing sword with Robert Prepelita in the 23 BMW. Truth. Oh, side by side. It's Sudicat and Mediri. Ferrari versus Audi. Ooh, Mediri's not willing to just let that one go. Outbrakes the Audi down into turn 12 and holds on to the position. But my goodness me, very heavily defending there. He's having to work very, very hard to maintain that what is 13th position. Drive-through penalty for the 166 car. That's the Rising Panda Racing Aston. Currently in the hands of Belgium's Max Lienard. He was the starting driver of that car, I think. Oh no, it's not Lienard, beg your pardon, it's Martin Lindrup. Lienard was the starting driver, but it's Lindrup that is having to take that one through the pit lane. We continue to watch Patrick Sudicat still pressuring Loris Mediri. Tiny bit of breathing space between the Ferrari and the Audi. Doubt that's going to last too long. Both of these cars are pretty handy through the corners.
Yeah, it looks like Patrick's probably quicker out of these two, but again, it's just a case of trying to make a move, but just not being close enough. But I think the Wildfines Racing team will probably be kicking themselves. As they probably had a good feeling about getting a top 10 result, and they were in the top 10 earlier on. But yeah, it's just ever since that drive-through, it's just they ended up not falling apart, but it's just not gone their way.
Yeah, that's the nature of the beast, isn't it? With endurance racing, well, with any racing indeed. As Lindrup brings the 166 Aston through the pits. Is Patrick going to make a move? Well, Loris defends the inside line anyway. The Aston, Audi, sorry, sticks to the racing line. No dice this time. Ferrari still doing his best to keep the Audi at bay. That's the gap back to Wazinski. It's big enough. It's plenty big enough that Sodergat doesn't have to worry about it. It still hasn't appeared, so that is quite a gap between 14th and 15th. There it is, 40.9. So yeah, I don't think Sodergat's going to be worrying about pressure from behind anytime soon. It's over the line once more. Hitting the 200 lap mark relatively soon. $192 laps done now. Sodergat continues to keep his headlights very bright in the mirrors of 770 Ferrari. While things racing Audi, a very up and down race. Finding themselves solidly midfield at the moment. Looking to claim 13th. Madiri doing what he can to hang on to 13th place. And there is now looking at Loris Madiri in the Glitch Motorsport Ferrari. That's the view of the sunset. Now the sun's just dipped below the horizon. The sun glare shouldn't be too bad. That is the view that Loris Madiri is more concerned with. Keeping those headlights behind him. Oh, he's gone a little bit deep. Is he into 11th? Not quite. Well, if he did, the Audi couldn't capitalise on it.
Yeah, he thought it's out though because they've got another Audi coming up behind them, and I believe it's yeah, basically I'm not sure who that is, but it looks like
that's the Clash car. That's the 73.
Car, yeah. So, I thought it was.
Yeah, yeah. So, that's not one they need to worry about. Again, unless it wishes to try and unlap itself, which, as we said, it's entitled to do. But as that is the car that is in last position, which, again, like I said last time I said that, just feels wrong considering their early race pace. So they've had several disasters. They're 6 laps behind the leader, and they are well, they were the last of the running cars. I think someone might be in the pit lane, but either way, they are. Yeah, they are indeed 30th out of 30 remaining. Alberto Principi. A shame. Someone's got to finish last, obviously, but you know, they by no means are the slowest car out there. And then pace difference top to bottom isn't catastrophically huge. There's Patrick Topfer. He's lost that. We saw he's lost that 4th position to Carlos Barberi. There goes Carlos, just out of the shot. So Topfer doesn't quite have the pace that his compatriots do in the 27 Lexus, but even still, finishing 5th, assuming he is able to hang on to 5th position, of course, but within the top 10, frankly, is a superb result for the Venari Racing Lexus. As looking up top, the lead is, what was that last check, 31 seconds. So it's kind of hovering. It's not getting any bigger, but it doesn't really need to get any bigger, doesn't it? The 349 Bentley is just continue to build through various pit stops. What a lead that may seem fairly unsurmountable. There's our 3rd place car, Nico Shatsky in the TSR Audi. He started on the front row along with Barrera on the 501 Honda. Right behind it, he's not the. It's not 4th. It's not. That's not Barberi. His car is yellow. So that's a car that Shatsky doesn't need to worry about too much. He does have a bit of a gap to Barrera and the 501 Honda. Let's see what their lap times were last time. Easy closing in. 13.1 seconds separates the two cars. And Shasky was 1.2 seconds quicker than the 501 car on that last lap. So yeah, it's doable. We'll see whether he's able to continue that pace. Of course, they have to pit at least twice in the remaining time, more than likely pitting 3 times. We'll see how people's strategies have played out as we have, wait for it, bang on 2 hours to go. 7 done, 2 remain here in Circuit of the Americas.
Yep, there's battle for 13th and 14th is still going on between Mediri and Sodicat. So again, it's just Patrick. He keeps getting closer and closer, but it's just by the time they get to the end of the straight, he just runs out of time to make a move. But he's getting closer this time around. Before the end of the straight, is he going to try and make a move? This will be a good move, and Mediri tries to kind of like tries to force him to back out, and unfortunately Patrick has to back out.
Good attempt, but well defended from Mediri, as we've got another round of pit stops now beginning. It's Cascatau in the 120 Aston and Jose Jimenez in the treble line Ferrari now coming in. As Sodicat is now going to have to close in that gap to the Ferrari. Start the process all over again. And the 349 car's in. That's our race leader. So they're sticking to the top of the hour, and that is going to leave them very close to to an empty tank when the checkered flag comes out. But they don't have to push. They have built up quite a comparatively comfortable lead. So assuming that the cars behind them have to pit equal amount of times to them, which they must because they can't do more than 65 minutes per stint, Barrera will take the lead for now in the Honda that we're looking at, Fusion Team car. That doesn't necessarily mean that strategy won't play a part. Still have to wait until the checkered flag falls to see who's got the call right. Shatsky is through into second place in the 47 Audi TSR car. As also into the pits comes the number 16. It's the Digital Racing Squad BMW, George Theodore Rosu, the Romanian team. Bringing in the BMW, and Jordan Burrows now takes over the 349 car.
Yeah, that sounds like excuse me. It sounds like that's Moreira's pretty much driving time in this race over and done with.
I would agree with that. He's did a storming job. They've all done a storming job in that car. But that is now back in the hand of the Brit. As De Havilanda was the starting driver. So I suspect that Burrows is going to be the one to bring it to the checkered flag, unless James needs to do a short stint towards the end. Number 9 car is also in, the Team SRP BMW. If we look at Patrick Sodicat in 12th now. See people's pit stops shuffling up the order once more. Over the line they come. So Ferrari and the Audi at the front of this particular train are the ones fighting position. Then right behind you've got the Clash car. And behind them, I've done it again. We've been talking about these cars for hours, and I still forget whose livery is who. That's a lead Aston. I know that much. It's Yvette Santana, the starting driver of the Treble 9 car. The SPD Ferrari. He's in a bit of no man's land at the moment. 17.8 seconds ahead of Wazinski. And nothing to immediately worry about. As in comes Shatsky in the 47 Audi. And again, these teams still sticking to the top of the hour as the marker for when to bring the car in. So if so, that car's got one more visit to do. To the pit lane. As Soda Cat is still having an argument with Mediri. Who's going to win it on this
right
one?
outside.
Oh! Well, the Ferrari managed to defend last time, but Audi this time on the inside line coming through 13. Still side by side.
Side by side.
Good lord. Ferrari's got the inside line. Can he hold on to it? Just about. They've now got an Aston right behind them, wanting to get past. And this is what you worry about when you're a lead car coming through to lap people as the clash car gets out of the way. There it is. It's Andrea Minoli. That's not a lap. That's not a lead car. That's for position. So he's actually joining this battle to make it a 3-car train. That's the Racing Bulls 120 car. But what you're worried about as a leader coming through on back markers are fighting back markers, because that makes him very, very unpredictable. But Manoli doesn't have the luxury of blue flags to help him here. He's going to have to force his way through. And Soda Cat's not going to be interested in trying to concede a position to the 120 Aston. He wants to just continue to press on and get the Ferrari. Now he's going to keep half an eye behind him, which makes the job that much more difficult.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's why Patrick wanted to try and get by as quickly as possible, because he knew that Moreau was closing these guys down quickly, and I think Sodika and Moreau were battling away, allowed Andrea to join the party.
Very much so. Turn 11 once more. This is going to be interesting. Oh, and only just caught the sausage curb. We've seen how devastating that thing can be. And that's just prevented him from being able to attack into turn 12 as Gutmann brings in the 77 car. Frederick Gutmann brings in the high-speed car as the Ferrari's having to defend the inside line. The Audi's gone with the outside again. And guess in, the Aston's trying to get the Ferrari as well. Does Mediri lose 2 positions in one corner?
He's still alongside, I think.
No, he's got him. The Aston's got him. Unless the Ferrari's going around the outside, which we can't see from this camera angle. But no, I'd say, judging by the angle he's driving, that wow, that got real for Mediri real quickly.
Yeah, so that was a good move from Moreau. He saw the opportunity and managed to gain a position as he went round outside of Santana, who got slowed up by Sodika. So a good opportunistic move from Andrea there and up into 11th.
It looks like Manoli is eyeing up 10th. Sodikat's worked very hard again, and now Aston bounces the inside of turn 1. He made his intention known, and he's got him. My word. Andrea Manoli is on a bit of a charge here. He's the gap up front for him is 16.2 seconds, so that may be a little bit out of reach, but he's pressing on. He's now got to get away from the Audi and the Ferrari. The Audi doesn't seem too interested in letting him go. So Loris Mediri may not have an immediate answer. There's another car is now joining this conga line. 5 for us gives us more to shout about. It's not what the drivers want, because they're obviously by this stage. Fatigue is most certainly going to be playing its role. Since the different symphonies from each car as it's coming past. Aston, Audi, Ferrari, another Aston, and a Beamer at the back of this particular line. As Pierre Moulin brings in the 368 Honda. The rolling goat car now coming in for what will be its penultimate stop. Or its penultimate planned stop, I should say. Although people may not have to come in again for damage or unforeseen circumstances. Now this is interesting. I'm looking at the top, and that 501 Honda, it still hasn't come in yet. So is this the result of them stretching out the stint? They surely can't go, no, because the stint length is 65 minutes, so they're going to have to come in soon.
Yeah, because you can't go over. Yeah, you can't go over that 65 minutes. Otherwise you get a penalty, I believe. But
oh, we'll see how they handle it. Yeah, that's my understanding as well.
This is the car I was watching, the Grip Hacks engineering car, because they were doing good things, trying to stretch the fuel out. But I think you want to stretch out, but you don't want to go beyond that 65 minute limit. That's the thing. I've seen in the past some of the top SRO esports teams have stretched it to the very, very last second. But yeah, it's not something I would want to do.
No, I'm right there with you. I'd want to stick to just regular, top of the hour pit stops, unless unless something aggravates it, like you've been involved in a major incident and you have to pit for damage. I would want to stick to a regular time slot every 60 minutes or every 55, whatever. I wouldn't want to play Russian roulette with the fuel gauge. As Gavrilovic has come in the 449 car, as we continue to watch Yvette Santana chase off after the 368 car, and is now in the hands of Belgian driver Bryce Mingay. I think that is well, that's the third driver. We haven't seen him until this late stage. He must have been in before now, but there's so many cars to keep an eye on. There's yellow flags out there somewhere. Someone's had a moment. Certain where that moment is, unless we happen across a wrong-facing car. This is the 12th that Santana is challenging for. As Sodacat's in, that is going to become 11th. Well, the challenge is for 11th, I should say. And there is Patrick Sodacat, along with the 35 car. I didn't quite catch the number on the back of the second car that's in. There's the Rolling Goat Honda, doing what he can to hang on to the 11th that the Belgian driver wants to relieve him of. The moment remains very much in the hands of Mingay, and the 77 car has got itself up. That's another drive-through for Tim Rule.
Yeah, I'm going to take a guess. I'm guessing that's for track limits yet again.
Yeah, that's tiredness probably kicking in.
Yeah, that's the thing with these long races as well. It finish in the dark, or when they finish round about round sunset. You start dozing off, and you need to basically you start losing your focus sometimes, and that can lead to silly mistakes like getting off tracks or running wide. And that 77 BMW is unfortunately found out again.
Sadly so. There's Bryce Mingay once more. Car is already ahead of him. He's not for position. It's our race leader. It's already ahead of him. I think. Oh no, there is no car already ahead of him. No, I beg your pardon. Losing the plot myself. Now the 808 car is in. That is Mikolai Avicii. Is brought in the Silver Racing Team Mercedes. who takes that one over, or if that's being taken over for the final stint. There is the 808 car. Tim Rule brings the 77 car through the pits once again. Here's Diego Rodriguez now in the SRP Spanish flavoured BMW. Just saw, was that Carpenter bringing in the number 30 McLaren? Just saw in the shot there. That's Austin Carpenter. Diego's in a little bit of no man's land as his immediate challenger, Wazinski's, just come in the pits himself. And he's 15 seconds behind Santana. Just got to go through the motions, keep the car on the black stuff. They've worked hard to get to this stage. There's less than an hour, 3/4 to go. See what he's able to do. Has to keep the wheels turning. And we still only have one retirement from the race, which again is testament to the skill of these drivers.
The gap up at the gap up at the front between first and second is about 31.4 seconds, but obviously Pereira in the 501 car still needs to make his pit stop, I believe, so that should cycle the 349 back into the lead, according to my terrible maths.
Well, yeah, I'm right there with you. But what this means is that the 501 car is pitting really out of sequence to the 349. So what's that going to mean for the final stops of the race? Well, it means that the 349 car, whilst it stops earlier, will stop longer. That's what I think the 501 is looking for. That's what the Fusion Racing team are kind of pinning their hopes on, is that the pit stop difference is going to help get them back up and running, or get them back up into the lead fight. That yellow flag's been waving quite a while, but we haven't seen what the incident is.
Yeah, I was wondering what the yellow flag was for, because I've seen it waving for about, I'm not sure how long, but it's been waving for quite a while anyway.
Yeah, the flag marshal must be getting pretty fed up with waving it, as Patrick Topfer brings in the Lexus from 4th place. 27 car. I don't think he'll be handing that one over. Fairly sure that the other drivers of the Venari Racing squad, Sasha Glatter and Nicholas Gross, are both used up in their driver time, as we now look at Boris Mediri. His quest to get past, well, not the car that's directly ahead of him, as that's the Clash Audi. It's the one ahead of him that Mediri is far more interested in, which is the 449 car. Also, Topfer is potentially going to come out somewhere around here. And again, with the 27 car pitting right now, that again shows that they're kind of not in the top of the hour sequence, but they're a little bit off the top spots anyway. This is going to be really intriguing on how these last pit stops kind of filter out and how they affect the final standings, because as we've seen, the 349 is the car that held the lead for a significant period of time and by a significant gap, whereas suddenly now we're well past the top of the hour. We're closer to the bottom of the hour.
Yeah.
Do maths. You are closer to the bottom of the hour.
Yeah.
And that gap is 30 odd seconds now against the 349 car. So yeah, that's going to be really curious when that plays out.
Yeah, I've got a feeling that maybe that 501 cars maybe for this last stint, they might try and stretch out as long as possible before they make their pit stop, and then it means they don't have to. I'm guessing anyway, they don't have to take as much fuel. Unlike the 349, like you say, may have to take more fuel at the final stop.
That's a move for 9th for Bryce Mingay over Loris Mediri. Fairly straightforward move indeed for the Honda in the end, up at turn 11. I got the feeling that Mediri either was caught napping there or wasn't interested in defending it, which would be a bit strange.
I do like that team name for that 368 car, the Rolling Goat.
The Rolling Goat, yeah, that was the one that made me smile when we got underway. The yellow flags are still going. I'm very curious on what's causing it. Not every flag marshal is waving the yellow flag, which is very, very odd. I'm assuming it's some kind of issue that a car isn't buried in the wall somewhere. Because they've either returned to pits or dug themselves out by now, you'd have thought. Either way.
I'm slightly confused why it's a yellow flag when I can't see any cars that are in the barrier or in the gravel.
Yeah, we've been given no information on it. Have a quick look at the tracker, but yeah, everyone's moving, other than the one retiree. So yeah, no idea what that one is. So one to be ignored as we see Roman Tisch back in command of the TSR Audi, now in 5th position. Oh, that looks lively. Track temperature has definitely come down a couple of degrees. But does it have to come down far before you need to really think about tire pressures, or does it really have to change before you do something about it?
I think when your tire pressures start dropping to round about I can't remember off the top of my head, so I'm happy to be corrected. But I think it drops to if it drops massively to say around about 26 psi, then I think that's when you have to think about upping your tire pressures or increasing your tire pressures to. I think the optimal tire pressure range is 27.5.
Okay. And we not being an expert in GT3 setups or indeed any car setups, I'll most certainly take your word for that one.
That's mostly stuff I've learned from doing some races, GT3 races on ACC, and also reading the setup guides.
Ah, nice. nice. As we look at the side-by-side Esports Audi, now up into 8. Again, that's been in quite a, up the front, in the middle, and towards the back at various points. Luca winding up, now in command of the Audi, the German driver. The other two are from Slovakia on that squad. Fast approaching the bottom of the 7th hour. The Audi then comes to complete another lap. I completely forgot to mention that at the point that we crossed the 200 lap threshold, because we're now 205 laps in. So better late than never. What lap amount do you think we're going to get to with an hour and a half to go, just over 2 minutes a lap? Was it 150-ish minutes?
150-ish minutes. That's a good question. I'm trying to think. What lap are we on at the moment?
We're on lap 206.
206. So I'm guessing. Oh no! Is that Loris Mediri?
That's Jordan Burroughs. Was the race lead. Well, he was in 2nd, but that was the potentially race leading. It was Mediri in the Ferrari, but that's the 2nd place Bentley. Oh dear. Oh, that is really going to change the face of it, because that's now going to extend that gap to Pereira by, well, a potentially significant amount.
So the advantage when it comes to the last pit stop could be down to the 501, because that gap's increased massively, and that's please don't say Loris Mediri tried to fight Jordan Burroughs through the S's. If that was the case, that's a bit naughty.
very much so. But obviously, we didn't see the incident. It could be Jordan was trying to get past somebody, and they tangled. Either way, both Loris Mediri and Jordan Burroughs were found facing the wrong way. Okay, so 34 seconds. They lost about 5 seconds. It wasn't a catastrophic loss, but is there damage to the bending? And in comes the race-leading Honda. So they will need to pit again with minimum of 20 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, I was going to say if they pit at 20 minutes for a splash and dash, or do their splash and dash at the 20-minute mark, this should be good until the end.
Yeah. So how many laps are we looking at? So what we
20 was it 206? Did you say we were on?
We're 206 laps done now, so we're on 207 now.
I'm going to say, I'm terrible at maths, but I'm going to say round about
280-ish.
Round about the 280 mark, yeah.
Yeah, I reckon, because what have we got? 154-ish minutes remaining, roughly 2 minutes a lap. Divide 150 in half, that's 75. So I think we're in the region. I mean, it's a bit over 2 minutes a lap, so we'd say 270 to 280. That's the region we're looking at. There is Martin Hoyer now in command of the 501 car as it comes out in second. Oh, that was close. That's always a worry when you come out of the pits at COTA, is you're leaving the pits right onto the racing line, at least in a braking zone. Barberi is the car that's just squeezed past. There it is, just... Well, he has squeezed past about 8.5 seconds ago, beg your pardon. Well, with that incident, with that spin for Burroughs, that is going to put a bit more pressure on the 349 car, or 349 team, to probably push quite hard now to try and mitigate that. Biggest unknown, of course, is the pit stop strategy for the Fusion 501. They will have to come in again, but for a potentially shorter time. Is it going to be enough? That's the thing. I don't think it is. I don't think the pit stop difference is going to be enough alone to put the 501 in the league. So what are they? 33-ish behind. I can't see that being made up in a short pit stop, but we will see. I have no idea. I will happily be proven wrong as we now look at Andre Minoli in the 120 Racing Blog Aston, up into 7th now. 3 seconds behind Patrick Torpfer in the 27 Lexus. And 9.5 seconds clear of Venia in the 449 Audi. Again, that puts Andre Minoli in a bit of no man's land at the moment. But again, the fatigue most certainly taking its toll at this late stage. We've just seen the second place car, or what was the second place car, facing the wrong way in the infield. Just goes to show that it can happen to anybody, just like those Joey-throughs can happen to anybody, as that's the number 9 SPR car in the hand of Diego Rodriguez. Now needs to come through the pits once more.
Yeah, it's getting to that stage where most drivers are probably starting to feel that fatigue kick in, and they trying to keep themselves motivated and keep their concentration up, because especially when it comes to racing in the dark, it's so easy to make a mistake just because if you lose your focus for 1 slight second, you could either end up having a silly spin or even hitting the wall. And as you see with the number 9 BMW, that might be the case. It might be the case with regards to losing concentration.
Very, very true. Tomasz Sivek, the full send Aston. Ooh, that was a backmarker trying to get out of the way. The 79. That would be... that's Chris Billon. The 79 McLaren, that's the G Liga Esports car. That's a Honda, not a McLaren, excuse me. Rodriguez gets the pit stop, so Sivek. Still trying to close down 2.5 seconds. He's taken a few tenths out of Hamling in the 71 car. What the pace difference is between the two. See what the lap times were last time. Oh wow, 2.5 seconds to Sivek's favour on the last lap alone. There is a fair amount of traffic up there, so could have been what Hamling had to deal with. The way Thomas Sivek is still chipping away at that gap to Blimey Hamling. Actually, there is Hamling, and there. So no, Hamling is in this traffic. He hasn't gotten through it, and that could be the reason why he's losing time. Sivek won't be too interested in that. He'll be interested in trying to get past the yellow Mercedes for 15th place. Rodriguez served the penalty for the number 9 yet. Being a 2-minute lap, takes a while to get round Circuit of the Americas. Fine once more. What's the gap? Sivek to Hamling is 2.1 now, so it is coming down a couple of tenths basically each time across the timing line. And last time, lap-wise, it was 7 tenths in Sivek's favour. There is the number 9. Still with the drive-through to serve. I said before, it takes too long. Take too long to serve a drive-through, it becomes a stop-go 30. He's not serving it this time. Can be appealed, but if it's a track limits penalty, tend to be fairly slam dunk. As you can argue you were forced off the road, but with the amount of them we've seen, Ryan was explaining earlier, COTA is pretty unforgiving when it comes to track limits. Then going to make life interesting. In comes the 158 Aston from second place. Carlo Barberi coming into the pits then, serve what will be their penultimate pit stop as well. So don't discount them as well from a potential push towards the lead. Toy is now going to come past. Looking at the lap times, well, Burrows is still in the low 207s, so it would seem that tangle with Loris Mediri to damage the car. Right on board with Diego Rodriguez. Speaking of Mediri, that's the car he's now on the back of, but it's not going to serve the SRP car to fight the Ferrari too hard. It has got to serve a drive-through fairly soon.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, go on.
I was just going to say, with that drive-through, there's no point trying to get feisty and trying to make a move. It's just better to just stay behind and just stay, yeah, really not really in a fight with Mediri, sorry, to say, if I was Rodriguez, I would just stay behind and wait until the pit lane, just dive into pit lane as soon as possible.
Yeah, I'm surprised he hasn't served it by now. May well do. I think he's behind the Ferrari. Here they have to feather the throttle through that on turn 18. These cars cannot do that at full crank. Oh, is that a bit wide through 19? And nearly counts, so does Mediri, ironically. Oh, Mediri went deep.
Oh, I think he clipped the wall.
I think he did hit the wall.
Just the... Oh dear. That was it's one of those moments that needs a Benny Hill theme tune.
Channeling is into Coulthard there. Well, Coulthard hit the wall. So he retired the car. So can't claim too much as we now look at Thomas Sivek. Right on the case of Kalami Hamlin now. The Aston versus Mercedes for 15th place. This one's been brewing a little while. Deary, the 770 car. Is he going to hand that over, or is he going to see that one to the end? We'll see. Sivek wants to see this Merc in his rear view mirrors rather than right in front of him. There's Hamlin, somewhat trying to mind his own business. Don't want to let the Aston through. Final turn, Merc's not the apex there. Sivek. An opportunity into turn one, would be a bit of a launch. Thinks about it. Nope, he doesn't go for it. Very close to the tail of the Mercedes. Doesn't commit to move. Not enough overspeed there. To the twisties once more. Thomas Sivek. Got to keep a level head. Not worth risking your position on a big banzai move. See the bright yellow Aston behind them. I think that is back in the hands of Adamu now. 158 cars change hands. The Ida Pro Esport car, that he would be wanting to get past them. Nothing else than to just not lose any time to Topfer in the 27 Lexus behind him. There's 10.8 seconds there. Do not want to be leaving anything to chance. On turn 13. And again, the Mercedes really adopting a very defensive posture there. The Aston is doing his best. And he's trying to get out of Adamu's way. That's going to cost him a little bit of time. Now he wants to sit in the slipstream of his fellow Aston Martin. Well driven from Sivek there. It's frustrating if you're in a battle and you've got a leader coming through, but that battle is nullified anyway as Hamlin is in, along with Nard Cox in the 74 car. Few pit stops to serve. And, oh, that's a very slow car there. That's
I was wondering who that was.
That's the 79 car. That's Chris Bilon in the G League Esports car. See how dark it's gotten now from where we began.
It's pretty much getting to that stage of the race where it starts to get more darker and darker, and where most of the drivers are going to have to adjust their brain to race in the dark or finish in the dark, because you're having to think about your braking points and when to brake. There's not really any floodlights all around here, like I was talking about at the start of the broadcast. So these drivers going to have to be very, very careful and watch where the off tracks as well, and make sure they don't get a drive through.
Yeah, this late stage, they don't have the luxury of time to recover from it. Oh, goodness. As Ermakov gets very, very squiggly in the 903 car. Coming through turn one. So that's Lang that he's actually arguing with for 24th. As a McLaren that struggled, the limitless speed driver. The limitless speed drivers McLaren. Toby Lang is the driver currently in command of it. But we have just 1 hour 20 remaining. Still some strategy to play out. Let's have another word from our commercial sponsor. Welcome back, everybody, to the closing stages of what's been a fascinating race. And we saw some cars getting in literally into a bit of a spin. As darkness is very much taken hold now. We are now looking at Andre Minoli and the 120 Aston Martin being hounded by Levi Kivinen, back in command of the 11 Grip Hacks Engineering Aston. They are only a second behind, and there he is, the 27 Lexus of Top Fat. So it is, even in this late stage, we still have battles really beginning to brew, and hopefully it leads to some fantastic racing rather than spinning that we were just seeing just before coming off the break.
Yeah, absolutely. Just watching now that it's starting to get a lot more darker as well, and teams are going, or drivers rather, are going to have to adapt to this. As you see right now, there's not really, I keep mentioning it, there's no floodlights around here. There's only lights from other cars on the track, so that's pretty much the only. Well, there's some floodlights as you see in the background there, so I take that back, but not as much as you would get, say, somewhere like Daytona, for example. But apart from that, drivers are going to have to be very focused, because trying to spot your braking points is going to be difficult, and I think mentally as well. And you'll probably start feeling a little bit tired and a little bit drained as well, just because these drivers are being going at it for pretty much what we're up to now, just about coming up to 8 hours.
Yeah, 7 3/4 down, and 212 laps. I'm sorry, 215 laps. I'm looking at the tail end of the field. 215 laps completed. Still some amazing battles. This is for 5th as well, the last of the top 5 position. Currently in possession of Patrick Topfat for the 2017, the Venari Racing Lexus squad. Oh, who goes a bit too deep into turn 1. And then that put Andrea Minoli off, who himself being challenged by Levi Kivinen, sorry. So, oh, good Lord, that is absolutely nose to tail. These guys know they've got comparatively little time to get their moves done. Patrick Topfat doesn't quite have the pace of his fellow drivers, although still doing a great job out there, no disrespect meant, but that 27 car has been up into the lead at one point. Has now got a lot of pressure from a pair of growling Astons right behind, and again the Lexus is deep. Coming through turn 11. Can Kivinen overhaul Minoli? Or is Minoli going to get top? Are we going to be 3 wide? Not quite. The 2 Astons getting very, very up close and personal on the braking zone of turn 12. Oh, side by side, great racing room given from both drivers. Who's going to win out on the run down towards turn 13? You saw the flash of the lights there, and rather highlights exactly what you're saying, because when those lights are off, crikey, it gets very dark. Well, yeah, it's sunset, so yeah, it would do, but yeah, it just accentuates what you're saying. There's very little circuit lighting. Just look around you, there really is very little.
Yeah, and that's the thing with very little lighting. It's hard to spot your braking points, but again, these guys here seem to be doing a good job of spotting the corners and keeping it on the track. But fantastic battle between the 2 Aston Martins of Minoli and Kivinen.
With Topfat using the opportunity to try and build up a bit of breathing space between the 2. Minoli really defending hard against Kivinen, and only a few seconds back is Mingay as well in the 368 Honda. So the more they fight, the more that gap is just going to disintegrate back to the next Honda. And who's got Vinegar in the 449 Audi in short order as well. So they're going to have to be careful about how they go about this last hour and a bit. Imagine that, yeah, over 217 laps, nearly 8 hours, and it boils down to this kind of battle in the closing stages. Fantastic stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. And the two Aston Martins scrapping away. It's allowing the 27 Lexus of Teffer a chance to just pull away ever so slightly and just have a bit of breathing space. But again, as I say that, the two Aston Martins close up under braking into the hairpin, and on the back straight, I think they'll close up just because of the slipstream. But fantastic battle nevertheless, and I think in the background there, you've got the Honda and the Audi starting to close up as well of Menguia and the
Vinegar.
Wanginger.
Vinegar is how I've been saying it.
Oh! Holy
That-
moly!
That got close between Manoli and Keevan there. Now, whether that was Keevan and outbraking himself or Manoli trying to be defensive, who knows? But the Aston's nearly coming together. Yeah, that gap back to Mingay in the 368 car is disintegrating. Bryce Mingay, the Belgian driver of the rolling Honda, is closing in fast on these two warring Astons. And very short order behind him is the 449 car, the side-by-side Audi, with Luca Vinegar in short order. So that's we could well be seeing a 5-car train to the checkered flag if this carries on. And
Yeah,
wow,
I think
will they be knackered after doing this for another hour, having been racing for this long?
yeah, and having to concentrate so much, and Teffer as well, and that 27 Lexus is starting to form a bit of a train behind him. I think he might be taking some inspiration from a certain Jarno Trulli, who was famous famous for that in Formula 1.
Once or twice.
Oh, what's it? Meh, that's true.
He might have been known for forming Truly trains, but yeah, these are not what these guys want. They want to be getting on with the job, but Manoli can't just concentrate on Topfer ahead of him. He's with Keevan buzzing around in his mirrors like an aggravating wasp. The growliest wasp you've ever seen. Just from the bottom of the shot, there it is Bryce Mingay doing what he can to close in on this gap. He can see that the 3 cars are jostling for position, and he'll be pushing like mad to become part of it. 3 just coming into shot, not quite in that camera angle. You can see at the top of the shot, just coming under the advertising hoarding, there he is. Here's Bryce Mingay in the 368 Honda. Very, very close together, which is almost what you don't want, especially at the end of a long race. You just want to, you essentially want it to be boring. Well, I guess it's a way of keeping you focused, I guess, but you know, I'm not an endurance racer, so I would never have lasted this long. I'd have been long since spent. So
Yeah.
huge respect to the drivers for lasting this long, let alone anything else.
Yeah, that's the thing. Being in a battle like this, it can be taxing and draining, especially. But it's one of those things, like you say, in a way, it does keep you focused when you've got people trying to get by you and scrap with you. But again, as you come across the line, Teffer is he's got Manoli right behind him, and I think Manoli is going to try and make a move. Oh, I thought there was going to be a bit of contact there, but thankfully Manoli got it slowed down just in time.
That was very, very close once again. Manoli couldn't quite overcome Topfer. And still Keevanen loitering right behind. The gap behind Domingue continues to fall. 2.3 seconds now. Only a few laps ago that was over 5 seconds. So very soon. And there it is, the Honda is going to be joining this short conga line. They'll be very, very keen to improve on their position with just over an hour remaining. The rest of the field are pretty much minding their own business. It's why we're focusing so much on this battle for 5th place. So bearing in mind that not too far, only 3.6 seconds behind Bryce Mingay is the 449 car, Luca Vinegar. Oh, that looked a bit too deep for, yeah, look how far off the apex that Keevanen was. Whoa, that's a
going
big
for the
switch.
Oh.
That's impact between the two.
That was a bit that was a bit ambitious.
Oh, and now the Lexus are getting a bit squiggly. Well, that is Manoli up into 5th place. Now Toffa trying to defend against Keevan and does manage to keep the second Lexus behind. Yeah, it was a bit brutish. Yeah, flash of the lights there from Toffa. He's not pleased with how that transpired. And it was a bit brutish, but either way, Manoli is up into 5th. Can Toffa respond? Well, with the pace difference, the initial answer may well be no, but with a bit of slipstream and certainly with various cars snapping at his heels, of which now Bryce Mingay is in this pack. And there goes Keevanen on top. Can the second Aston get through into 6th? He won't want to lose any time. Oh, Mingay following through as well. So Toffa from 5th to 8th in the course of half a dozen corners.
Yeah, I think Teffer might have just been, or Toffer, sorry, he might have just been slightly rattled by that, possibly that move from Manoli, but that's just the way it goes. Sometimes if you see an opportunity, you've got to take it, and Manoli saw the opportunity, a bit forceful, but it was it was a bit forceful, but that's the way you've got to be sometimes, especially towards the end of a race if you're in contention for a strong finish.
Santana has brought in the 999 Ferrari right on the mark of 65 minutes remaining. So that car serving, or the first car, we think, to serve its final planned pit stop, I should say. Now Manoli is leading the conga line, trying to break the toe to Keevanen, who himself has Bryce Mingay for company. I would think, again, no disrespect, men, but Toffa may not have the pace to challenge the 3 cars that have just gone past him. Certainly based on what we've seen thus far. And at the moment, it's Manoli that has all the pressure on his shoulders. Yeah, it's not an enviable position to be in. It's great to be leading, or okay, he's leading a pack rather than leading the race, but when you've got this much pressure, especially this late in the race, that's quite a lot to have to contend with. And there you see Keevanen having a look on the inside. I don't think he was thinking about a move, but he's just making himself known to Manoli at this stage. Into turn 1 once again. Burrow is still leading, but we still have 1 round of pit stops to go. Lead 35.5 seconds last time over the line.
So I was just going to say, still got the battle of the 2 Aston Martins going on, with the Honda just waiting in the wings there with the Manoli and the Keevan and scrapping away, and as I say, you just catch the Honda of Mingay behind as well. He might just be waiting in the wings to see if either of these two get caught with each other. But I think if Keevan sees an opportunity, he's going to pounce, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. But he's got to keep half an eye on Mingay behind. They've opened up a gap of 1.7 seconds back to Toffa in the Lexus, who he himself is going to be potentially challenged by the 449 car before too long. We'll keep an eye to see if that gap's going to change. And Keevanen, he thought about it. He lingered in that attacking position coming into turn 12, and immediately Manoli adopts the defensive stance into turn 13. He's certainly feeling the heat. And Mingay's got a great ringside seat for the battle with the 2 Astons ahead of him, with more than enough pace to keep up with them. Does he have enough to try and overhaul them, is the golden question. We'll have to see. Again, Manoli just making sure his car is in the best defensive position it can be. 221 laps now in the book. There's Daniel Rowe in the South African entered Hybrid Academy car, number 58 machine, on the bat of Descalescu in the 16 BMW. So there is another battle that's formed for 16th place. On track, they're actually right behind the 5th place battle as, God, wow, that's getting a bit up close and personal. Between the 58 and 16 cars. Versus BMW in that instance. I've just gone through the shot, actually, is the battle for 5th, because they're not on the same lap. As Topfer has unfortunately fallen away from that battle for 5th, and he's being reeled in by Vinegar in the 449 car. As that marks 1 hour remaining. 7, 8 of them down now. And a light show in the background, why not?
Yeah, I was going to say, I saw some I don't know what it was. It was what it was up in the sky there. It looks like as a move going on, Daniel Rowe making the move up the inside for 60. Boy, he runs wide actually. That might be a cut track warning. Well, it will be a cut track warning because that was miles off the track. But I was just about to say, those lights in the air that I saw, it looked like disco lights.
Yeah. You know, just what the driver needs, something else to be distracted by at this late stage. Yeah, Daniel Rowe was somewhat late on that move. Unfortunately, I can't tell who's directly behind. Beg your pardon, no, Descalescu, he's behind Daniel Rowe now and comes in. Along with Teach Mingay. Both of them have come in as well. So now the final pit stop's being served to be the final question answered about strategy. Too late to do anything about it now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if you're trying to work out your strategy, or you've got a strategy set in mind for the final pit stop, I think you've pretty much just got to stick with it and hope for the best and see if something happens, especially if you're up at the front. But still, it's that 349 Bentley that's leading from the 501 Honda, and I'm still intrigued to see what the 349 and 501 do.
Yeah, that's going to be the golden question. Is the pit stop strategy different enough between the two cars to bring the 501 back in contention? It's nearly 40 seconds behind the 349. But we will see. I can't see that the pit stop difference is going to be big enough for Martin Hoyer to challenge Jordan Burroughs. But at the moment, the battle for 5th continues between the two Astons. A battle for 4th, sorry.
Kevin has got the move done. He's just about got it done, I think. But Manoli will have the inside line for the next corner, and there's going to be a bit of contact. Amazingly, there's no contact. Both of them are still side by side, but I think Kevin is going to have the inside line for this corner here, and if he can stop Manoli getting a run, he'll keep that position, I think. And it looks like Kevin has got that position, so up into 4th place.
Yeah, nicely done from Levi Keenan there. Like I say, no impact between the two Astons, so very well driven. Rodriguez is in the SRP BMW. As Bryce Mingay that is now challenging or looking to challenge Chris Hack in the 26 car. Manoli is in along with Topfer, along with Vinegar. So a lot of cars, and the race leader. The race leader went a bit longer than I thought they would, but either way, that's going to be a full tank of fuel for them, or near enough. How far can Michael Hoyer go, and how much time can they gain with the shorter stop? That's going to be the ultimate question. I cannot see that they'll gain nearly 40 seconds in a short stop, but I wait to be proven wrong.
Yeah, I think trying to gain 40 seconds in a pit stop. Yeah, I think. I would like to say it would be possible, but I don't think it will be.
No, indeed. I think it's going to be a bit too much. We will see as, well, variety of cars are in. Rules in, Rowe is in, Hack is in, along with the ones we've already mentioned. All eyes at the front at the moment. There's Bryce Mingay, now up into 7th. The various stops going on. Hoyer takes over the lead once again. But Burrows is already back on the road, so I don't reckon the 501 is going to overhaul the 349. Now, bear in mind that the Bentley was facing the wrong way only a number of laps ago.
Yeah.
27 seconds is Michael Hoyer to the good now. And it takes about that just to do a drive-through. So
yeah, I was going to say 27 seconds. That's not enough to get into the pits, get to your box, take the fuel, and then get out. Basically, get out of the pit entry. That's about altogether pit stop and pit out. That's about. I'm trying to roughly guess how much altogether how much that would be. That's probably 60 or 70 seconds.
even a short stop would be about 45, I'd have thought.
Yeah, but again, that's my terrible maths. But
so I still think it's an advantage Bentley on that one. I think VRM just need to keep doing what they're doing. They don't need to push very hard, I think, to make up that kind of gap. It was a fair shout from Fusion to give it a try. But unfortunately, I don't think it's going to pay off for them. But we'll see. Still have racing to conclude as Bryce Mingay is trying to get past. Car ahead, that's not for position. Oops, that's the 23 car that's directly ahead. That's the Rapid Esports BMW. That car is in 18th. And there we go. They've now gotten out of the way on the run up to turn 1. Could argue they should have done that earlier as they're not in a battle with anybody, but either way, they have now let through Bryce Mingay.
So I'm taking a guess with the 349 Bentley. I'm guessing they're going to go try and go as low as possible. Try and maybe get to the, if they can, that is, try and get to the 20 or 30 minute remaining mark.
Good shout. There has to be at least 20 minutes on the clock for them to maintain the 65-minute rule. So it has to be done before the 20-minute mark at least. Otherwise, they will face a penalty.
I've got a feeling they may try and put at the 25-minute mark just to play it safe.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I would certainly agree with that. Continue to look at the Rolling Goat 368 car. Up into 7th. They have yet to come in for their final stop. See what they were able to do. I think they're some way clear of Manoli now. 3.7 seconds to the good over the 120 Aston. Those behind him pitted. There is Wieninger. The side-by-side was Audi. You can barely see any livery on them now as we are in complete darkness. As in comes the 808 Silver Racing Mercedes of VCOx. Is he going to hand that over to one of his Polish brethren, or he hang on to the toys till the checkered flag? Time will tell. So keeping an eye on the lap times between the 501 and 349. The Bentley has been a little bit quicker as well than the Honda. Because the Bentley is going to be heavy with fuel now. There is Luca Wieninger. challenge Manoli. Catalin is in as well in the 23 car. The BMW we were mentioning just before. Who's got the last push to be able to make a substantial difference. Wow, goodness me, even with a freshly pitted car, Burrows was able to do a 26.9.
Yeah, that's unreal.
It's a storming car. There is Philip Vichak coming out back on circuit in the 808 car, now in 12th place. Well, with a mixture of pitted and unpitted cars around him. Yeah, I'm still reckoning that it's advantage Burrows on this one. I think they've done enough. Unless they have another incident, unless something happens in this last 50 minutes that completely undoes all their hard work, I'd say they're fairly safe to secure the win in the rival split. You still don't want to rest on the laurels though. They will still press on, as that 2:06.9 lap time would certainly underline. The Burrows isn't just going to let the miles go. He's going to press on and make sure that their car comes home in the top spot. Hoyer's still not into the pits, but I'm not expecting him in for maybe another 20 minutes or so. Look at Vichak. There is Jordan Burrows in the VRM Bentley. Over the line again. So it was a 2:08.6 for Hoyer, a 2:06.6. Good God. Burrows took 2 seconds out of Michael Hoyer then. You've got to think that Burrows' car has just been through the pits. So it should, by right, be a lot heavier than the Honda is, but no one seems to have told Jordan Burrows that.
Yeah, I was about to say, but yeah, Burrows is absolutely on it. He's just absolutely pretty much wringing the neck out of that car and trying to go as quickly as possible, just to try and keep that gap to Michael Hoyer for when Hoyer makes his pit stop, so he can make sure he can jump him. Or when it comes to the 349's pit stop, they're trying to increase their chances as much as possible to come back out in the lead when they make their final stop.
Well, they might be assuming that 501 car doesn't have to stop again, so they're trying to make the pass on track, which, well, they definitely have to come in again, because there's no doubt about that, but they may well be kind of acting as if they don't have to, so pressing on as best they can. See what happens, to leave nothing to chance.
What's on the 349 at the moment, and I think you have to say, considering they had that issue of that incident with another car, they pretty much say this 349 car's pretty much been on it since they got going again, and trying to close that gap down as much as possible. I think I'm just keeping an eye on to see what time Burrows does as across the line, and I think it should be looks like it's another quick lap, and the gap is down to about 20.9 seconds now. So that's about 3 seconds?
3 seconds.
Yeah, I was like, what? That is crazy.
And a drive-through has popped up again. This time for the 467 car. My goodness me. Again, goes to show that this is why this is why they can't rest on the laurels, because if anyone in the top part gets a drive-through, if Burrow's got a drive-through right at the end of the race, can you imagine how gutted they would be with no time to undo the damage?
Yeah, that would be That would be absolutely excruciating. That's for sure. Oh, I'd feel like a kick in the gut at least.
Yeah, 100%. Well, unfortunate for the 467 car. It's the Full Boost Racing, the one of the Polish squads. It's going to drop them down a couple of positions at least. There's Francesco Adamo, the Ada Pro Esports 158 car. Now, will they be able to capitalise on the fact that Hoyer has to come in again? No, because they're nearly a minute behind. I don't think they'll gain a position as James Mead. We haven't looked at the SSRI car for quite a while. It's been down towards the back, fortunately, all race long.
It's unfortunate. This team was having a good run in the early stage of the race, but after they got a drive-through for track limits, it's just not went their way. But still, they respect to them for not giving up and still going, even in 26th place, I should say. It's still good to see them going and trying to get to the finish.
And we have, at this late stage, had another retirement, I just realised. The number 35 BMW has been gone for about 7 laps or so. That was Dean Vella in the Geeks Energy Sim Racing car. Dean Vella was the last driver in it. It's only 2 retirements out of a 31 car field over a 9-hour race. I'd say that is pretty good. So we continue to look at James Mead fending off the advances of the number 69 car. That's the Limitless Speed Drivers McLaren. Toby Lang in command of that one. So even though they are fighting over what's almost wooden spoon avoidance, they will still have a race of it and have a good time with it. Why not? Every position is worth fighting for in this series, as that is Christian Camprega bringing in the 46 McLaren for its final scheduled stop from 15th place. Then Willy Wheeler for Glitz Motorsport, the 770 Ferrari. 2.5 seconds behind the 27 Lexus of Patrick Topfer. Oh, that's one for me. That's one for me.
That's I think that's 3-1 to you, Chris.
3-1. Oh no, the 501 Honda of well, in the hands of Canadian Wes Hepburn has just nailed a drive-through penalty. Oh dear. What's happened? What's happened up top? Because Burrows is in the lead.
Yeah, Burrows is in the lead, and Adamo, sorry, is in the second place. So it's hit. I wonder if Hepburn's maybe had a spin or got damage.
Oh, Hepburn's only just taken the car. So yeah, that's after the pit stop. Yeah, of course. So he's imagine that, you've taken over the car and the first thing you do. How many times have we seen that tonight? Oh my goodness me. So Wes Hepburn, having taken over from Martin Hoyer, has just earned a drive-through penalty. So Adamo had gone through into second. Keevanen would have been fourth, but he's now looking to get the number 11 car, the Grifax Engineering Gripax Engineering Aston, up onto the podium. Can't discount the number 47 car. That's still only a couple of seconds off the back of Keevanen.
Yeah, I was going to say something. Yeah, it's so I wonder if when Hepburn's taken over, I wonder if he's just been caught out by cold tyres, possibly on his outlap, and he's ran wide in one of the runoff areas. Yeah, that's definitely that would definitely feel like a kick in the gut for him.
Oh, that's going to deny them a podium as well.
And I think, thinking about it, I think if this, depending on how long the drive-through is, I think this will lift the 11 Aston Martin of Keevan into third place.
Oh yeah, it most certainly will. They're only 8.7 seconds back. I mean, their drive-through will cost in the region of about 20 seconds, give or take. So that's going to drop the 501 car to at least 5th. Oh man. But also Shatska is gaining on Keevanen. So number 11 car being on the podium is not a guarantee. There's that Audi, and there it is. He's taking from, probably helped by the traffic. The Aston is right ahead of the Audi that's ahead of the Audi that we're looking at.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's all going well. With that drive-through for the 501, I think that should hopefully, I'm not saying it will, but hopefully it'll help. It'll give the 349 Bentley, the team of Burrows, a chance to possibly take the victory. But still, they've still got to make their last pit stop.
Yes, good point. So nothing is guaranteed at this point, other than the 501 Honda has to come through the pits. That's the only thing we know is going to happen at this point. Whoa, as Shatsky gets his way past the backmarker Audi. I can tell he was an Audi, that's all I can tell you about it. I have no idea who that is. And that's another one that's popped up. Piers Stockton in the 46 McLaren. The Rising Panda racing car. The British driver has done the same thing there. Oh, Samuele Villa is just getting past Patrick Topfer for 9th position. It's a bit of a shame, really, for that Lexus, as he was leading at one point. But now finds itself down into 10th. It's the nature of the beast. The back camera from Samuele Villa. That's the front camera from Samuele Villa, as he continues to see what he can do, or if nothing else, to secure his 9th place. Hepburn still hasn't been through the pits yet. And Shatsky right on Keevanen's case. So now it really is Aston versus Audi for what will become 3rd place, or the battle for 3rd place.
Well, indeed, and looking at the battle for 3rd place at the moment, or 4th place at the moment, but that'll be 3rd place once Hepburn goes through for his drive-through penalty. But yeah, Keevanen and Shatska both coming round that long right-hander, and it's such a tricky corner because you want to get on the power early, but if you do, you'll just end up running wide. So you've got to be patient, and I think Keevanen, it looked like he was probably one of the quickest cars out there, but I don't know if the tyres are starting to fall off, or maybe his tyre pressure is starting to drop off slightly. So Shatski is just definitely keeping up with him, and I think it's just a matter of time before he makes the move, I think. But Keevanen will not make it easy.
No, he certainly won't. And the traffic won't make it easy either. As Hepburn is in, serving the drive-through then for the 501. So this is now battle for the last podium spot between Keevan and Shatsky. Between the Grip Hacks Engineering Aston Martin and 47 TSR Audi. Shatsky has been gaining pretty quickly. And another drive-through's been triggered. They're all springing up now. And it's by Samuele Villa in the 770 Ferrari.
Yes.
I'm not taking that one.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think either of us can take that.
My goodness me. Well, I did wonder whether this would happen with track temperature dropping, with tiredness kicking in. And there goes Shatsky. He's going for that 3rd spot from Keevanen. Oh, he's going to be deep.
he's run
He
wide.
couldn't hold it. He couldn't hold it. He was doing his best to slow the car down.
That'll be a cut track warning.
No, he doesn't want to be flirting with the driver himself. Oh, a bit of a punch in the face there from Kevin and Tashansky. Goodness me, 8.5 hours down, and in the final half an hour, that's set to be quite electric with these two.
Actually, I think don't Kevin and Shatsky have to make their final stop as well?
It could well be.
I've
totally lost track.
Yeah, I was going to say I think both of these drivers have got to make their final stop as well. I think they're going to try and maybe try and make their final stop with 30 minutes remaining, or 25 minutes at least. I've got a sneaky suspicion.
Wow, 43 seconds now Burrow has over Adamu in the 158 car. Francesco Adamu of the Italian squad, the Ida Pro Esport Aston Martin. 16 seconds ahead of this duel. Pit stops or no. It's a pretty good performance from them, but it has been a storming performance from the 349 car. But still 34.5 minutes to go. Shatsky is not giving up on the pursuit of third. And the two cars behind, I cannot tell you who they are because I cannot see enough of the car to figure out who it is. But it is not Hepburn and Mingay, that much we do know. There's not positions behind them, it's just two cars that happen to be sharing the same bit of track.
Yeah, I believe that's a couple of back markers, but I'm not sure who it is because just I can't make anything out in the dark. But this battle for third place is still going on with Kevin and Shatsky, and there's an issue with Marcel Chico.
Samuel Vila, who's just served a drive-through penalty, he's had a bit of a spin, flash of the lights, and may have been impact between. That's Jimenez. Jose Jimenez in 11th, and the 999 Ferrari's gone for a wander. It is all happening in the final 35 minutes of this race. Cutting back to Nico Shatsky, still trying to wrestle the last podium spot from Levi Kivinen. Thinks about it. Oh, he's got him.
Oh, he's done it. That was legit. That was a fantastic move.
That was a great move. Got the car slowed down and got the apex, as well as third place. But is it all done and dusted? Oh my God! Well, that is 21st place. That is Drago Simeon in the number 23 car I just saw. So that is the Rapid Esports BMW trying to unlap itself. Did it unlap itself? I don't think it did.
It did lap itself for a few seconds, but then Kevin got back by.
Yes, it did. So yeah, you're absolutely right. Like we said, you are allowed to unlap yourself, but at this late stage, I would think just stay there. There's no one ahead of these two. You're not going to gain anything in the remaining 32 minutes. Just sit there. Just go through the miles until the checkered flag falls. As frustrating as it is, you're not going to gain anything, and you don't really want to influence this battle for third. So a bit cheeky there from the 23 car, but either way, no harm, no foul. Kevin now finds himself half a second behind Nico Shatsky. Audi has been a bit quicker than the Aston this stage, so the argument can be made that the overtake was fairly inevitable. Track temperature now down to 19 degrees. It was much, much higher than that right at the beginning, around 23, I think. Still warm, but whoa, goodness me.
Oh, Kevin's a bit wide. Oh,
yeah, it was put off a little. Yeah, it was put off a little bit by the back marker BMW.
Yeah, it looks like I think that back marker BMW might just be the quicker car, so just wanted to try and get by as quickly as possible because that BMW is in a battle with the Audi that's behind Kevin.
Wow. And there's another one. That's by the car. That's Drago Simeon, who's just got past Leo Kiivanen. So in doing that, he's just got himself a drive-through penalty. This is craziness.
Oh dear.
Oh dear, oh dear. Well,
I think these guys have got the gist of we've got a game going called was it drive-through bingo?
yeah. Well, another pit stop then for the 166 car, or their final stop, as Max Linard brings in the Rising Panda car. How is this? Is anybody else going to be pitting in the top part of the field? Leo Kiivanen may well have just lost the opportunity to try and attack back at Nico Shatsky. Meanwhile, Marcel Chico in the number 9 car, half a second behind Jose Jimenez in the 999 Ferrari. Oh, that gets close. Now, these two, I think, came together, or these two cars came together earlier on. We have just half an hour to go. 8.5 hours down, 236 laps done. I think my earlier prediction of getting into the 270 laps may have been a bit optimistic. We're going to be somewhere around just shy of 250, I think. But either way, Chico trying to overcome the Ferrari. What is going to be 11th place. Can Jose Jimenez just hold on for another 30 minutes? Time will tell. 10.5 seconds behind VCOx in the 808 Silver Racing Mercedes. And the bigger question is Samuel Vila in the other Ferrari gaining on them? Whoa, that's too deep for Chico. Had to get out of that one. I was looking a bit uncomfortable for the BMW, but did manage to get the car back under control. Just at the top of the shot, you just briefly saw Samuel Vila in the 770 Ferrari. As Simeon has taken his drive through. Does Marcel Chico. He certainly has the pace to hustle the Ferrari. Down the back straight once more. There's the other Ferrari of Samuel Vila. Is there enough slipstream for the BMW challenge? He's a bit too far back, I'd say. Doesn't think about a banzai move into turn 12. Battle for 11th continues.
Yep, and yeah, I think, excuse me, I think it wouldn't surprise me if Burrows dives into the pits this time, or within the next 2 laps anyway. With probably guessing he'll probably dive in with just under 25 minutes remaining. So I wonder if people like Adaway will probably do the same. But I think Burrows, whatever him and his team decide to do, they've definitely should be good to the finish, and I think they should be on for a well-deserved victory. But still, with just about 26 minutes remaining, I'm not going to say anything because I don't want to jinx him.
That is a rare power that we commentators have. The power of the commentator's curse. There's Luca Vieniger, second behind Manoli in the 120 car. Side by side, Esports, Audi. Oh, he's gone deep! Oh, how did you slow that down? That must have got very, very tense, certainly for Vieniger. That looked a sure impact there, but fair credit to Luca Vieniger, managed to slow that one down. Continues to try and get past Andre Manoli. Certainly Manoli in the Aston Martin will be very aware that the Audi's there. Great that we still have these duets going on, these duels for any last-minute positions that could happen. We've got this one for 7th. We've got Jimenez and Chico we were looking at for 11th. They're very close together. Some of the ones I can see on the tower. Podium 3 are fairly, unless we have some bizarre incident, the podium 3 are fairly decided. Keevan and Hepburn are about 6 seconds apart for the 501 Honda, having had to take a late drive through. Looks set to close in. Challenge for 4th. The battle between Shatsky and Keevanen is resolved. There is Wes Hepburn. 501 Honda. Got no challenge from Mingay behind. So, and another drive. This time for the 166. The Rising Panda car. Now that's not long been through the pits, I don't think. So Max Linar is going to have to bring the Aston through the pits once again. From 23rd. Again, tiredness, frustration probably kicking in. Whereas here, very different story between Jose Jimenez, the 999 Ferrari, and Marcel Chico in the 9 BMW. BMW certainly has looked very, very menacing to the Ferrari, to that 11th place spot for a while. Things about an inside manoeuvre coming into turn 11. White draw alongside. The Ferrari gets the traction he needs. Right foot's nailed to the floor. Ferrari goes defensive way before the braking zone. Big statement of intent there. What is Marcel going to do?
Oh, he's going to try and go to the outside.
Bold, but not quite. Outbraked by the Ferrari. Oh, is he going to try and bounce on the inside of 13?
Oh, that's a bit risky.
It does not pay off. And that's allowing Samuel Villa, that's the car right behind them, to close in. 2.7 seconds on the last time check, but that 770 Ferrari looks closer than 2.7 seconds to me. So the prancing horses are going to be fighting once again with the BMW in the mixture. With 23 and a bit minutes to go, and Adamu is in. The 158 car from 2nd. He's in the pits.
So that's that's definitely an advantage to the 349 because that gives them a big margin.
Oh yeah, they could pit even if they don't need to. At this stage, I'm not sure they actually need to. I think they've played the strategy perfectly well. There is Shatsky now up into 2nd with the Simsport Racing International car right with them. The SSRI car won't be bothering them. So where is that going to put Adamu? That's the big question. I reckon that's going to put him down in 5th behind Hepburn. Shatsky's through.
Yeah,
Keevan's through.
Yep, Keevan is up into 3rd, but I believe I've got a feeling that 11 car still needs to make a splash and dash.
Well, we will see. It has indeed put Adamu down into 5th. Oh, that must be so infuriating. Just 20 minutes from the end, and you have to pit again. I've seen a race victory lost under the same circumstance. So Chico. Oh, a very late minute switch to the inside line coming into turn 12. But no, still doesn't yield a result. Truth alive. You've got to say something for the determination of Marcel Chico. This has got to be absolutely infuriating. He trying and trying and trying just to fend it off at every opportunity. In fairness, Samuel Villa hasn't closed in too much since the last lap. It's still around 2.8, 2.7 seconds to the next Ferrari down the road. So maybe Samuel Villa doesn't have the tyres. Maybe he's close to the warning limit for another drive-through. Who knows? Either way, oh, he's in the pits. So more last-minute splash and dashes going on. That's a shame. Same for them. And there's Keevanen coming in. The number 11 car from third. Didn't have enough in the tank. How gutted must they be? Well, that still livens things up. 20 minutes plus change. Still pit crews being given things to do. This late stage. That puts the 501 back into a podium spot at least. And they definitely don't have to come in. Does the 47, does Shansky have to bring in the Audi?
Yeah, it's a good question indeed. And Keevanen's in the pits, so yeah, that's a very good question.
Very defensive once again from Jimenez. A very early defensive posture for the Ferrari. Out comes Peter. Oh, so Peter Sif's taken over the 11 car from Keevanen. Maybe that wasn't planned then.
Yeah, I wonder if that's something to do with the Stife, or maybe Keevanen was maybe about to run over his drive time, possibly.
Could well be. Oh, that's close.
Oh, that was a close call.
Very, very close call indeed. That's Manoli. Or was it Vinegar? Not entirely certain which car has just gone past. I don't think it's either of them. But yeah, either they've miscalculated it and they were running too close to the amount of time for Keevanen, or there's been a last-minute issue that Keevanen has to get out of the car. Either way, Peter Stife is going to take over the final 18 3/4 minutes. As Sergico and Jose Jimenez continue their squabble for 11th place. So they've lost their tailing Ferrari as Samuel Villa has had to come in. Now Patrick Sodercat has taken over 13th place. Still, Sochico cannot find a way past the treble line Ferrari. Jimenez doing a great defensive job, keeping that big old beamer behind him. What other twists and turns have we got? 18 minutes remain.
Oh, tries to go right outside. That's never going to pay. Or it's never going to work. But I have to give Chico credit for having a go anyway.
Well, I wonder whether that was part necessity. Maybe the Ferrari was a bit slower than he was expecting.
Oh, he's got the move.
Oh, that's deep. Can he slow it down? He can. As Smokey in the 71 is in.
But I think Jimenez is going to maybe just go back by, because the straight line speed of that Ferrari is just unreal.
And look how early Chico went to the defensive line. Oh, a touch between the two. Jimenez did have to get out of that.
That was a bit of a squeaky bum moment.
Somewhat, and also Jimenez just caught the sausage curb on the exit at 12. Oh, is this job done for the BMW, or will the Ferrari find its way past? Don't think Marcel's going to have an easy time trying to shake the Ferrari off its tail. Certainly Jose Jimenez is going to give it everything he's got. Vinegar and Manoli are close together in 6th place. It's going to be another one that keep an eye on. Marco Chico. Can he start to pull away now? Or does Jose Jimenez have something left in the tank to re-challenge the BMW? Second between them at the last time check. Sudicat is quite some distance back. 14.3 seconds, so no challenge from 13th. Here's Luca Vinegar. Fallen about a second behind Andre Minoli. The Aston just ahead of him. 10 seconds back to Peter Stife, so nothing to worry about there. We are towards just 15 minutes to go. Burrows leads the way for VRM Racing, the Bentley. They certainly in the second half of the race they've been absolutely unmatched. The 47 car took an early lead down to the lower end of the top 10. Has worked their way back up into second. Currently in the hands of starting driver Nico Shatsky. Third, the 501, the pole starting car. The Fusion Racing Honda. Where's Hepburn? In command of that at the moment. And a Scott. Oh my goodness, could it get any worse for Miato? A stop-go 30 for them. I think they might just park it at this point. We still have drive-thrus coming up. Piers Stockton now, and the 46 McLaren is just another one. As we watch Kevin Kruger having an argument with the 71 car, the cracked racing Mercedes, in the hands of Samir Smogi. So great we're seeing all these late battles still forming. Not so great we're still seeing these penalties being racked up.
Yes, it doesn't surprise me with night time as well. Some drivers starting to feel the fatigue, and looking at the 449 car of side by side, but Esports trying to make a move on. It looks like Manoli in front of him in the Aston Martin, trying to make a move for 6th place, but can't really do anything about it. And it looks like Manoli might be struggling with tyres. Maybe the pressures are starting to drop off. But then again, some of these guys, or some of these drivers rather, have been on these tyres for quite some time, so maybe it's starting to just drop off now.
Very true. Very true. Again, with the variety of different pit stop strategies we've had, it's been impossible to keep up with them all. Into the final corner for Vinegar and for Manoli. A couple of cars around them as well, but as far as 6th position is concerned, these are the only cars that we're concentrating on. That's our race leader coming up behind. There's Mr. Burrows, Jordan Burrows, the 349 Bentley. Very much minding it. Well, I'd say minding his own business. It's still setting the lap time chart on fire.
Yeah, so Jordan's not backing off by any means. Tried to maybe just trying to keep that gap. He's got a big enough gap, but he doesn't need to worry. But you always have that fear in the back of your mind that someone behind might try and start closing that gap towards the end of the race.
I think even if they did earn themselves a drive-through penalty, they'd still be in the lead. They were over a minute, I think, last time, Jack. We'll see what it is this time between themselves. Shatsky, as Luca Vinegar is trying to find any kind of advantage over the 120 Aston ahead of him. So yeah, been able to do it. The Bentley's along for the ride. He looks one way, he goes back to the outside line. There's Vinegar.
Oh, he's on the outside.
Oh! He gets from the Aston.
Yeah, he gets barsed off a little bit.
But that is it's inside line for Vinegar.
Oh,
Noli is now going to get the inside line for the next two.
But Burrows needs to be careful. He doesn't want to get caught up in this madness.
And doesn't really need to. He is flashing the lights, but he can just sit there. And Manoli has managed to hang on to 6th place from the persistent Audi. Blue and red's going on there. Is that emergency services going off? That confused me just for a moment there.
Yeah, I was going to say, it looks like someone's having a good time on the infield.
I say Jordan Burroughs having a good time. Oh no! Luca Veininger.
That wasn't my fault.
With 11 minutes left, has just incurred a drive-through for the 449 car. Oh.
I shouldn't laugh, but
we're not laughing out of malice. It's more just disbelief that at this late stage, another drive-through has popped up on the. It's not like they're untalented drivers. It's not like they're doing anything dangerous. They're just very skilled drivers pushing to the absolute limit for lap after lap after lap after lap, and unfortunately, inevitably, they're going to push it slightly too far on one too many occasion. Well, that's going to drop him behind Peter Steiff. That's going to put him around about Patrick Topfer's area. The Lexus in 9th position. I'm sure there was a few words said that we couldn't broadcast.
No, probably a swearing, but in German.
He's filled up the swear jar. Well, we'll be pulling in soon anyway. We've got less than 10 minutes remaining. What other bizarre twists and turns have we got? Yes, so the gap first to second, 62.7 seconds according to my timing screen. And it's 5 seconds between Shatsky and Hepburn. With 9 minutes to go, Hepburn, whilst he's quick, is not that much quicker than Shatsky. In comes Wieninger. Ironically, briefly jumps up to 6th because, of course, he bypasses the last turn. Kevin Kruger, light speed, 77 BMW, on the tail of Samir Smogi in the 71 Cracks Racing Mercedes. A battle still to enjoy in the closing stages of this race. What a race it's been.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was just about to ask as well, has the leader made his final stop?
I believe so. They did it within the final hour. So they don't have to, as far as I know, they don't have to. Yeah.
I must have missed it. Well, I must have missed it then, because I had to pop away for a couple of minutes. But yeah, I was getting worried there in case they ran over their stunt limit of 65 minutes. But yeah, that's fine if they've already done it. So it should be good until the end. But yeah, just I wasn't laughing at Luca getting a drive-through. It's more just drivers getting drive-throughs before towards the end of the race. But I guess it's just it could be just fatigue kicking in and they causes some drivers to lose their concentration possibly.
Yeah, absolutely so. Absolutely so. As we look at Kevin Kruger in the 77 car trying to get a move on Samir Smogi. That is for 18th place. Most of the field are fairly spread out now. I think Burrows is just backing off a bit. So sort of in the 208 kind of lap times, which we know he's more than capable of beating. But doesn't need to push. He's a minute ahead of his next competitor, Nico Shatsky. 47 Audi. So, and of course being tied up in traffic will certainly have slowed him down. 7 more minutes to go. We continue to look at Kevin Kruger continuing to put the pressure on Samir Smogi. Even to the last few minutes, drivers are still fighting for whatever positions they can get hold of. Wieninger has gone through the pits. He is returned in 8th. Right behind Kevin Kruger. Again, trying to identify who that is. Nope, got no chance of figuring out who that is. So if we were to try and give it, well, it's not the driver of the day, but team of the day, kind of difficult to look away from our race leaders. I think if the Lexus had stayed kind of within the top 5, I would be veering towards them, considering how many positions they made up from where they started. But outside of that, I think VRM Racing have been absolutely without competition.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if it was, excuse me, if there was a team of the race for me, if there was a vote, I think I would have to go with. I don't know. Yeah, it's a difficult one because there's been so many good drives in the field today. I think if it wasn't for having to pit, or maybe just the strategy went away, I would probably go for the number 11 Aston Martin. But I have to agree with you. I think that 349 VRM Racing Bentley is probably the car I would go for, because they've pretty much been they had that little incident with one of the back markers, but apart from that, it's been a pretty much a faultless drive from them.
And to take the victory by over a minute, absolutely incredible. Oh, I thought that was going to be trouble there for Kruger. No, he's survived to drive another day. There's traffic all around him. Still trying to close in on Smokey. All the while, Carlos put a lap on him. With only 4.5 minutes to go. There'll be some drivers that are just willing the clock to disappear. There'll be some. Kruger would like a few more laps to try and challenge for another position. So I would think that Burrows can just ignore the top gear and just coast by now. Sometimes that invites mistakes. If you take your foot off the gas, you can invite mistakes and what have you to creep in. You don't want to be throwing a race lead away with less than 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, absolutely not. And it's not something that you want to do when you're leading the race with only about pretty much about two laps remaining. I think 2.5.
Give or take, yeah.
So it's not something you want to do. I think if I was Burrows in that Bentley, I'd probably just take it easy and just try and take it easy and just get it to the finish, and not back off completely, but just make sure you don't run wide in some areas and get possibly to run the risk of getting a drive-through penalty.
Even if he did, it wouldn't undo the lead that he has, and there he is, Jordan Burrows, bringing the BRM Racing Bentley through to complete another lap. I think we'll just about hit 250 before the flag. Well, we will hit 250. So we are coming to the end of lap 249.
So your prediction of laps being 250 is just about pretty much spot on.
Well, the initial one was wrong because I said between 270 and 280, but the second one, the second one was right. We'll go with that one. Right. Over the line he comes then with the finish line slightly before that, I know, but so 2 laps remain. Has anyone played Russian roulette with their fuel tank? Or have they played it safe? Now, the VRM car came in with less than an hour to go, so around about 54 minutes, if memory serves, was on the clock before they served their last stop, so they should be fine. I think you pretty much park the car and have a pizza at this point and still come home in the lead. There's Nico Chatsky in the number 47 car. The TSR Audi has had a very up and down race, but now finds itself in a strong podium position. Starting driver looks set to finish the day for TSR. Third, Wes Hepburn in the 501 Honda. Were not for that late drive-through for them, they may well have hung on to second. They tried the alternate strategy, and there they are. Oh no! Commentator
Oh
cursor.
no! Don't jinx it.
I've lost count on how many I've done today. But where's Hepburn? Little bit of a wiggle coming through turn 1, but with a sufficient gap back to the Ida Pro Esports Aston Martin, Francesco Adamu. Nothing immediately to worry about for Hepburn. If nothing else, I just puts an end to any potential challenge that he might have thought of mounting. So that looks like that's the Clash Sim Racing number 73 that's just behind Hepburn. You can spot them in the dark because of how bright their livery is. Peter Stife on the back of Manoli as they come over the line once more. There's our race leader. We are on the final lap. The checkered flag will be prepared for when Burrows gets back over the line. And Peter Stife has been staring at the back of the 120 Aston for so long. Those colours are ingrained in his mind now. And there it is. The white indicates the white flag. The final lap of this 9-hour race here for the rival split at Circuit of the Americas. Jordan Burrows will have the joy of bringing home the VRM Bentley to a superb and very well-deserved win. Still got half the lap to do through turn 11. Much like the rest of the race, he has had no challenge. And into the pits, would you believe, on the final lap, Jose Jimenez in the treble 9 Ferrari from 12th. Oh my goodness me. We still have twists and turns in this tale yet. Oh my goodness me.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. Maybe just wasn't able to get to the end on fuel and needed maybe a couple, two or 3 litres of fuel to get to the finish. But yeah, so a bit of a late race drama in the pits.
Peter Stife still trying to work his way past Manoli for 6th position. He has tried every single maneuver he can think of, and every time he's tried, Manoli's had an answer. But coming to the line for the final time, your winner here at Circuit of the Americas for this 9-hour race is VRM Racing in the 349 Bentley. He has every reason to wiggle the car and give it a flash of the lights. Maloney did indeed manage to fend off Peter Stife for that 6th position. Now you see the checker flags, of course, coming up in various random orders. But my goodness me, VRM, you very much deserve that. You were without challenge, without peer. As we now see Nico Shasky, a great recovery drive for the 47. They led in the first part of the race. They dropped down 7th or 8th, and now will come home in second place. The fireworks going off. That's not distracting at all for the drivers in the closing stages of the race. Various other positions coming in. Vieniger coming home in 8th, Toffer in 9th, Vichak in 10th place, along with Rosu in 16th, Pochipian in 17th, Smokey 18th, Kruger 19th. But here comes the second spot of the podium. Nico Shasky claims it for the 47 team, and then it's Fusion Racing in the 501. Honda rounds out the podium in the hands of Wes Hepburn. Adamu with a very late pit stop. Didn't really drop them any further. They were in 4th anyway. The last cars come over the line to finish what has been an enthralling race here at COTA. Francesco Adamu for the Ida Pro Esports Aston Martin team claims the 4th. The last of the top 5. There's Adamu crawling over the line. There is Bryce Mingay just coming over the line, then the Belgian for the Rolling Goat number 368 squad. There's a couple of other cars yet to finish. There goes, that's Samuel Villa the 58 car Ryan Ottens. There it is. All cars have finished the race. So the win belonging to Jordan Burrows, second to Nico Shatsky, and third to Wes Hepburn. Wow, Ryan Walker, what a race we've seen.
Yeah, that was a fantastic race, and yeah, one that I thoroughly enjoyed. Calling on alongside your good self, and yeah, fantastic racing, fantastic action throughout the field, and yeah, we had some incidents from time to time. Drivers getting drive-throughs, people getting caught up in spins, but again, it's just the nature of racing around here, and the fact that the field was so close. But in the end, we had a well-deserved winner with the VRM Bentley team taking the win.
Absolutely so. So that brings an end to the festivities for the rival split. Thank you very much to those that have been with us either throughout the stream or post-event. We've enjoyed your company all the way. Thank you very much to our amazing production crew for giving us all the images. It's been a wonderful pleasure to commentate alongside yourself, Ryan Walker, for this event. We hope to see you next time for round number 2. Until then, thank you very much and good night.